everyone, and good morning to members of our community viewing on live stream. And I'd like to take this opportunity to respectfully acknowledge the Darumble people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today, and also pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and pay respects to all Indigenous cultures within Livingstone, because they are what makes us indeed Livingstone. This morning, councillors, we have Pastor Ron McClintock from the Appoon Wesleyan Methodist Church to deliver our opening prayer, and we appreciate your coming along today, Ron, so thank you very much, and I'll pass over to you.
Thank you for the privilege, and I don't want to take that privilege lightly, so thank you for the honour. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, I do thank you for the privilege and the honour of being able to begin this day in this manner. Your word teaches us very clearly that if your people humble themselves and pray, seek your face and turn from our wickedness, then you will hear our prayer and you'll heal our land, and we need that, Father. And we come today to do that, to seek you for wisdom as this group of people who you have brought together, Father, in the wisdom and understanding and knowledge of our community to do what is right and good and proper. Despite everyone's agreement or not, Father, we pray now that wisdom would prevail. I thank you for the agenda that's being prepared for today. All items of business, Father, we pray, might be run through the filter of what's going to honour you and also what's right for us as a community. And I thank you for the way in which you have brought this group together today. And may you be honoured in every decision and every comment, every thought that passes through this chamber today, Father. I pray that you would just guide and direct the conversations. So again, thank you, Father, for the blessing and for the honour of being with you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Rob. Thank you. Have a great day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, councillors, we have a full attendance today. No leave of absence or apologies. Item 4, the confirmation of minutes from the ordinary meeting of the 21st of September 2021 and the special meeting of the 24th of September 2021. Can I get a, first of all, for the ordinary meeting of the 21st of September 2021? Where's Jussie? We're missing a... Okay. We're up to confirmation of minutes, yes. Jussie. So for the confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting held the 21st of September 2021, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. And the minutes of the special meeting held the 24th of September 2021. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Watson. I'll second. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
Yeah.
Councillor Mather.
Just a matter, I'm not querying the accuracy, but there appears to be an inconsistency between one of the resolutions and the financial. I'll later report in the agenda, but I'll deal with it when we come to the agenda item. It's all right with you.
All
I'm
right.
not saying it's wrong, but I'm saying...
Is that for this current agenda, councillor?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay,
yes.
right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item 5, councillors, declaration of interest in matters on the agenda. I'm going to declare an interest on 2 items, councillors. 11.8, which is the Rec Point walking trail, as I reside on Matthew Flinders Drive near Rec Point. And second item is 11.14, which is the development application for the function facility at 138 Druces Road, Woodbury, as my wife operates a catering business. Potential there for a conflict of interest from that. So I will absent myself from the room and pass to the Deputy Mayor to chair both of those particular items come the time. Any other declarations, councillors? Councillor Watson. All right, so 11.2, Councillor Watson, and what was the second one?
The other one's the Wafflegorra one to do with Great Keppel. Oh, and I think there's also...
Hang on,
Bangalee.
let's just nail that one first.
I can't see them, my eyes are blurry at the moment.
That will be the confidential item you're talking about, councillor Watson, 15.3. And what was the third one, sorry?
The one to do with Bangalee, where is that now? I thought I saw Bangalee there.
No.
Okay, sorry. Oh, no, I
Yeah.
saw that up in the beginning. Don't worry
Yeah.
about that.
All right. Councillor Eastwood? Yep. All right, thank you. Councillor Bello?
Yeah. Look at that. Yeah, similarly to Councillor Eastwood, with rec point there, based on that I live in Gregory Street, which, given that the two-way and one-way option is going to be back on the agenda to be reconsidered, it's understandable that there could be a conflict of interest there. However, I just need clarification, if I could, through the CEO there, the other elements of that resolution that are outside the one-way, two-way. My understanding is that myself and perhaps Councillor Eastwood, not sure about you, Mr Mayor, but would be entitled to come back into the debate once that particular one-way, two-way was resolved, because the balance of the of what's up for discussion really relates to the elements within the project, not so much the conflict, which therefore the conflict would have subsided. So if I can get clarification, that would be good. Thank you, Mr CEO.
Mr Mayor, Councillor Bello and I have discussed the scenario that he contemplates previously, that once the determination around the one-way, two-way configuration is decided, then subsequent matters that relate to that project about the materials that are used and other things are not considered to be a conflict for him. However, this is really a revisit of the report that was presented at the last meeting. The reason it's on the agenda again today is that there were administrative errors made in relation to the cost estimates that were provided. So we're seeking to firstly correct the record for that to be on the agenda today, and also seek affirmation of the resolution that was passed at the last meeting, and be sure that councillors armed with the correct information still arrive at the same conclusion. Councillors Bello and Eastwood absented themselves from that item at the last meeting, and my suggestion would be they do likewise today, given it's a repeat of that scenario.
If I may, through you, Mr Chair, item C in that report, though, support the preparation of a business case to deliver the project in accordance with the associated staging plans. That I guess is where I would have believed that we had a responsibility to be part of that debate, given that we may share the officers in support of that staging plan, or we may have a different view, or I shouldn't say we, I. So based on that, that's where I probably felt that a decision was requiring to be made that didn't derive a conflict, but councillors could understandably participate in that debate to potentially influence that staging plan.
Indeed, Mr Mayor, if the meeting is prepared to separate what is currently recommended, so as I pointed out, the resolution was adopted in 4 parts, as a single resolution in 4 parts at the last meeting, and councillors Bello and Eastwood were absent during that consideration. What's presented today is simply affirmation of that single decision in 4 parts that was made at the last meeting. If today's meeting is of a mind to separate parts 2A and parts 2B, C and D, then the scenario that Councillor Bello and Eastwood request can be accommodated.
All right, well, we might, I suppose we'll, Councillor Hutton.
Recognising, obviously, we've got the opportunity to cogitate on this before the item itself. The challenge, if you then reflect to item D of those 4 resolutions, would link back to the conflict of interest, which would be related to A. So you'd have to do A and D, excluding B and C potentially, but knowing that we've got time to cogitate and contemplate what we'll do before then.
I think what my suggestion will be, councillors, is we do indeed contemplate between now and when that particular agenda item comes up. We might actually do that over morning tea, Mr. CEO, and if we get to that item before morning tea, we'll just defer it until after morning tea. We can have a chat about it. Any other conflicts of interest, councillors? Councillor Watson?
I just realised the Putney Groin is the other one I was thinking about, seeing it's to do with Great Keppel Island.
Oh, the Putney Groin one? All right.
Mr Chairman, we are obliged to record the nature of the conflict for Councillor Watson, so just seek Councillor Watson's confirmation that that relates to property that's owned by related parties of yours on Great Keppel Island in relation to both that matter and the 11.2 matter?
And Wattleborough, yes, all three of them.
All three. Okay,
It's to
we'll
do-
record
It
accordingly.
all do with yeah.
Right.
I don't agree with particular one to do with a delegate for council thing. I'm probably the only one that's actually, well, other than Councillor Blake
Councillor
Hutton, who actually has quite a bit of knowledge about the island. I feel that the table will miss out on knowledge that I may have that may help.
Well, that perhaps could be something we can contemplate as well, Mr. CEO, the extent of the conflict of interest. I know we've actually discussed it previously, but we might revisit that before we address this particular item as well.
Happy to, Mr Mayor. We sought advice for Councillor Watson on an earlier occasion. It was reasonably unequivocal in relation to his conflict, but we're happy to revisit that if you'd like to today.
Yeah, all right, thank you. Any other conflicts, councillors? All right, moving on. We just about wiped out half the agenda. Item 6, public forums and deputations, nil. And brings us to item 7, councillors, the business arising or outstanding from previous meetings. Mr. CEO, do we have officers presenting those?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll invite Michael and Brett to join us, as has been customary. I'm pleased to report that the business outstanding list, notwithstanding some reasonably substantial agendas that we've had in recent months, the business outstanding list is down to 37 items, and you'll see a number that are shaded today, meaning all going well. We will have reduced that even further by the time the council meets again in November, thanks in large part to the two gentlemen who I'll introduce to run us through the table. Thank you, gents.
So through the Mayor, I'll start at number 1, which is the Marlborough Church. I'd like to thank Councillor Mather for providing the information on the interested parties. Our officers have spoken to them and understand their interest, and we are now looking at talking to them with respect to either a use agreement or potential sale. So I'd like to think that we can address that over the next few months to finalise this matter. So thank you, Councillor Mather.
This may not seem a very big budget item or a very, very big matter over the breadth of the Shire, knowing what we have in store. But to a little town, to lose one family means a whole lot, because it just seems to dominate the rest of the atmosphere down there. We've lost cattle properties, we've lost children from school, we will lose a teacher. Even though there's a lot of army work going on around the area, it's all temporary. So to have somebody actually invest in a piece of our land, it was a big thing for Marlborough. So thank you, Michael.
Item 2, councillors, which is the trustee lease with the Yeppoon Inlet Association. The most recent action there has been a meeting with the association and with department and surveyors regarding the lease area and having that formally marked out, and that's ongoing.
Adelaide Street was resolved at the last council meeting, and officers are preparing the business cases for inclusion in future works program. And the other matter dealing with the hang gliders will be further reviewed through the CEO's office and officers.
Mr Mayor, through you to Michael, there have been a number of residents who want to meet with me, and I need to take an officer with me because they're not happy about the amount of grass that we might need to take over to further a parking area. So I don't know what they're talking about at this point. I'm going to meet with them in the next day or so.
Well, that's something you can take on with the Executive Director.
Yes,
Council.
yes. So it's soon anyway, Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Michael.
Item 4, traffic management at Bangalee. So, officers are drafting terms of reference for a community-led stakeholders engagement process, and we're in the process of trying to talk to the key stakeholders to bring back to council in the next month the terms of reference and then the makeup of the engagement process.
The notice of motion regarding residential housing supply report will be coming to the briefing session on the 2nd of November. Options around the tenancy of the hub. Council is still waiting on the proponent solicitors to respond regarding the draft lease conditions. The local law review endeavour to bring that to a conclusion, or efficient conclusion. The consultants will be having a 2-day session with council in November. That will be easier than doing back and forward through emails and phone conversations, everybody being in the room. So hopefully that will conclude that process a little quicker than it may otherwise have been. The tree protection and replanting, the projects that are dependent upon a report for this particular matter are still continuing. It's hopeful that by the end of the year we will have something that we can report to, but it is dependent upon the local law review, the master plan for open space and the planning scheme. The biodiversity strategy, as councillors are aware, has or is going through consultation at the moment. The native title claim for Whopper Borough Council's application to be part of that was accepted, and obviously further progression in that is subject to council discussion later on today in confidential. With respect to the beach matting coastal beaches, as councillors are aware, the Emu Park Surf Life Saving Club was successful in some funding for that, and council has entered into a partnership agreement with that particular club.
Joscali Road beach access was resolved in the last council meeting not to proceed with that project, and officers have drafted a letter to reply back to the head petitioner on that matter.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Creedeman, given that the motion was lost at the last meeting, and the people that I have spoken to since in Joscali are absolutely completely upset about this, to the point of being hurt more than angry, and angry as well, that they feel that there is no hope at all. Why has it continued to stay on this particular business outstanding, just to bring up those ill feelings with all the residents at Joscali?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. The intention wasn't to prolong that disappointment by any means. The process is that any item that's resolved, say at the last council meeting, will stay on the agenda just for this one subsequent meeting, so that officers are able to update the actions to finalise the council's resolution. It's not to cause any upset for the community or delay that process.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor, just to add to Councillor Friend, I raised it earlier in relation to, at a previous meeting, in relation to this matter, that we need to tap into the state and federal government, because there should be funding available to promote the lifestyle and the culture of the South Sea Islanders. We got the bitumen road down there because of that culture, because they ask for nothing, they get nothing, and because they just don't seem to be on the same page as everybody else that wants things. They just accept with gratitude whatever we do give them. And I believe we need to further this with our state and federal members, because the timing is right, as we all know, there's elections coming up. But this is a case that we can't afford the $1 million plus for such a boardwalk. But I believe that there will be money available, and I believe we need to go after it. So if we could find a resolution later, I could put up a notice of motion to do just that, to tap into the two levels of government for funding. To provide something. I mean, they can come up with the money and we will find a way to do it.
Well, I take your point, councillor, but I guess it's going to be a little bit difficult to prosecute that argument for federal or state funding when this council is basically determined it's not supporting it. And so that'll be the first question the feds and the state will ask is, well, you know, does council support this? And there's actually a resolution that says it doesn't.
The resolution was based on the lack of funding, funding. I mean, let's face it, we don't have $1 million for the...
I know the argument, councillor, I know the argument. I'm just putting the proposition to you as to what will more than likely happen.
Mr. Mayor.
I know, we can all make arguments. Excuse
really...
me, councillor, we can all make arguments. But the point is, you know, I'm more than happy to entertain something going forward because I think the people of Joscalee probably need a better response from council than they've received. And certainly happy to prosecute an argument with the state and federal government for further funding. But all I'm pointing out to you is it's going to be a difficult proposition given that we've actually rejected the motion, we've declined the motion, we've thrown it out.
Yeah, I understand that, Mr. Mayor. And I don't think there'd be a member around this table who wouldn't want to see something happen. So I think that it's in our interest and in their interest to pursue what we can at this time. Thank you.
Councillor Watson?
Mr. Mayor, I've been thinking about this a lot, and I spoke in the last meeting about how the building cost was the same as building a house, except there was no roof and no toilets to go with it. And I'm wondering if we can go back, if we had some way of doing it, of readdressing what the costs were and finding out why it was so dear and seeing if there is a possible way of doing this cheaper, because you know, we weren't providing brick walls or anything, just a pathway. And we were still the same cost as building a house.
It seems to be endemic to whatever quotes we get these days. I'm not criticising Mr. Creedman or any of his staff, but I think there's a bunch of contractors that potentially, you know, taking advantage of the fact that it's council and loading prices.
Excuse me.
Good point, councillor.
And one of the concerns related to that is that any quote that we get today, when it comes in 5 years' time, when we've got both the financial capacity and the capacity to actually access the suppliers who could do the work, the quote's going to be useless for that purpose. And that's all part of the discussion that we had in that last meeting.
So we find ourselves revisiting the whole thing yet again.
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, looking at this particular notice, the motion that was lost, it was just to accept the report and to start on a business case. And what you're actually saying, and I just want to clarify if that's okay with you, is that we need that business case to then seek that federal and state funding. So is this something that we need to re-look at as far as rescinding the last motion eventually in the future to actually have that business case?
Well, I think from a funding point of view, if I was a funding organisation from state or federal level, councillor, and I was approached by a particular organisation or council for funding, the first thing I'd be looking for would be the business case. And therefore, if there's no business case or council's not prepared to support a business case, then I'd be asking why would I be offering up some money for that. Okay, moving on, gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 12, regarding the boundary signs, those signs have been erected now with the exception of the one at Ramsey Creek, which obviously will be done once the roadworks are concluded.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Brett. I've seen the signs, they look nice, I believe that the resolution that we had was going to come back to the table for our approval before we gave it the tick. What I found that there was, even though we're the beef capital, there's nothing there that even resembles a rural production. And that was my disappointment. There were two lovely pictures of one of the creek, one of trees, but there's nothing to say that there's a cow out there for the meatworks. Nothing.
Okay. I
just wanted to voice that disappointment.
All right. Okay, comments noted, councillor, thank you. Right, moving on, gentlemen, thank you.
13, Rec Point Walkway, as mentioned, we're going to discuss that item today. 14, Pacific Heights Road traffic issues. So, council resolved to install some additional 50-kilometre traffic signs, which the officers are finalising so the work order can be issued and the work completed. I'll provide an update to the councillors just prior to the work being completed on site for your information.
Regarding the lease of land for the Commonwealth Government, that lease is still under negotiation. However, the Bureau has lodged a development application to progress that matter, so it's more a case of just finalising the detail around that lease.
Item 16, Tookers Road, that's just continuing to be monitored by council officers with video footage just to understand the performance of the dust suppressant product. So we'll continue to do that, and I'd suggest that we could bring back, say, an interim report or discussion in the new year, and we'll just continue to monitor it.
Regarding the Yeppoon Showgrounds notice of motion, council has had a deputation from the society back in September. The council is still awaiting the lodgement of development application for that particular endeavour. Regarding the land at Yamba, a quote was sought to have the survey of the subject area undertaken. That was a substantial price for that work, so at this stage officers are seeking advice from the department in relation to its intention to upgrade the facilities, and then once we've got that information we'll come back to council with a report with more detail around costs, etc. for council's consideration and direction.
Item 19, Thomas Street, Emu Park. So after the resolution, council officers have responded back to the applicant to notify them, so that process will just continue through to the state government.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we have written to the chair of the newly formed Regional Queensland Council of Mayors declining the offer to become a member of that organisation. And in relation to item 21, met as recently online with our appointed internal audit Pacifica yesterday to work out the finalisation of the internal audit plan for recommendation to the audit committee.
Thank you.
Regarding the hazard reduction, item number 22, there was a report to council briefing session and subsequently to council meeting in September regarding that matter. Capricorn Coast Netball event support, that financial assistance has been provided, that matter is now closed. The sale of land in Burnett Street, that's contractors with the buyer and we're awaiting a response back from the buyer, or the prospective buyer, regarding that one. The potential sale of Lot 12 at Gateway, that contract is now being executed and the settlement date is at this juncture the 21st of November. The report around costs, etc. for refurbishment of the seating within the Yeppoon Town Hall, information has been collated on that and it is hoped that there will be a report to a briefing session in December. The Black Summer bushfire recovery grants, those applications have been lodged. Likewise for item number 28, which was a further bushfire mitigation for the Black Summer bushfire, that was also lodged.
Item 29, Emu Park Golf Club. Officers have provided a credit note to the golf club in accordance with the resolution, and a report will be tabled in November and December to detail the previous agreements, I guess you'd say, with respect to maintenance of the irrigation lines and sprinkler heads and so on. Item 30, Adelaide Street, parking and traffic issues. This is just a follow-up on the previous item with respect to the hang gliders.
For item 31 regarding the hub, that report is anticipated to come to council in December this year. The notice of motion regarding Capricorn Coast Outrigger Club report has been finalised and is on the agenda for council's November briefing session regarding that matter. The notice of motion regarding beach permits and the exploration thereof, local laws is currently undertaking that. You would hope to have something for council's consideration, if not November, then definitely December.
Item 34, Mr Mayor, the correspondence to the Department of Environment and Science has been prepared and sent a fortnight ago.
The application to purchase unallocated state land, so officers have advised the state government is aware now of council's written acceptance of joint trusteeship, and they're now awaiting the similar response from Durrumbul, so that's pending the other party.
There's been some movement in relation to item 36 since the council met last on this topic. The Mayor has corresponded with the Minister. The Minister has replied. That has resulted in a shift in thinking on membership of that organisation. That matter is on council's agenda today.
And the final item, which is the sale of Lot 1 within the Gateway, council is currently waiting on information from the purchaser to enable the contract to be completed.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Well, councillors, in the absence of any further questions, we've got the recommendation that the business outstanding table for the ordinary council meeting be received. Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Bello. Thank you. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, so to item 9, councillors, which is the councillor or the delegate reports, and we've got one from the Community Voice Panel, Water, Waste Management and Environment Update. Councillor Friend, would you like to present your report, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I certainly would. There's never a dull moment in our Community Voice Panel. We always have a full load of 10 people on board. There have been some apologies in this last one. So we covered a number of areas: herbicides used by Livingstone Shire Council, pest management, and we had our pest management officer Dave Mitchell present, and it was such a wonderful discussion in relation to the different types of chemicals, etc., that are used. Our council has actually stepped away from using 1080 baits, and for feral pigs we're using sodium nitrate, which is meant to just send them to sleep and not painful death. So that's a really good thing. We do have a steam weeder that we use in some urban areas, and that's but there was many different points in that particular discussion. We had a presentation from a panel member. And basically, the panel member spoke of paints ain't quaint, and talking about the different chemicals made up, particularly in water-based paints, and how there is issues in relation to the disposal of the water once you wash the brushes, etc. And where do you take it? What do you do? There is also unused paints can be taken to paint back, which is at the Rockhampton landfill. And council officers are currently in our waste section attempting to make headway with federal government in relation to paint back being brought down to Livingstone. But they are a non-for-profit organisation, and everyone who buys paints, no matter where you are in Australia, there's 15 cents that is sent to paint back for this particular service. So we're just wanting to try to get them to come down to Livingstone. I believe Whitsundays have the same issue, Douglas has the same issue, and so does Isaac. And so that was a great discussion around that. We talked about all things circular, and how do we start creating this circular economy within CQ, our own area, and also in Queensland as a whole, and how do we reuse, recycle and put things back together in different products. That was very interesting. We talked about the Capricorn Coast levy district in relation to the fire levy districts and the fee increases, and how council is required to pass this on to ratepayers. So we this year have had a 0% rate rise or a rates freeze, but still people are finding that their bills in dollar value are over. So we talked about that to get that out into our community through the community voice panel, understanding that it is not council, it's not a council charge, it's a state government levy that we just collect on their behalf. So that was really interesting. And we also talked about what Livingstone Shire Council does and the different activities we undertake to reduce the impact on climate control in relation to coastal hazard adaptation strategy, carbon reduction strategy, waste strategy 2030, and we also support Boomerang Alliance and plastic-free initiatives, which backs up the state government as well. We talked about the green waste fees and charges, being $5 for a trailer load or one waste voucher, and that assists us in offsetting the mulching operations and current costings of over $400,000 per year for Livingstone. We also talked about, in general business, has council considered carbon sequestration. Thank you, Mr. Creederman. Sequestration, and the programs that we're considering, and planting trees by council in open spaces. But most importantly, we decided that as a community voice panel, we would take part in the Sustainable Expo that was held at Beaman Park. And so we had a stall and we had a number of members turn up to speak to the public in relation to circular economy and Paint St. Quaint as well, and what we do as a voice panel. And we had quite a lot of interest in what we do throughout that day. So that was very exciting. And on screen, just some of the panel members and myself, people, that's not all the panel members, that was just those that were there at the time of the ABC took that, Capricornia took that photo. But yeah, it was a very successful day, and it really gave value to our community voice panel, and in particular our panel members. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Are there any questions of Councillor Friend?
One, Mr Mayor, thank you. The person who, the panel member who gave the presentation, that wasn't in relation, that's in relation to paint. What about the GRT? Is that still coming, is it?
Yes, so we have another meeting in December, 3rd of December, and so we're going to be discussing giant rat's tail grass and the eradication of that particular pest weed at that meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. The next one is the Community Voice Panel for Vibrant Communities. Councillor Watson. Are you doing accepting them separately? All right, no worries. So we've got a recommendation that Council receives the Water, Waste Management and Environment Community Voice Panel update. Moving Councillor Friend, I'm assuming. Seconder, thank you, Councillor Watson. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously, thank you. Over to you, Councillor Watson, for yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is actually the second meeting I've had since I got into council, and the first time anyone's turned up. It actually was a very interesting meeting. We talked about, I'd been to the Capricorn Enterprise do a few weeks earlier, where we'd found out there were a problem with the lack of tourism beds, and they were being taken up, as in motels were losing the beds to the real estate agent, selling them to owner-occupiers. And so that was one of our main discussions, and it was brought up that there was quite a bit of worry that we were losing more and more tourism beds because of the lack of housing in this area. There was talk of Hastings Street in Noosa that has a special tax, and that they also don't allow owner-occupier people living in Hastings Street, so that they're all tourism beds. and there was wonder if that was a solution to helping us. Oh my God, I can't see anything. What else was there? We talked about, Murray at the Beachside Caravan Park said he had been full pretty much all year, and was asking the question whether he could possibly get more land to actually expand his caravan park. So we suggested he talk to council and Main Road, saying that it's a road reserve, I believe, or a beach reserve. And then Sonia Barber spoke about the food trail program and the bus trip, which I believe, from what Adam said, it was very good. I was unable to make that myself. And she talked about Spend Map and being able to break down the costs of things being spent, how people spend their money. The people in the committee were very happy, interested in hearing about that. Other than that, there was a bit of a talk about rail trail and the hope that it would go ahead, but as we know, that's all still in the cooking pot. Other than that, it was a really good meeting, and we're looking forward to another one, I believe, in December. So yeah, I'm actually impressed that people turned up. It was great because we also found out that the Fridays that they were being held on was not suitable for everyone, and Thursdays was actually a better day. And we actually did it early in the morning, so it was really good. Thank you.
Right. Thanks, Councillor Watson. Any questions of Councillor Watson? Councillor May, the first councillor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Watson, the extension to the Beachside Caravan Park, we've explored that going back quite a number of years ago, and not only was it rejected, but one of the reasons was because it was on beachfront, and that was protecting the dunes by not disturbing that area. So I guess it's worth another look at.
Yeah, I believe years ago, if you think about it, it was a lot longer, and it's been made smaller over the years too.
Yes.
I think that's what Murray was talking about, that maybe they could reclaim that
I
land.
think if we go back and have a look and see what we did before and see what the outcome was, and if it's a possibility, go back and have a look and extend it a little bit. But we need to capitalise on everything.
It'll all be predicated on an application from the lessee.
In the end, yes. Thank you.
Councillor Eastwood.
Just a clarification with Councillor Watson, Mr Mayor, in relation to owner-occupier, whether he meant permanent residents. I doubt they would be owners.
Majority of what's happening apparently at the moment is the real estate agents putting a lot of pressure on people who own units that are used for, like back in the body corporate, to rent out as motel rooms, and the real estate agents are currently pressuring, or not pressuring, but asking the owners of these units if they're interested in selling them, particularly for people to live in these units. And that's why we're losing the tourism bedside, because they're no longer available to be rented as holidays.
Indeed.
Does that help?
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Councillor.
That's maybe one that we could put to Cap Enterprise, because if there's going to be an impost on the tourist accommodation, then Mary needs to know about that.
Mary
knows well about it. We've spoken
very
about
well
it
aware
a
of
couple
it, Councillor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we need to discuss it. It is a topic that we really need to discuss.
We have discussed it with her ad nauseum, Councillor.
I mean, within ourselves, as to how can we expand the land available for people to purchase and build their own.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Watson. So, councillors, we've got a recommendation that we receive the Vibrant Community Voice Panel update. Move Councillor Watson, second Councillor Friend. Thank you. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, so we're down to the reports, councillors. And the first one for consideration is 11.1, Mr CEO, as I understand it, which is the motions for consideration at the 2021 Local Government Association of Queensland Annual Conference in Mackay next week. Mr CEO, over to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As you point out, the annual LGAQ conference will be held in Mackay next week, and as is customary, a number of items of business that will ultimately become part of the LGAQ's advocacy agenda will be considered during those sessions next week. Mid last year, Livingstone Shire passed a resolution that prior to these conferences, the motions for consideration should be considered at formal meetings of council. There are 109 motions listed for next week's agenda. Because of that volume, we took the opportunity to workshop offline with councillors a number of these and have presented in tabulated form for the council's appointed delegates, who are the Mayor and Councillor Watson, this council's preferences around voting arrangements. So there's support for 102 of those 109 motions and 7 where it was nominated to not support that particular motion, and that's shown in the table of attachment 3. Assuming that that still reflects the council's view, we're seeking endorsement of that proposal, and that will be guidance for the Mayor and Councillor Watson as council's delegates at conference next week.
All right, thank you, Mr. CEO. Any questions? Okay. Any questions, councillors?
Yes,
Councillor Friend?
yes, Mr. Chair. Just if you could help me recall number 45, Asset Sustainability Depreciation Fund 107. We discussed this in a briefing in relation to voting against it. Could you just refresh my memory as to why we decided that?
Go to the Chief Financial Officer on that one, Mr. CEO, if you don't...
Yeah,
any objection.
or indeed, Mr. Mayor, I think I'm happy to have a
address
go until
All
the CFO kicks me in the back of the chair to point out that I'm off track. But I think this council's recognised for some time that that the asset sustainability ratio, particularly in isolation, is not necessarily a proper reflection of financial sustainability of a particular council. This proposal for a fund to actually fund a council's asset depreciation is put forward by a group of rural and remote councils who, understandably, with very small rate bases and usually with extensive road networks and even water and sewage infrastructure that was installed mostly by government in the 1950s, 60s and 70s, are finding it difficult to fund their depreciation, which is a fundamental plank of financial sustainability. So whilst this proposal is that those councils be offered the opportunity to have that burden funded by them, it was considered to be a reasonably blunt instrument, and perhaps that there are better ways of achieving financial sustainability for those councils.
Thank you, Mr. CEO.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? All right, we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton. I'm happy to second. Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the report?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. Only to offer my thanks both to the support of the table in originally supporting the resolution that I put forward, asking that we have a Livingstone voice to these motions, recognising that no matter who we send along to these conferences as our delegate, they are speaking on behalf of the Livingstone community, and by having this line of sight for our communities to priorities, we believe, for the voice of Livingstone at a state and federal level, we are contributing to something bigger. And if Livingstone simply doesn't have a voice, but rather votes in secret either to support or to disagree with things, I don't think we do justice to our community. And the conversation that we had just a fortnight ago amongst councillors was fantastic, in that we had the opportunity to debate and discuss matters of principle, matters of vision as to what the values of our community are. And while I can say that, you know, there is at least one of the motions that we'll vote in support of that I personally disagree with, I can see in this motion that by adopting this, we can say, well, the voice of Livingstone is that these are the things that our community values, and therefore we're going to take them forward and vote on their behalf to make sure that we're aligning the LGAQ agenda as our state representative body, making sure that they're advocating for things that Livingstone believes in. And in the past, this has never been the case, so this is the first opportunity for us to see this through and provide this line of sight to the community, but also to have the conversation collectively as councillors to provide that Livingstone voice to the way that we will be represented at the LGAQ conference. And I'm incredibly excited by it, and I hope that for those aficionados at home who are excited to look through the motions, they can now go, okay, well, we know what Livingstone believes in, what Livingstone values, and how Livingstone's going to approach these things that are not just for our community, but have statewide implications and potentially national implications.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Is anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? Councillor
Mr Chair, I was almost going to speak against, but I on the grounds that my only concern with this, I do support it because I think there's much benefit in us considering the motions before we get there. But my only observation, perhaps, is that in a sense we have determined our position prior to hearing the debate. That raises some concerns, or minor concerns, and I hope that in some ways the delegates there would have the confidence to know that if there was substantial debate, that you generally felt that because of that information, it puts them in a position where, unless they can report back to their council to get to be able to change the vote, in some ways it's actually contrary to how we approach even our debate here. So I'm supportive of it, and I think it'll be interesting to see how it evolves into the future in terms of the actual position that we've got currently. So hopefully that makes some sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello, and I think I take your point on board, and I confess I think I was one of the people that voted against Councillor Hutton's resolution last year, but on that sort of basis. But you know, having gone through the process, having had Council adopt the resolution to do this, I'll obviously fully support it. I take your point, Councillor Bello, well made.
Yes.
Councillor Mather.
Yes, I'd have to say, Mr Mayor, I think there are, without hearing the debate on the matters that we're objecting to or not supporting, I can understand where Councillor Bello is coming from, because if there is good, genuine reason, and councils put these matters to the conference simply because it's affecting them for some reason, and it's frustrating, and that's why they need to put it to the conference. So if there was opportunity for the delegates on the day to be convinced by the debate that our decision not to support was wrong, I would like to think that they had the discretion to change their minds.
Well, ultimately they don't have that discretion, Councillor Mather,
Yes.
as you know, because there's a council resolution now that says we will vote this particular way. So that's just it locked in. All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, a seconder and myself. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. (11.2) Appointment of councillors to GKI Tourism Stakeholder Group. Mr CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is the item that Councillor Watson signalled a potential conflict of interest. We can determine that matter now, or if you prefer, I have distributed to councillors whilst earlier items were being considered the advice that was provided earlier about Councillor Watson's circumstances. So I'm happy to consider that over the break and determine this matter later in the agenda, or it can be determined now.
Let's determine it now and just get it out of the way, I think, Mr CEO. So the advice was, he says.
So, Mr Mayor, I don't think there's any doubt, given Councillor Watson's circumstances as the son of owners of freehold property on the small number of properties that are on Great Keppel Island, that there is certainly the potential for conflict. It's considered to be a declarable conflict, in which case Councillor Watson has the option, as he has done in the past, to absent himself from the meetings, or indeed to make a case for remaining in the room and have his colleagues determine whether or not that conflict should enable him to remain and consider the proceedings, or indeed be absent during that time.
Thank you, Mr CEO. Councillor Watson, did you want your case considered by the councillors to remain in the room?
Yes, I would like, thank you.
All right, we'd like to proffer an argument then, thank you.
Sorry.
Would you like to proffer an argument then, thank you?
Yes. Look, I just look at it as my family has personally been involved in the island in almost 30 years. Obviously, we holidayed there as kids, but I've had a lot to do with it over the time, and I do feel I'm one of the possibly most qualified to be on this panel, simply because of what I've done, but also being a journalist over the years and covering stories. And I just think that I can offer a lot more in the way of knowledge that's happened in the past by being on that table, or being at this table for that reason.
Well, if I can ask a question, Councillor Watson, if I was a member of the community that said to you or believed that you had a conflict of interest, what would your response be?
I have to say I am concerned at what people would think of that. I do believe that I can put that aside and and not think of it like that and think of it as the island as a whole. And that's what I've always thought. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's everyone's. It's not my parents, but just because they happen to have a block of land there.
Any questions of Councillor Watson, councillors?
Mind you,
Councillor
I'm happy to go if everyone's saying. It's just that I just feel that we're going to be putting someone up to talk about this on that panel, and I do feel that I have quite a bit of qualifications to be there. That's all.
All right. Well, councillors, I'm going to call for a vote on this, obviously, but
Yep.
Councillor May, your light's on. You got a question?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Councillor Hutton.
I do, and so I suppose my question for Councillor Watson is, and so I guess when I reflect on our register of interest, which we talk about related parties, and we talk about close related parties being the people that we reside with and that our interests are no longer independent but rather connected, that provides a level of separation. So my question is, are you currently residing with your parents? In which case, does that change?
Yes, I am living there, and at the same time, you asked me earlier about the Keppel Island thing, and I said I couldn't really tell you anything because we don't speak about that at home. We keep those things separate.
All right.
But again, I'm happy to leave the table if everyone says so. That's not a problem at all. I'd like to just see how we go.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? Comments? Councillor Mather?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have hesitation in announcing a conflict or a potential conflict, and I think if anybody deserves to be at the table to argue the separation of three suburbs, it should be me, because I've had the history there and I know what it's going to be like when you need to argue, if you have to argue, what it's going to be like, having that person who has the knowledge, who has that expertise over those years being absent. I hope you don't have to not put in that position, but I believe that the willingness of the councillor to leave the room at our will needs to be looked at in the light that this is a councillor who has that knowledge, who has that expertise over a very long time, and I think we would be not doing our Shire a favour, our people a favour, if we to exempt him from those debates, knowing that he can answer those questions at that time.
Councillor, you're going into debate here. This is the question time. Yeah. Yeah, well, I didn't want thoughts, I want questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Oh, sorry, after you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question, I suppose, is to Mr. CEO in relation to, hypothetically, the table decided that Councillor Watson should stay and be a part of this discussion. Where does that leave what Councillor Hutton was talking to in relation to the prescribed conflicts? Is then Councillor Watson open for an OIA or some sort of disciplinary action, even though the table has actually voted for him to stay?
Mr. Mayor, I'll endeavour to answer the hypothetical question without a hypothetical answer. I guess, had Councillor Watson had signalled to me prior to today that he was contemplating this, I might have been able to think about things a little more deeply. I'm sort of doing this on the run, so it's a declarable conflict of interest as distinct from prescribed, which you are automatically out of the room. This is a declarable conflict which enables councillors to consider things. If the councillors determine that Councillor Watson can stay and on whatever conditions, that eliminates the conflict. That's the way the statute is intended to operate. The matter we're considering is whether or not Councillor Watson can stay to determine who is on the Master Planning Committee. This is not about whether Councillor Watson is on the committee. This is just staying to decide who gets appointed. Then there will be a subsequent decision about who actually gets on.
Question to the CEO, Mr. Mayor. Is it Councillor Watson alone who determines that, or is there another mechanism that could be relied upon? to show impartiality.
I'm not sure, sorry, Mr. CEO, I'm not sure of the question really. Are you talking about Councillor Watson determining whether he stays in the room for this? Or
Who
participates
was
in
on
this
that
debate?
committee? From what I gathered from the CEO, it was up to Councillor Watson who determines is on that committee.
No,
Well,
it's,
that's what I thought.
no.
I'm saying, is there somebody else who can do that?
No, this particular council will determine who goes on the committee, Councillor Mather. This is the
Well, what-
GKI committee.
I just,
The only reason I'm suggesting this is I'm looking at it as I can add value to that panel. And that's the only reason I'm looking at it, as in, and I have 30 years of experience on the island, in particular of living there, you know, off and on.
Mm.
And that's why I would like to be part of it if it's possible.
I understand, Councillor Watson. Councillor Hutton?
Sorry, I'm just concerned that there's a crossover here. So Councillor Watson is speaking about his desire to be the representative on the panel, as opposed to why he should be allowed to be in the room to vote on who goes on the panel.
Mm.
And I think that's where there's a little bit of confusion as to what we're actually discussing. So is it possible, and I guess that the question that I'd ask the CEO, is it possible that council could actually appoint, should it choose, Councillor Watson to be its representative on the panel, even if he's actually excluded from the decision-making process at the council table?
Mr Mayor, that is indeed a scenario that could be contemplated, what councillors would need to consider. So if Councillor Watson was to absent himself from the determination of who is appointed to the panel, but the remaining councillors appoint Councillor Watson to the panel, it is simply then how he communicates that advice back, or the contribution that he has made back to the council, if he continues to declare an interest in GKI matters. Now that can be done in writing or through a proxy or however that might be achieved. It's probably a long bow, but no, that is a scenario that could be achieved, because strictly speaking, the conflicts are about formal council meetings. The implication is that they should be circumspect about other hallway conversations and committees and outside interests that they participate in, but that is certainly a way that council could proceed if it chose to do so.
Well, councillors, with absolute respect to Councillor Hutton and the question, I just wonder at the logic of doing that. I mean, on one hand, you're saying he's not able to stay in the room because he has a conflict, but then on the other hand, you're saying yes, he can be on the GKI committee. To me, there's no nexus. It's either all in or all out, frankly. All right, so we're done with the questions, councillors. So we're happy to vote on whether Councillor Watson stays in the meeting to determine who's going to be on the committee, so that we're perfectly clear on what it is we're doing. All right, so all in favour of Councillor Watson staying in the room? You can't vote in that, okay? All right, those against? All right, so Councillor Watson, vote is carried in your favour, so you're staying in the room.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you, everyone.
Mr. CEO, so far we're following protocol appropriately.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right.
So the substantive matter at hand now is the appointment. So as was signalled during the business outstanding, the council made representations to the Minister to ensure that elected officials from Livingstone Shire Council could be included on the master plan reference group for Great Keppel Island. The Minister agreed that that should be the case, and indeed councillors were invited to a debrief of the first session of that reference group a week or so back. Moving ahead, just for practicality, I guess, and continuity, I'm recommending that a number of councillors, whether that's one or two or three or however many, be appointed so that the reference group secretariat can communicate with that group, and for continuation there be a common attendance at these things as they pursue their quite ambitious timeline for this master planning process, and also acknowledging that a number of councillors have a number of conflicting commitments. So it was considered that it would be best that there is a smaller group dedicated to participating in the remainder of that process. The Mayor has signalled his keen interest in participating in those things. I was suggesting another councillor. That wasn't for any, there's no art or science behind that. It could be any number, or indeed the Mayor alone.
All right, questions? Councillors? Councillor May?
I would just like to ask all the councillors, do they feel that they've got enough expertise in that area to represent, and I know their heart's in the right place, do they have enough expertise on the history of the island to be able to do it justice, if they wish, they wish to be considered?
All right. If the councillors wish to make individual
I'm happy to
responses
answer
to
that. I
that?
don't have any expertise, but I've got plenty of passion, so I'd be happy to be on that committee if the table was prepared to support it. I don't think expertise is something that any of us can profess to have, other than perhaps your fields of occupation that you sit in outside of this. So I think anybody has the ability to sit on it, should they want to, for the table support.
Question to the Mayor. Would you like to be that other representative, Mayor?
Well, I've actually asked to be appointed councillor, and the reason I've asked to do that is because of my portfolio, not so much the economic development component, but certainly the intergovernmental relations component. This is highly political, and so far we've been dealing with ministers and premiers and deputy premiers, and from that point of view, I would like to be on that particular.
So you don't have any objection to us nominating you as the second person on that?
No, well, you can look. You can nominate as many as you like, councillors. Frankly, I mean, the only issue with having, for example, everybody on the committee is it becomes very unwieldy. That's all, and you probably get a bit of pushback from Nikki Wright.
As opposed to the 70 residents.
Two people on the committee, then that's all we need.
Well, I did say more, I think, councillor. Yeah. Right. Questions, councillor?
So we can nominate yourself and another two councillors?
If you wish to, councillor, that's fine. Yeah. It's up to the table to vote on whether that's satisfactory or not.
Yeah, okay.
Mm.
Because, obviously Councillor Watson has given a preference that he'd like to be on it, and I actually believe that with Councillor Adams' passion, Councillor Bellow's passion, and obviously his desire, and also being the deputy mayor, it probably wouldn't be a bad thing for. So I'd actually like to nominate if it's time for that.
Well, happy to take nominations, councillor. So you're nominating Councillor Watson and Councillor Bellow and myself?
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
happy to nominate the three of them.
All right. Any further comments on that, councillor? Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm happy to nominate both Councillor Watson, Councillor Bellow and yourself also. We have passion, we have experience and we have intergovernment communication. So I think that's a great group, a great mixture. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments, Mr CEO? All right, so the recommendation will be, as I'm taking it from the floor, that Mayor Ireland and Councillors Bellow and Watson be nominated as councillors representatives or council law representatives to the Great Keppel Island Master Plan Project Reference Group. Councillor Eastwood, is that your motion? All right. Would you like to speak to the motion, councillor?
Sure. Yes, thank you, councillors, and Mr Mayor, given the opportunity that we have here to be on this group.
Sorry, councillor, I think I probably need to get a second before we do that. So you're going to move that? Seconded, councillor Friend? Sorry, Nick.
You're right.
You're right.
Yes, thanks, Mr Mayor, councillors. Given the opportunity to be on this stakeholder group, I think that we really need to go in with our best force, and I think that is having the mayor, the deputy mayor, and also Councillor Watson. These people have experience and passion, and with Great Keppel Island being such a valuable asset to our community, it's important that we put our best and strongest foot forward, that we're able to negotiate, give sound advice, give practical input as best as we can, and I think these are the best three people to do that. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Bellow?
Oh, Mr Chair, really, firstly, thank you for the nomination, but I'm aware that there's many others around this table that could provide certainly great input. So in supporting the motion, I would also feel that if any other councillor desired to be on it, I would support that as well, and I'd be prepared to run the risk of increasing the unwieldiness of it. On that basis, I think every councillor here would be worthy to be on there. So support the motion, but support anybody else that would like to offer as well, whether it be Councillor Hutton or Councillor Friend or Councillor Mather. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. That's very generous and kind of you to include all of us. I'm going to excuse myself, Mr Mayor, because I'm on LawMac Executive Committee. I'm on LMAC. I attend LMAC. I attend Access and Equity. I attend so many other things that I will excuse myself on this one.
All right, thank you. Any other comments, councillors? All right, we'll wrap up debate.
Mr Mayor, I don't like sand in my sandwiches.
Okay, well, that won't be recorded in the minutes, councillors, but it's noted. Yeah. So we've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, a second in Councillor Friend, that the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Watson be nominated. Is nominated the right word, Mr CEO, or are we actually appointing them? Or are these nominations to the group?
Mr Mayor, ultimately the appointment is made by the Queensland Government. It's a construct of the Queensland Government, so we are nominating these people for appointment by the state.
Right, all right.
Sorry, so can I just confirm that that means that regardless of the letter from the Minister that says that everyone's welcome to attend, we'll now say that no, everyone's not welcome to attend, or we're expecting a change in that?
Mr Mayor, it's for that reason that the invitation has been extended to all. This council has chosen to nominate a smaller number to respond to that invitation.
Just to clarify, Councillor Hutton, the Minister's letter said that councillors, plural, are welcome to attend.
But we're now saying no.
We're saying we're going to nominate these three.
Accepting the invitation, but with a smaller number than
That's
the
right.
7 that we're inviting.
Yeah. All right, so we'll go to the vote on this one, councillors. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried. Noting Councillor Hutton voting against? Yeah. 11.3, councillors, which is the review of the council meeting process, and again I'm going to pass to the CEO.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Earlier in the year I briefed councillors on a number of changes that I was proposing that I thought might improve the way in which information flows in our organisation and that decisions are ultimately made. This process commenced with the opening up of communication channels between councillors and the organisation, and at last ordinary meeting we adopted some revised policy in that regard. I think an increased level of performance information about how the organisation is advancing different initiatives of the council is now being made not only to councillors but also publicly through this agenda. And on today's agenda we've got the third in that series of quarterly management reports which will continue. And finally, I proposed at that time to alter the meetings process to introduce a series of statutory standing committees, and committed to talk to councillors offline after I introduced that concept to offer a better level of understanding of those things. Coincidentally, one of the tasks that was set for me in the 21-22 performance plan was to review the current council meeting process, and I guess I make a number of observations that are in the report, and I'll probably summarise those. The current process of monthly ordinary meetings supplemented with monthly briefing sessions was introduced following the local government elections last year. I think the reduction of fortnightly meetings to monthly meetings appears to have been welcomed by councillors, and the increased volume of business at the smaller number of meetings has resulted in longer meetings, but rarely do they run outside of normal business hours, probably September being the exception. The reduction in meetings does allow officers to get on with implementation and day-to-day business in between meetings, which is a positive. There is, of course, only one opportunity a month to have council resolutions determined under the current structure, and this has necessitated special meetings to be called from time to time. Briefings are used to introduce ideas and proposals to councillors in an informal setting, and also test councillors' readiness for formal consideration of matters. Councillors appear to like the opportunity to reflect on introduced topics. Under the current system, though, there is some confusion surrounding the decision-making parameters and the distinction between a briefing session and ordinary meetings, with occasional references to decisions having been taken when no resolutions have actually been passed. My proposal, on the basis of all of those observations, and something that I think solves a number of issues for us and will introduce improved decision-making, is for the introduction of a series of statutory standing committees that will replace the briefing session. Although there will still be opportunity for workshops and other things as different subjects arise, and particularly complex matters need to be considered before being presented to formal meetings of the council. My proposal will enable each time the councillors get together to form a consensus, which we're prohibited from doing at briefing sessions at the moment, and then present those committees' recommendations to the subsequent ordinary meeting of the council. So I've used the phrase before, and councillors would have heard me say that, 2 bites of the cherry that people seem to welcome at the moment. That opportunity to reflect on an initial proposal before making a formal decision will continue, and in fact will be formalised insofar as consensus will be formed at that initial meeting, and a formal recommendation crafted, which can then be reflected on before it is formally adopted by the council a fortnight later. There are occasions where urgent business is required to be determined. The introduction of committees will mean we'll actually have 2 days a month where councillors are together and will have the capacity to pass a resolution. The way my recommendations are crafted, the committees can actually act as the council. Standing committees can be delegated authority of the council, and that's what I'm recommending to you. And if the occasion warrants, then resolutions could be passed at that committee, provided that a certain precondition is met, which is there is at least 4 councillors present, which would represent a quorum at an ordinary meeting of the council. Our business of decision making will be assembled in a way that reflects the organisation's structure. So councillors will observe that we do have officers who attend meetings from time to time, and we wheel people in and out of here, but judging the timing of council agendas is an inaccurate science, and sometimes we have people here for longer than perhaps might otherwise be necessary, given that the placement of officers is at a number of locations, not only across town but further afield than that. I think having those smaller dedicated blocks of time, no greater than 3 hours, will enable the senior staff and their reporting officers to engage more closely with councillors. I think that will improve interaction between councillors and officers in that finite subject space. So the items that you're considering today that might be of an infrastructure nature, Michael and his reporting officers will be able to engage with you on each of those topics, limited to those topics in that 3-hour block, and then we will move on to the next committee on that Tuesday afternoon, and then the corporate services will meet the afternoon following the general meeting, as is the timetable proposed. Standing committees are not new to local government, but I accept that it's a relatively new concept for Livingstone Shire, but they have been applied here in the past. It's for that reason that I'm proposing, in the immediate term at least, that all councillors be appointed to all committees, and that the Mayor chair each of them, at least in the initial phases. I'd like to think that in time, as these things operate elsewhere, that councillors might choose to participate in different committees, so there might be smaller numbers that are represented at the committees, and then ultimately still make recommendations to the full council. And that would also afford other councillors to chair committees from time to time, which I think is a useful skill for others to develop. The proposed standing committees need not alter the current system of councillor portfolios or community voice panels. And purely coincidentally, the membership of community voice panels is due for review in mid-2022, which will be some time after these have been operating for a few months. My recommendations are presented for consideration and, if adopted, are proposed to commence in February 2022. That will enable sufficient time for the necessary changes to the administrative systems and training of not only those people that will report to councillors, but also for councillors themselves, to make sure we can properly function these things and improve our decision making.
Thank you, Mr. CEO, for a comprehensive introduction. Councillors, are there questions? I see note your question, Councillor Friend, but can I just remind councillors, we're not in debate yet, so it is purely around questions, not your view at this point in time or your comment at this point in time. Thank you. Question, Councillor Friend.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a number of questions. My first one is on page 18, where, Mr. CEO, you state that committee members be all councillors in the first instance. In the first instance, could you clarify what you mean by that? Would you mean that perhaps it's a quorum of 4 councillors plus certain officers would sit on that committee also?
Mr. Mayor, it's written that way because it is, just as I explained, that I think in time there will be an opportunity for council to consider the constitution of each of its committees and may contemplate a smaller number of councillors rather than the whole. They will be committees. I'm recommending committees of the whole to commence, but that need not be the case forever.
My second question, thank you, is that you've noted on page 21 that briefings are intentionally somewhat a dress rehearsal for subsequent ordinary meetings. So what you're saying is if decisions will also be made to take to the main meeting and the standing committees, is that more so a dress rehearsal than what we do in our briefings when we're asking questions, delving in, being able to really understand the issue that's going on at that moment or the development application? I have been a part of productions and dress rehearsals, and I can certainly say that the briefings are not a dress rehearsal for the main meetings where we actually make the decisions. So what do you mean by dress rehearsal?
As I pointed out earlier, Mr. Mayor, I think the briefing sessions are just that, except that we are prohibited from arriving at a consensus, and I think all of our desire is to actually arrive somewhere rather than just talk about things in roundabout terms without actually arriving somewhere, and being prohibited from doing so, I think is counterproductive.
Sure.
And I think we'd be much better off doing that in a more formalised environment, although standing committees are intentionally less formal than ordinary meetings of council. That's deliberately the intention. But I think that holds us back from decision making in that environment at the moment.
Certainly, thank you, Mr. CEO. Just 2 more, thank you, with the indulgence of the table. You've noted on page 21 also, towards the bottom, that you state that councillor portfolios are a voluntary construct. In 2014, upon de-amalgamation, it was decided at the table by that time that we would not be divisional councillors or have, as other people understand it, awards, that we would be portfolio councillors. So at this time, you said that it's a voluntary construct. What do you mean by that?
Mr. Mayor, my intention is that there is no recognition of portfolios in the statutes that govern the way that local governments operate. They're commonly applied in lots of locations, but they're not actually contemplated in the statute. So they are used and they are functional, as are the community voice panels. They are a voluntary, they are an initiative of this organisation that they're not bound to apply, hence the term voluntary. The standing committees are contemplated by the statute.
And my very last question, and thank you for your patience, is that on page 22, you go into great detail within your report, Mr. CEO, to state that All the other coastal councils, Whitsundays, do not have operate committees. Noosa does, but Cassowary Coast does not. Central Highlands does have 3 standing committees. Gympie does not. Isaac does a series of standing committees. Rockhampton has fortnightly general meetings and did discontinue its extensive standing committee structure. You've got Mackay discontinued its standing committee structure, and Gladstone.
Councillor Friend, sorry.
My question is, after stating that Gladstone has also discontinued, why, if you've looked into this, why do you think they may have discontinued their standing committees?
Mr Mayor, as Councillor Friend points out, the Central Highlands discontinued their committees following the 2020 elections. I was actually the officer that recommended that, and my reasons for doing so there are the opposite of the reasons for what I'm recommending here. I think it's horses for courses. I think there has been a move away from committees generally in the sector over the years, but I think they have a place in Livingstone for all the reasons that I've outlined.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Mather?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Well, my first question will be similar to Councillor Friend. If there are other councils in the past who are greater and or of similar size to us, what model are you basing this proposal on? If some have gone away from it, they've tried it and they don't like it for whatever reason, what model are you basing this on that has been successful, given our size?
Mr Mayor, I guess as I responded to Councillor Friend, I think it's a horses for courses judgment. As I said, 3 years ago I was at a different council recommending the complete opposite of what I'm recommending today, but for completely different reasons. My observation, and for the reasons that I outline in the report, I think that standing committees at this organisation will aid decision making based on what I've observed over my 6 months or so here.
And you're looking at the briefing sessions need not be repealed, so the briefing sessions remain, the general meeting remains, the portfolio, I'm just trying to get a picture, a framework, and you're looking at the statutory committees. So you've got the general meeting, you've got the 3 committee meetings, you've got the briefing sessions, you've got the portfolios, and the voice panel. That's my understanding that we have.
Mr Mayor, yes. So I'm, as is recommended, it's replacing, so discontinue the current briefing sessions and replace with a series of standing committees, 2 of which, infrastructure and livability and wellbeing, which will meet on the first Tuesday of the month, currently where the briefing session sits. Then the general meeting, the ordinary meeting of council, will remain at its 9 a.m. On the 3rd Thursday time slot. I'm anticipating, because the recommendation that the bulk of the business will have been done, they'll be shorter meetings than what they are now, no more than 3 hours, in fact ideally 1 or 2 hours. And then there will be the Corporate Services Committee meet that afternoon, which is the internal mechanics of the organisation, so its recommendations are generally less time critical in terms of getting a resolution, because its recommendations, which will mostly simply be reception of information, will be a month before those recommendations are considered.
You say that the briefing sessions won't continue, is that what you're saying?
Not in their regular form on the first Tuesday of each month. As I mentioned earlier, there's absolutely a place for the council to workshop, brief and do things, but on an as-needs basis. If we've got a big complicated topic that we need to pull apart, we'll call councillors in for a few hours and we'll workshop that particular matter before it gets on an agenda.
Thank you.
Question, sorry, Councillor Watson first, Councillor Richard. Were you before, sorry, I beg your pardon, no, sorry. No, that's right, no, Councillor Richard was first, I beg your pardon. Yeah, you're right.
My question was, Mr Mayor, to the CEO, so the standing committees, we make a decision in relation to those 3 separate, not call them portfolios, but committees. need to ratify that again for the council meeting? Or is it once the decision is made, it's like a council meeting?
Mr Mayor, by default, the committee will formulate recommendations only, and they will be considered a fortnight later at the council meeting for formal determination. That allows, and in fact, it's Councillor Eastwood that I would call up on occasion where you've said you had hoped that this matter might have been briefed before it was presented to the council. This makes that routine business.
And so there can be further debate at the council meeting on it?
That's correct. For exactly the reasons that you contemplate, it allows you to reflect on the recommendation that was formulated and then affirm that position or otherwise.
Thank you.
We're doing loosely now.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Watson.
Mr CEO, so with these standing committee meetings, they'd be recorded too, wouldn't they?
The intention is that they will be, well, they are public and they will be live streamed, yes.
And so with the briefings at the moment, it allows us to ask multitudes of questions to get more information so we can make a decision on the day. With these meetings being made more formal, would that make it more difficult to get that information?
I would hope you would not ask any less questions than are necessary to get the answers you need.
Okay. And my last question is, I know you've had concerns over notices of motion. Is that going to make it more difficult to bring up notices of motion by having staged these committees?
Mr Mayor, I don't have concerns about notices of motion. We have a surprisingly high volume of them here, but that sends a different message to me than what is contemplated here.
All right. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, I just want to touch on and ask the CEO, just because I'm trying to understand the mechanics. In regards to the flexibility, providing an opportunity to pass resolutions where necessary. So obviously, the general concept is that these meetings will provide recommendations that will come to a full council meeting. But how does it change, or what's the difference as to how that they are actually producing an outcome in the case where you need to pass a resolution? Is it simply a wording matter?
For fear of making a mess of this, Mr Mayor, I'll use an illustration perhaps. So we meet today as the formal meeting of council, and we won't meet again to determine resolutions until the third Tuesday of November. A matter comes up tomorrow, say, that requires earlier determination. Our current practice is we would call a special meeting for that purpose. However, under this regime, we will have all 7 councillors together in a capacity to determine resolutions if you so choose. And in answer to your question about the wording, so that would be less than a fortnight away in that scenario. So we would only ever be at maximum 2 weeks away from being able to make a resolution. In terms of the practice, yes, it is in accordance with section, whatever it is, 257 of the Act. Council resolves this particular position, as opposed to the committee recommends to the council, ultimately this is it. So I think it will be sparingly used, but it's a card up the council's sleeve as dictated. We can still call special meetings of the council if something is incredibly urgent, but I just think it means we've got that opportunity on a more routine basis.
Question, Councillor?
Just another question. So effectively what you're trying to do is speed up the process of what officers are able to act on. Is that right? And in saying that, wouldn't it be just easier if we had fortnightly meetings?
As I say, this isn't intended to speed the process up because we've still only got one ordinary meeting a month. And I observe that councillors welcome the opportunity to have a matter introduced to them and then reflect on it for a period of time before making their final determination. That's currently achieved somewhat clumsily through the briefing process where we're not allowed to arrive at conclusions or form consensus. This will actually allow that. So I think that improves the process without necessarily speeding it up. Although, as we've just said, there is a second opportunity. If something is critical, then yes, we can get determinations made.
What extra load, if any, does this put on the executive support team, Mr CEO?
Prior to making these recommendations to you, Mr Mayor, I've met with each of the I'll use the term committee secretaries, that's a bit outdated now, but the people that compile the paperwork that we consume at meetings. There is no doubt that some of the reconfiguring will take some time. That burden is on principally Amanda and myself, but people like Kat Groves and Joe McLennan and others. So I've talked them through that yes, there will be a bit of a wave coming, which is why I'm recommending deferring implementation until February. But my hope and my belief is that once we've got this system working, it will actually reduce the workload, because each of those people will service a committee which is limited to their remit, their area of business, and they will take some more ownership of that particular committee, as will, I'm nominating the term principal reporting officer, but the senior executive in each of those spaces, and I think that's a good opportunity for those people as well.
Thank you. Councillor Eastwood. All right, so we might go into debate, councillors, and that'll allow you to ask further questions if you wish to do that anyway. So can I get Councillor Eastwood is moving. Can I get a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Bello. All right, so Councillor Eastwood, did you wish to speak to the report?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Look, I actually welcome the change, Mr Mayor, and I actually find that the briefing sessions, I don't know, can sometimes appear somewhat beige in that we can't come to any decisions, and due to this we do tend to ramble on a little bit, and I actually like the idea that we can make some informed decisions, have a couple of weeks to think it over, and even if we change our minds, the councillors change their minds, we can rehash that at the council meeting. So I actually think this is a step in the right direction. It makes better use of councillors' time, and indeed I believe better use of the officers' time. So I'll speak to this. I think it really is. Look, it's a good way to go, and if it doesn't work, we can always revert back. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
All right, anyone wishing to speak against?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Mather.
I don't know where to start, Mr Mayor.
Beginning would be good, Councillor.
We did have committees here at this council in the early part. I don't know whether Councillor Hutton was part of that, because my chairman at the time didn't tell me what was going on. It ended up in court, cost me a lot of money. I don't want to go back to that situation again. I've worked in committees as a whole, which we are now. I've worked in a committee system in Rockhampton during the divisions. We had 10 divisions at the time. Where you've got the staff available, where you've got people, it's constant meetings all the time. It's going to be quite onerous for our staff to be able to keep up with the agendas, the minutes, not only the ordinary meetings, you've got the briefing sessions, you've got the 3 committees and whatever else comes on board, special meetings, plus. It'll be constantly in meeting mode. And, you know, it's not a matter of we will be able to understand it. If we can't understand it now in its simplistic form, we will never get it. This is as simple as it gets. We all talk about removing all the red tape. Well, this is as clear as you'll ever get. I have an alternative motion, Mr Mayor, but I could answer all of the questions here because I've been through most of it. And when we talk about having a committee that will make a recommendation that has the power to have a resolution on the spot, but if it doesn't have the absolute majority, then it must go to the next ordinary meeting for ratification. It's a recommendation from a committee. Unless you get almost all of your members supporting you, it waits to go to the next meeting, which is a month from whenever. So it's a nightmare from where I sit, because I've been through it. And I can see nothing but headaches here, because you'll be constantly in this building one way or the other. And if you think you haven't got the time now, you'll have no time at all if this goes through. And I have an alternative motion, Mr Mayor.
All right, we'll deal with that in a minute, if that's all right, Councillor. Anyone speaking for?
had an amendment that I wish to put forward for the consideration of councillors to. I wondered, as part of the resolution for this, whether councillors would consider the addition of a dot point of a fourth, which rescinded the councillors' portfolio policy and
You talking about the portfolio policy or the community voice panel?
no, Mr. Mayor, I think for us to adopt this and to use it well, I think there is a risk of duplication, not necessarily of effort, but of time in terms of executive members with individual councillors, where the intention behind this is around providing more access and more understanding amongst councillors. And I think that if we're going to have this opportunity and the council standing committees are going to be of the whole, then it kind of becomes a duplication in that sense to have individual portfolio meetings that then inform committee meetings of the whole that then inform a council meeting. So I considered that I believe this has great merit, but I believe that there may be a duplication and effort in terms of the time of the executive members and councillors in having separate portfolio systems in place while adopting this. And so I wondered if we would consider an amendment, which would be number 4, to rescind the councillor portfolio policy.
Councillor Bello and Eastwood and Bello as movers and seconders.
Perhaps prior to considering that, I'd like to move a procedural that we suspend standing orders to allow further discussion to better understand that in a less formal manner if at all possible.
All right. A procedural motion that we suspend standing orders.
There was
Councillor?
commenced debate, formal debate.
But you can have a procedural motion in formal debate, Councillor.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we've got a procedural motion from Councillor Bello to suspend standing orders for further discussion on this matter. All in favour? Against? All right. Motion is carried. Right. So,
Thank you, Mr.
Councillor Bello, you're seeking further
Yeah,
clarification.
but I guess now that we're don't have our standing orders to govern us, I'm curious as to understand why the portfolio system, or perhaps representatives of the portfolios that we've currently got identified, could not still continue under the committee system, whether it be to be the face of those various elements of council, environment, infrastructure, whatever the case may be, so that the community still can have a face that they connect to on that particular. Can that still work, do you think, Councillor Hutton, or why is it that the portfolios need to be erased completely? I'm curious to understand it better.
Yeah, I suppose my contention would be that the idea behind the portfolios was to provide an opportunity, and the policy itself speaks to provide an opportunity for individual councillors to become more informed around a particular section, so that they can, when things come to the council table, more readily lead the debate or the discussion in that topic. But as a consequence of that, or maybe it's unconnected at all, we also have a council table that is very keen to be involved across the broad section of operational and strategic thinking, as opposed to within an individual portfolio construct. And the standing committee's model allows for councillors collectively to have that opportunity to get down into the nuts and bolts a little bit more, to have more engagement with the officers within each section every month. And if that's the case, are we not, my contention would be that we're duplicating the effort. That, so if they're going to be, say you're having a portfolio discussion with your good self, you then have a committee meeting where you're basically having a portfolio discussion with the entire council table, and then it goes to a council meeting a fortnight later. Is that first conversation necessary for the good governance of the organisation, for the outcome, which is that individual councillors collectively want to know more and understand more? And that's why I just suggest that in a model where you've got standing committees, where you're accepting that everyone wants to be across everything as opposed to having their small segment, that doesn't need to be that way. And that's why I put forward it as an amendment for its consideration, going, if we're going to give this a red hot go, I'd like to see us do that. And I think this is a way of making it more successful.
I do apologise that I can't quite fathom the complication of having a councillor that's still got an environmental arm or whatever the case may be, but that works in with the committee. So maybe Carl, and I appreciate you trying to explain it by all means, maybe Carl, could you maybe shed some light how you would interpret perhaps Councillor Hutton's position, or just steel arm his position as to why it's sound, because I'm not getting it. That's probably what I'm saying, and I'm trying to look for a model that I think perhaps this council would support, because councillors like their portfolios, it would seem. But in the event that we were going to go this way, is there a...
Well, can I, before the CEO responds, can I jump in, Councillor Bello, and say, if you don't understand it, then don't support it. It's simple. And I know you're trying to flesh out more information and understand it, but ultimately, at the end of the day, if you're not comfortable with it, don't support it.
Well, I totally agree. It goes with any decision that I hope we would all apply that logic, but in trying to understand it, in order to make the decision on need. Perhaps, Carl, if you've got any comment?
A couple of comments in no particular order, Mr Mayor. I haven't recommended what Councillor Hutton is contemplating because I do see that the two can operate in parallel. So I think my closing remarks when I introduced the proposed standing committees need not alter the current system of councillor portfolios or community voice panels. However, I did note the membership and operation of the community voice panels is due for review in mid-2022. I think if you wanted to contemplate Councillor Hutton's amendment, and I've got to say probably on a technicality, introducing the rescission of a policy without notice probably doesn't satisfy our standing orders because we haven't given notice of our intention to do that. But anyway, that's by the by. My limited interaction with the community voice panels, of which the portfolio councillors are chairs, is that they are a two-way information exchange, whereas the committees are very much about council business and drive a lot of the council business. So, consistent with my earlier remarks, I still see a place for them. We might judge over time that there's some panel beating of that structure to do. But I would see certainly in the immediate term a place for both to continue, and you chair the community voice panel that I participate on, and I would see it operating in parallel to the corporate services committee because of that two-way exchange of information.
Okay.
And I guess in seeking to rescind or revoke the council portfolio policy, I never envisaged removing the community voice panels because I believe that they have a purpose beyond the individual councillor, but rather being that feedback to councillor. It was simply that if we reflect on the experience of Rockhampton that had standing committees, then went to standing committees plus portfolios, it then failed, so they've now gone to portfolios by itself. My thought was, well, the reason that it struggled, or from an outsider looking in, was that they were trying to do, or trying to be everything to everyone, and you can't possibly do that, be individually responsible, but at the same time collectively informed. And if we're not trying to add to the load of council officers, my argument would be that by removing the engagement with councillors individually at a portfolio level, but taking that same level of detail and providing it through the standing committees, well, that achieves that. So it's horses for courses, and that's why I put it up to test the will of the table to see if there was any interest.
It's interesting, the voice panels, you determine your voice panel, I guess, by virtue of your portfolio. We currently do.
It's actually because of the Livingstone 2050 plan.
Yeah, but the panels are connected to the most what's the right word? Is mostly aligned to your portfolio. Is it not currently set up in that way, in that manner?
Yep. Should be almost a mirror image of
it. Yeah. And both of them are optional, basically. So I don't understand why there couldn't be a portfolio holder as such, whether they meet with an officer once a month to talk about whatever they do or not. but still is the face of the particular portfolios within the council that have been that breaks up and reflects the broader business for the community. That could still function under a committee's model. That's what you're suggesting, Carl?
That's what I've stated, yeah.
And whether the community voice panels maintained were continued for a year or the duration of the term, that's still optional at this council at any stage. So it probably helps me anyway, the discussion we've had, so thank you for that.
All right. So you're happy to move to come out now, councillor? Back to resume standing orders?
Depending if anybody else has got.
All right. Any other comments, councillors? Councillor Mather?
No,
Right.
just when the time.
Yeah, I'm happy
All
to move that we.
All right, so councillor Bella's moving resume standing orders. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. All right. Back in the meeting proper. So we've got a mover and a seconder. So I forget where we got to. Did we got a Councillor Eastwood spoke to it? That's right. You put forward an amendment. Councillor Eastwood spoke to it. Councillor Hutton put forward an amendment. Councillor Mather spoke against. Anyone else speaking for? Oh, sorry, the amendment. Oh, yeah, beg your pardon. Sorry. Yep. You're right. All right. So there's an amendment from Councillor Hutton that we include an item 4 to rescind the portfolio. Where are you going, Jussie? You're all over the place. Right.
Mr. Mayor, for no other reason than I'm sort of obliged to advise you about the technicalities, but I do believe that Councillor Hutton's motion would reflect a repeal or a rescission motion, which strictly speaking should be given 5 days notice.
Yep.
As the statute contemplates.
I would be happy to change the motion again.
You wouldn't? Okay.
Can I just clarify what we're dealing with here? If the
Well, yeah,
CEO
well,
says the
At
the
this
last
stage,
tab,
based on advice from the CEO, nothing. That's right.
so does that mean that the,
Yeah, and I agree with you. Yeah. I agree.
can I just get it clear that the addition that Councillor Hutton was proposing,
It's an amendment,
it's
but
it's not eligible to be an amendment, is that
That's
what
right.
the CEO is
Correct.
saying?
That's
So
right.
that means that falls away.
That's right.
So we're back to the original.
We're back to dealing with this original.
Okay. Well,
All right, so I go back to where I was a minute ago. Does anyone wish to speak for? Councillor Hutton.
Further amendment, Mr. Mayor, I wonder if councillors would consider contemplating appointing the chairpersons individually as opposed to the collective mayor for each of the subcommittees. I think that would be a positive step.
Can I just,
Councillor
Is that a
Hutton.
speaker,
Councillor
please?
Hutton is putting an amendment to suggest that individual chairs be appointed rather than have the mayor as chair of all of these the committees. Yeah.
well, it's a question that's allowed to be had.
Yeah, hang on, councillor. Councillor Eastwood had a question first, sorry. We are back in standing orders, so just remember protocol applies.
I believe that was the intention anyway from when I read this, that we start off with the mayor as the chair and then we could.
Can't support it. Andy won't support it.
Okay.
Councillor Hutton is clearly concerned about my work.
Well, I think I've sort of, I've got it.
All right, so the amendment to this now from being suggested, and it will be up to Councillor Bello and Eastwood to entertain this as the mover and the seconder. As I just explained, councillor, the amendment is that rather than have the mayor as chair of each of the respective committees, that chairs be appointed now. And I would assume that Councillor Hutton is contemplating the portfolio holders as the chairs of the respective committees. Councillor Hutton, is that what you're contemplating?
I think that would be quite challenging in that there's one committee that would have 3 portfolio holders and others that only have 1. So I think it would just be a discussion point for the table, but I just wondered whether there was an interest at the table to make.
Mr Mayor, wouldn't the proposed change now, or addition or whatever, wouldn't that be something that the model could refine if it wanted to, if it got through, that would refine after it was adopted?
Well, my,
I mean, we're assuming now that the chair doesn't, that the mayor doesn't want to do it, or the mayor is willing to stand aside for a councillor to take the chair. I mean, we're sort of delving too deep into something that hasn't even been adopted.
I'm just wondering whether the table would contemplate the following suggestion, is that if this gets over the line and these committees are formed, that at the very first meeting, a chairperson is appointed. There's nothing to say that that can't happen, Mr CEO. And to me, it just saves a lot of angst today, mucking around with this. So, Councillor Hutton?
So that's already allowable under the standing orders, Mr. Chair.
A local government may appoint, this is section 267 of the regulation, a local government may appoint a chairperson of each committee, which is what is being contemplated here. If the local government does not appoint a chair for the committee may appoint one of its members as chair. It can do that at every meeting.
Yep.
If the chair is not present, the member's present, appoint a chairperson. To achieve the mayor's outcome, we wouldn't appoint the mayor today. We would authorise the committee
Yep.
to appoint its chairperson.
So that would be the amendment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Councillor Watson?
I'm just getting myself confused here at the moment. So we're effectively going to have two committees, one infrastructure.
Three.
What's the
Infrastructure, livability
Oh,
and
infrastructure.
wellbeing and
And
corporate
so we-
services.
We'd all be coming to these meetings.
Same
I just don't see any difference between that and, I mean, I know that you said we can do some formal voting with it, but I just,
Well, you get a chance to talk to it in a minute, Councillor. I just gave you the floor because I thought
Yeah,
there was a
sorry,
question.
sorry,
All right? Okay. All right. So, Councillor Eastwood and Bello, are you happy with the amendment that we don't appoint the mayor as the chairperson today, but we just leave that open?
Do you have a question, Mr Mayor?
Yep.
Does that mean that we will appoint a chairperson for the coming year for that meeting on its own, or?
There is flexibility within legislation. At any particular meeting, you can appoint a chair.
I'm
It can be
happy
a
with that,
different
Mr.
chair.
Mayor.
You can be a different chair.
No, I'm happy with that amendment, Mr Mayor.
So we'll catch up with it in a minute. You are not Robinson Crusoe, Councillor. Well, just hopefully we'll knock this over in a minute, Councillor. All right. So, Mr CEO, would you mind just advising us of the amendment, please?
So we have replaced what is recommended as the mayor be appointed as the chair with the relevant, the change provision of the regulations, it's now section 267(2), that the committee be authorised to appoint its chair. Which means that at the first meeting and each subsequent meeting, the committee can determine either chair until it's otherwise changed, or you can appoint a chair at each meeting of the committee. And I think that gives the flexibility that I at least contemplated in the opening on it.
All right. Councillors, I am actually going to move a procedural motion. We have a 5-minute break because I think we're still going around the fors and against, and this will take a bit of time. So, procedural motion, all in favour? Thank you. Carried. All right. Thanks, Jossie. All right, welcome back, everyone, and welcome back, councillors, members of the team. We're still on 11.3, as you will recall, and we're considering the motion in relation to review of the council meeting process. I was going around the room, as you recall, asking people to speak for and against. I think we're back to the fours. Councillor Hutton, another amendment?
No. I was just wondering how we've dealt with the amendment, because I raised one and
Well, we can deal with it by not voting for it if you like, and there's lapses.
well, no more that I know that it's now included in the so the resolutions had a change of wording, but I wondered how how are we managing that?
Should be seconded by.
I think there wasn't a seconder for Councillor Hutton's motion, if I recall your amendment motion. And I think on the basis of the advice to the Mayor, without doing so, the Mayor's probably called it out of order.
That's the first one.
The first one? Yeah, and the second, which was about, refresh my memory, doing the chairs, yes, we haven't really put that amendment and determined it one way or the other. No.
But it's now in the motion. That's probably what I'm checking. Should it be in the original motion, or should we test the amendment first and then go back to the original motion?
Well, the mover and the seconder have agreed for the motion to be amended, so I'm happy for it to be dealt with as part of that, Councillor.
Mr Mayor, I'm not too sure what we're actually debating here.
All right, Councillor, just to clarify for everyone at the table, the amendment to the original motion has been, as the CEO alluded to before the break, the original motion stated that the Mayor would be the chair of each of the individual committees. That's now been removed and it's been replaced with the chair will be elected by the individual committee members.
So the recommendation as it stands, plus that.
Correct.
And you've got a mover and a seconder.
You've got a mover and a seconder. That's been amended at the agreement of Councillor Eastwood and Councillor Bello, who are the movers and seconders. All right. So, we'll try again. Can I get someone to speak for, please? Councillor Hutton.
Mr Mayor, can I congratulate the officers for taking the time to reflect on both the nature of our collective group but also the opportunity it presents. I speak in favour of this for a few reasons. Firstly, it is very noticeable that at briefing sessions the incapacity to develop a consensus means that we talk around issues, we might ask questions, some of them may seem at times leading, but we never really get to an outcome where we can go, okay, we have a vision and a plan going forward. This allows for us to do so on a fortnightly basis, to go on a fortnightly basis we can deal with an issue, have that discussion around building the consensus, but at the same time where an issue is not something that needs immediate response, because it will come as a recommendation to the general meeting of council, that councillors do have that opportunity to further reflect on the debates and the arguments they've heard publicly at the standing committee and take public feedback back. So by having this by having this place in the public realm, we're allowing the opportunity for councillors to actually hear back from the community and go, well, council is very likely, the recommendation of the committee is for council to do such and such. This is the discussion we've had. Maybe you're able to share with members of the public some of the arguments that were put forward. Get further feedback that either further informs you, further resolves you, or alternatively it might make you think twice about where your head had been at previously. I think this council has on multiple occasions demonstrated a desire to fully think things out and to take a considered approach as opposed to the instant and fastest approach. This council's also demonstrated a desire to know more, and this format, on the premise that's provided by the CEO, is about providing that opportunity to councillors as individuals. We understand that we do not have necessarily a collective vision prior to a resolution, so by giving us the chance to have this opportunity to form that collective vision, that collective understanding, means that the community is better placed and the organisation is better placed to deal with and to drive forward an agenda of the collective will of this table.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Is anyone speaking against? Councillor Mather, you've already spoken against.
Not at this.
Not on the amendment?
No, Mr Mayor.
All right,
I haven't.
okay.
it doesn't matter who you put at the head of the table on these committees. You can change them, you can rotate them, you can do whatever you like. It still leaves you with additional meeting that you need to attend. You would need to attend. You've got at least five meetings. And it's going to be an administrative nightmare because I've been through it, I know what it's like, and you're constantly in meeting mode, and the staff will be constantly fixing agendas on a regular basis and minutes that go with those. I've just through experience, Mr. Mayor, and I mean, I appreciate what the CEO is trying to do, but this is, while we're doing horses for courses, why are we inventing the wheel? It hasn't been proven, as it was said earlier today. Well, if it doesn't work, we're going to change it. What do the public think we are? I mean, surely we've got something simple now. It's clear. We've got avenues where people can approach us. We can deal with them. We can invite them to discuss their concerns. How better is that?
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone else speaking for? Councillor Bello?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and councillors. Firstly, I'd like to commend the CEO for putting this forward. It's not often you see officers almost participate in the debate, which when I was sitting here earlier listening to the CEO, I felt like he was debating and putting forward his case on what he believed this organisation would benefit from. That is a positive thing to see. Doesn't mean I'm going to agree with it just because, I think it's a good idea. In this case, I do think it's a good idea for a number of reasons. I heard this guy say, who happened to be the lead hostage negotiator for the FBI, he said, never be so sure of what you want when you go into a negotiation, unless you miss out on something better. So I want you to understand, never be sure of what you want when you're going into a negotiation. And rest assured, we are negotiating here. If you're so sure of what you want, you may miss out on something better. Now, it is true that committees have not continued in other councils, but that's not this council. It may not have worked in Rocky, where Councillor Mather has been before for many reasons. That's not this council. We have a CEO here who has been here for approximately 7 months and has made these observations. He believes that the staff, it will be within their capacity to provide the facilitation for the committees to work. That's not my role to question whether the staff can handle that or not. That is certainly not my role. The briefing sessions have been something that I've enjoyed over 6 years, but for a long time I've recognised that many times we go so close to the edge of blurring the lines and making decisions. That's not in the interest of the public. It may be in the interest of us individually because it's convenient, because nobody is watching. But we're not here to serve ourselves. We are here to serve the public. The committees are a far more transparent way of doing it and a far more accountable way of conducting business on behalf of the people that we are elected to serve. So coming into this, I don't know how good the committees could be. I've got no way of knowing. I've never been there before. But on the basis that the CEO has put it forward from his professional judgment, I'm prepared to give it a go. If in 6 months, 12 months, it appears that it's not working, I'll say it now, but I won't be then saying, Mr. CEO, this was a disaster. That was a bad decision. No, I will say, well, thank you for putting it forward. We tried it. We did our very best. It didn't work. But gosh, at least you are bringing forward options for us to consider. And that should be something that doesn't draw criticism, but that we learn from. Every mistake you make takes you closer to the correct answer. So I hope that we can support it for those reasons, but I respect other councillors who perhaps choose not to, and look forward to the outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Anyone else speaking against?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Friend?
The old adage, if it's not broken, why fix it? If the CEO hadn't given us these options, I don't believe there would be one person sitting at this table that would have been contemplating alternatives. The briefing sessions are a wonderful time to actually drill in and find out more information. We don't need to come to a consensus at briefings because this is what a council meeting is. We're coming to a consensus. We're debating issues. We're discussing what we think and we take a vote. That is consensus. That's what we're here for, and we are here for the people. So I am speaking against this today, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking for? Anyone else like to speak against? All right, well, I shall speak against. I'll give you a chance to wrap up in a minute. Yeah, wrap up, yeah. Let's speak against, councillors. I note the comment from my learned colleagues on my left here who are proposing this motion. I don't support it for a number of reasons. Briefing sessions, to take on Councillor Hutton's point of view, have never been about making decisions. They've been about gleaning information. And to me, that's the value, because it's actually, as Councillor Friend points out, a very interactive, a very informal way of doing that and getting information. Councillor Hutton also says it's a better opportunity to engage, seek information and change your mind if you want to. And I accept that point unreservedly. But you don't need a committee structure to do that. You can be doing that on a daily basis. You can be engaging with your community every single day. You can be getting information such that you can change your mind even during a council meeting, which I have done from time to time. I've come to meetings with a particular viewpoint, listened to the debate, and then I voted differently to the way I was thinking when I originally entered the meeting. So you can do that at any time. Councillor Bello says it's not his role to concern himself with whether this puts additional work on the staff. Well, I think it's all of our role to make sure that our staff are looked after, quite frankly. But having said that, I think in my view, my personal view here, councillors, is that rather than adopt a committee structure, if it's about reducing the workload, I would rather go to 2 meetings a month, quite frankly. Okay. Councillor Eastwood, did you wish to wrap up?
It's just briefly, Mr. Mayor, I think that this is a great opportunity to make a change and to make us more effective in council business. I believe to the contrary. I believe that briefing sessions haven't been working, and I think sometimes we get lost in them. I really liked Councillor Hutton's comment that if you could make a decision in a standing committee, and then maybe after some feedback you could come to the table, back to the table the following fortnight, and you might change your mind, or it might endorse your mind a little bit further. And I think that's really, really good, because public opinion, and you will remember we are serving the public, and even though we may make a solid stand on something, sometimes we don't realise what all the different contingents are in that decision. So I think that really we should give this a go. We don't have nothing to lose. If it doesn't work, we can always go back to the old model. But I believe it will work. I believe it's going to be better for this council. It's going to make our time, our precious time, it's going to utilise it to a further extent, in that we'll be able to make inroads into decisions, and then we can clarify that at the council meeting. Well, I think this is the step forward, and I asked my fellow councillors to endorse this change, which has been well thought out by the CEO, and I thank you, Mr. CEO, for a great report. And let's give it a wrap, guys. I think it's worth it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, councillors, for all of your comments, and they're all informed comments, and that's exactly what debate should be about. So we'll go to the vote on this one now, councillors. We've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, a seconder in Councillor Bello. All in favour? Noting Councillor Bello, Eastwood and Hutton. Those against? Noting Councillor Ireland, Mather, Friend and Watson. So the motion is lost. Thank you, councillors. Beg your pardon? No, that was it. That was the amended motion, councillor. That was, yeah. So we're good to move on to 11.4. Yeah, because the amendment was accepted by Councillor Eastwood and Councillor Bello, and so we just voted on that then, councillor. And that was, but it was lost essentially anyway. What's your alternate motion, councillor?
That council review the structure of its standing orders for meeting procedures with the intention to increase the number of ordinary meetings per month from 1 to 2, with no other additional changes.
I might deal with that as a matter of urgent business later on, councillor. I think it's somewhat ultra virus to this now. So we'll deal with it in urgent business. Is that okay?
I did foreshadow it, Mr Mayor.
Yep, that's fine. All right.
And normally I could put that up if, with your permission. I mean, I'm happy to wait.
Yeah, well, as I said, councillor, I'll accept it in urgent business. Madam CFO, welcome to the table.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, today I'm presenting the monthly financial report for the month and year-to-date results for the period ending September 2021. I'm just going to talk through the attachment because it contains all of the relevant information, including the detailed monthly financial report. So in summary, Council does have a quite a strong operating surplus, which is not unexpected, given that we did issue the first half yearly rates in August, and they were due for payment midway through the month of September. Overall, operating revenue is slightly ahead of our year-to-date results, and operating expenditure is largely in line with what we had estimated for the September quarter results being. Capital works expenditure, the actual cost, so excluding committals, is still slightly below what we had anticipated, and further work will be undertaken to review in detail each project about what we are realistically going to deliver and achieve this year. With our half-yearly rates being levied, it's always expected to have quite strong cash surpluses at the moment. So we have about $84 million in our bank account at the end of September. And our borrowings are currently just under $64 million. We are not anticipating any additional borrowings to be undertaken this year, and will reduce down to just under $60 million at 30th of June 2022. There's just a couple of things I'd like to draw councillors' attention to, and this is really a good news story in terms of our rates receivable. It's actually the lowest that we've had in the past 3 years. I think that's more of a reflection of the strong turnover in property sales at the moment. So when properties transferred, the outstanding rates and charges are paid in full. We've also had one property that was on the list of sale of land for rate arrears that have been paid out in full, so that's one less property that we would have to take further action on. Our sundry debtors balances have slightly increased on the previous month, and the larger component of that is in relation to some infrastructure charges that are outstanding from one developer, and that has now been referred to the debt collection agency for further action. Within our procurement space, we've got about 25%, or 1/4 of our spend has been purely invested within local businesses, and a further 25% within those businesses located within central Queensland. So that's just under about $9 million there that has been spent just within the CQ region year to date. Spoken about borrowings and our capital work. So we are continually reviewing. So we have identified some additional carryover, so not new projects for this resolution, but some additional carryover projects that we just wanted to tidy up to make sure we had a clean starting point from that perspective. So we do have, even though what we have spent is quite low year to date, it should be noted that there's about $10 million in purchase orders that have been committed for works within that program, expected to be spent for the next couple of months. Councillors, I'm happy to take any questions that you may have on the body of or content of the report.
Madam Chair, I'll come to you in a moment, Councillor, if that's all right. Just, very quickly, the number of rate searches currently being processed, that's not your department as I understand it, that's through customer service, is that right? Yeah, I believe that we're doing something like It's an enormous amount. I can't remember what the number was. 50 a day was something that came to my mind. I'm not sure whether that's right or not.
I'm not sure about the rate searches, but we were looking at between 200, 250 more, like an increase in change of ownerships being processed by the rates team compared to previous time last
That's
year.
last for the year?
Yeah,
Year to
so
date?
that's probably a month or two old, but that volume certainly hasn't eased.
Right. Yeah, I thought knew I saw it somewhere. And the other question around is the CapEx program. What's keeping you awake at night?
So we do have quite an ambitious program, and history tells us that we'd only ever deliver about 75% of our program. It doesn't really matter what that total gross value is. That's what we have demonstrated. We have made a very strong commitment to delivering the program, but we do need to do some work on our capability and capacity to deliver. So when we do add projects, even if they're small, low-value projects, it does require resources. So that does need to be considered. The flip side of that is over half of the program was externally funded, and that's probably the component that I'll be drawing a bit more closer attention to, making sure that we're meeting our milestones, that we are ensuring that we do have those funds set aside for until such time that the work is completed, because that's a $25 million worth of revenue coming in. So out of the capital works program, that's probably the component that I'll be more focused on. And with the support of my peers, particularly infrastructure project managers, their focus will be on the delivery of the program.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Andrea. Just clarification to start with. In the report, when we're talking about capital expenditure, in today's agenda, with the finalisation of the prior year accounts, 3.226 million has been identified as capital budget carryovers. Okay, the 21-22 adopted budget already provides for a 6.101 carryover. Now that's 2.775 million over and above the carryovers from last year. But in the minutes that I sort of went through last night, there may be, and there will be an explanation, of course, maybe I can't see it. The council received the monthly financial report, approved the allocation of 2.75 million in unspent capital budget. Now that would be carryover, wouldn't it? Approve the allocation of 2.7 million in unspent capital budget from the previous financial year.
Correct,
I just
Councillor.
call
So
it
that's
carryover.
so
The carryover that's in the minutes is not the same figure as in the report. I mean, like I said, there'll be an explanation for it. 3.22 is in the report. It's 2.7 in the minute.
Yep, so you can see in the resolution that we have on the screen here. So last month we noted that the 2.791 was approved last month. We've done some further work in the preceding 4 weeks to identify some further carryovers for predominantly those lower value projects, so those that should be less than $100,000. So in that so it's those smaller value projects. Our focus initially was on those big value over $100,000, and now our focus is on those smaller projects. So the true carryover as at the end of September was $3.2 million. There was a lot of work done by project managers and the project management office on identifying what those carryovers were in estimating last year's, so the 30th of June position, and they were factored into the conversations that you might recall. We did have flagged a couple of those about carryovers and those sorts of things. We went through line by line with the capital projects with council as part of the budget discussions.
Not being involved in the finances on a daily basis. I don't track it as closely as you fellas would. But the last year's carryover, let's just say according to the report, is 3.22 million. Would that carryover be expected to be expended before June 22? I'd imagine so, because we've got another 6.1 carryover, which is 2.7 million over and above the carryover from last year, which means we're increasing the carryover as we go along. I mean, that's for our officers to be able to decide whether we can actually carry them, we can actually implement them. I mean, I'm just thinking maybe we need to
Perhaps if
drill
I can,
down a little bit further to see how we're going to manage that.
well, perhaps we can, if I can maybe bypass the CFO and go to the Executive Director on that one, perhaps he might like to address that question.
Do you want those? Do you want those?
Through the Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor. And just to reiterate what Madam CFO's mentioned previously, with the carryovers and the additional capital works budget in the 21-22 program, there is a large amount of work that our project managers have to undertake this financial year, and we're totally committed to delivering as best we can. We have our project governance group monthly meetings where we review the risks and the delivery program. There's no doubt that if we continue to carry over many millions of dollars from one year to the next, it just adds to the burden on our delivery program, and that's something that we want to avoid. In the last month, we've asked our project managers to review their cash flow positions and all of the delivery timeframes and risks associated with all of the projects. And we're expecting that in November we'll do a thorough review of our expectations for the rest of the financial year. At this stage, I would say that it's going to be very much a push uphill for us to deliver $53 million, I think it is the total at this time. As Madam CFO mentioned, we do have a large number of externally funded projects, so we are committed to deliver those, but all of the internal projects that council funds, we also have to make sure that we're delivering those as well. So it is something that we need to work on, and we don't want to continue to push our carryovers from one year to the next and then just keep building the pressure and have that a bow wave. So it's a point well made, Councillor, that we just can't continue to do this, and we'll continue to put our governance processes in place to try and bring back to council and assure them, each of you, the delivery expectations, and through these reports monthly we'll continue to monitor how we track.
Thank you, Michael. Mr Mayor, through you, just another question, or just a thought that I've got in my head. If we've got, not knowing whether they're grants that we've got or whether it's our money that we've got with the grants, how much is ours and how much is theirs? Because, I mean, it may not fit, it may not be even practical, but while we've got so much that we would need to carry over to be able to complete what we've got on our chart, we've got land out there that needs to be developed to be able to create new homes, new residences. Is there any thought that we could have, and we don't have to answer that now, that we could take, that's the word, take any of that money that would help us to put infrastructure in the ground to be able to sell off that land? That would give us an income and deal with the surplus that we'd have to carry over.
I'm sure
We don't have to sort of
no,
go
we'll
with
take
that
that question on notice, Councillor. I think there's a lot to that question.
Well, there'll be a lot of legals attached to it as well. I'd
There are
imagine.
certainly legals,
But I
and
mean,
not the least of which is using infrastructure charge money for
Well, if it's-
purposes other than for which it's intended.
Well, I don't know what the legals or what the ties are with that money that's out there that's being carried over. If it's money that we've put there, if it's targeted for certain specific jobs, then we've got to do it. But if we've got it there with the wishes that we had a project we'd like to get off the ground, and it can wait another budget, if we could utilise that for something that will give us income, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
But it's just something we could think about.
We'll take the question on notice, Councillor, for the CEO. Any other questions of the CFO? Councillor Watson first.
I just want to ask some questions, Mr. Creedon. When we went through budget, we sort of were told that you shouldn't have too much trouble getting all this done. What has changed that's making it at this point, or you don't think you're going to get there?
Through the Mayor, that is true. We did, back when we formulated the budget, we had 15 workshops and we went through the capital works program line by line. And we did put our hand on our heart, so to speak, and say we can deliver this. We're still aiming to do that. We're looking at being realistic, though. There's been a lot of pressure to bear, I guess you'd say, in the market with supply of materials, contractor availability. There's a lot of risks that we are aware of, but they are putting pressure on our delivery and capabilities. I think from memory there's 3 projects in our capital works program which we'll bring to council next month, because between the concept planning and the detailed design estimates out to market, to call for tenders, and the price differences beyond our budget at this moment. So that's 3 projects in the next month that we'll bring back to council to talk about funding possibilities. So the simple answer is we did put our hand on our heart, and we've got project Gantt charts and cost estimates. Design officers busy, project managers are busy, and our intention is to deliver as best we can. But at this stage, our cash flow and our delivery versus our monthly splits is behind, and we need to modify that as best we can and as quickly as we can.
Councillor Hutton, was it? Thank you.
Yeah, I had a question just in regards to the capital project expenditure charts that we have here. So there's a couple of projects, the ones that are in the red in particular. So we see that for 3 projects that they've each gone above the capex spend, one of which had additional funds provided through a council resolution which created a new total approved. I just wondered if there was any explanation for the other 2, or actually all 3 really, to discuss where the overspend was in those 3 projects. So one being the Keppel Sands pathway, the Caves footpath, and the pathway along Cordingley Street and Whitman Street.
I'm happy to answer that through the Mayor. And I'd have to take it on notice to provide some specific information. So the footpath projects have been, Keppel Sands was completed using an external contractor. Whitman work has been completed using council's internal resources. So without diving into each of the project cash financial risks and what actually transpired, what I would like to do is take it on notice and come back with some further details, because just in whether we use internal resources or external resources, those 2 projects that I've named obviously went over, and we just need to understand the difference and nuances with those 2. I did notice that, councillor, as well, I think there's 3 footpath projects in the current list that each have gone over by small amounts in comparison to the program, but as a percentage of the original budget, they are substantial at 20-odd%. So I'll take that on notice if I can, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors?
Just one brief one, Mr. Mayor. It was brought to our attention just the last couple of days that the Byfield footpath has sort of reached a halt, has it? Is there a problem with that? Because that's one of the ones we're questioning.
Through the Mayor again, so I'd like to come back with some information on that by the end of the week. I did see the question from both Councillor Watson and yourself, Councillor Mather, yesterday. I've asked our officers just to provide a brief update that we can send out to councillors. My understanding is that the work that we've done is in accordance with the site meeting that was conducted with the council and the community, but some of the quality of the work is in question, and that's what we're looking into.
Yeah.
I don't know the thing. I was speaking to a contractor yesterday. About that work up there, and I actually showed them a photo of the gravel that was on it, and they said they've used old stock. and there's not enough bitumen being put on it. Do you know if that's the case or not, or?
I couldn't answer that through the mayor. That's something that we can look into, but that's it's probably not wise to look at a photo and make any assumptions on that. Other people might, but as our manager of engineering services just tapped me on the shoulder, we are bringing a briefing around the biofield at the next opportunity, right? And we'll unpack all of those issues. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. That'd be great. Right. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Hutton? Sorry, Councillor Hutton first.
I did, and it's more probably just to get an understanding. So looking at the capital projects, the Emu Park Art Gallery, so it says that we have an unspent capex of 120,000. It says that we had no money in the current budget. There's no council resolution or PGG approved changes, but the total approved, including carryovers, that 120. When we carried over from one year to the next, does that not get included in the current year's budget when we do a revised budget, or is it because this has occurred after the revised budget? I'm just interested in how that.
So at the time of pulling the budget together, I believe we were expected to have completed that project in full at 30th of June. So we did identify, so it wasn't picked up as part of the current year budget column there. It has been identified last month in the 2.7 that was approved as identified as the unspent carryover. So it is picked up in that and does now form part of the total approved budget for that project.
So is that in line with that should be under the council resolution and saying that there's a resolution to I was just trying to work out how do I get those numbers to equal the total.
Yep.
If it doesn't actually fit.
So I had the same conversation with the accounting team, so it is a very good question. I think it's really important that we do highlight what was the unspent portion of projects not completed last year. That's all we have, and we will continue to keep that as a separate column. Even though, so the council resolution and PGG approved change, that will be the stuff that happens during the year by exception, and it will always reconcile back to the total approved. So at the end of the day, council stamp will be on that total approved project column, but I think it's really important to tell the story of how we get to that total approved capex budget.
So a follow-up question, is there any inclination then, if it's about that line of sight, to actually have a further column that is separate, that demonstrates the carryover, so that we have current year budget, council resolution, PGG, carryover, here's the total as to where we get to when all of that comes together?
We can certainly look at that in the as capturing that specifically for the development of the 22-23 budget.
All right, so councillors, in the absence of any further questions, I'm assuming, Councillor Watson, do you have another question?
No, that's right.
Okay, cool, all right. So we've got a recommendation, councillors, that we received the monthly financial report for the period ending 30 September, and we approve the total allocation of 3.226 million, including 2.791 approved in August 2021 monthly financial report, in unspent capital budget from the previous financial year, as identified in the capital project, greater than $100,000 expenditure summary. Can I get a mover? Move, Councillor Bello, thank you. Councillor Mather, seconding. All right, so Councillor Bello. Yes. Yes. Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to the report?
Just to thank the officer for the report, and also thank councillors for their questioning. It helps, I guess, all of us better understand from all the different angles people come at. So thank you.
Anyone speaking against? What, Councillor Mather speaking for?
Not speaking against, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to thank our financial officers, all of the officers, because I think our ambitions are probably being stretched with the money that we're allocating our officers, and they're doing the best they can with what we're providing. We're always ambitious to give the public the best we can at the best possible price, and in that enthusiasm, I think we probably go a little bit overboard by the expectation on our officers. So I do thank all of the officers for being able to manipulate, to juggle all of this and give us the outcome that we've got so far. But we do need to keep very close eyes on all of this over carry and the costs of whatever we're dealing with, because if we don't keep an eye on the little things, we'll never be able to catch up with the big things. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, councillor Mather. Anyone else want to speak against? Or anyone speaking against? All right. I'll assume that there's no further comment, councillors, so we'll just close debate on this. We've got a mover, councillor Bellows, seconded councillor Mather. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Madam CFO. So we're on to 11.5, councillors, which is the waste strategy. And we have Mr. Deacon joining us. And the floor is yours, Mr. Deacon.
Okay, so we brought the draft waste strategy to council at the briefing earlier in the month. There are a few comments from council. We've made those changes. Hopefully people have had a look. I think the main things were we've modified the reference to council's 30-year community plan, so that's much clearer in terms of the link to the waste strategy. We've updated the vision based on council's preference. So the outcome we're looking for today is for council to approve the new waste strategy, and once approved, then we'll go away and work up the implementation stroke action plan and bring that back to council in the new financial year, in the new calendar year. And then the intention is we'd continue to monitor and report back to council on how we're tracking towards those specific actions. Just to remind council that we have been at a community consultation twice so far. Originally we went out without a document so that we gave the community a full chance to say the things that were important to them. Then we went out with the draft strategy and we had a good response to the survey. And the final strategy that we've got today is based on all the community feedback.
Thank you, Mr. Deacon. Any questions of Mr. Deacon? All right, so we're going to move in councillor. Sorry, question, councillor Hunt.
I did have a question just in regards to the budget implications. So the report says that we believe that the costs will be lower than the non-adoption. Has there been any even back of the envelope costings for the costs of fulfilling the recommendations of our strategy?
We've obviously done the numbers around what the implications are if we lose the levy, which is guaranteed till 30 June next year, so that's around about $1 million a year. And then we know the cost, or the previous cost estimate for capping the existing landfill cells and then developing a new cell. What we're talking about in here is particularly one of the themes is more education. And we haven't funded that education to date, as you know, but there would be a significant cost there. We could assume it would be perhaps $100,000 a year. But clearly compared with the option of doing nothing, if we can't change behaviours, then there's going to be a significantly greater cost. One of the other areas that was brought out in the strategy based on the community feedback was around FOGO. We know that currently something like 54% of the waste that we pick up on curbside collection is going straight to landfill. So that's more than half of the 8,000 tonnes a year that ends up in landfill. If we can start to change the behaviours, move that FOGO from landfill into some more sustainable pathway, then clearly we're going to save the airspace, we're going to delay the development costs for the next cell, and we're very largely going to offset any additional expenditure we put into education or behavioural change programs.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have two questions. The first one in relation to FOGO food organics, green organics. Is Livingstone looking at other councils undertaking trials at the moment in relation to their FOGO and what's happening, what they're doing? Are we compiling information from them?
I think on that we're really relying on the Rockhampton pilot program, which is rolled out in several areas now. There's some variations in different socio-economic groups and different areas where they're using big bins, small bins, weekly, fortnightly. So Rocky have been very good so far in sharing the information. We hope that's going to continue. The biggest challenge perhaps is around just letting people know what this means when they get an extra bin, how they use it, what they need to do. But again, I think Rocky has done some of the groundwork for us there, so we're quite hopeful that that's going to be a positive lead for us.
Thanks, Mr. Deacon. My second question is to everybody currently in this room. Has everyone downloaded the Livingstone WasteWise app? It's a wonderful educational tool for those people in the community, and it really does help us understand where to put our recyclables. Has everyone downloaded the app on their phones, either Android or iPhone?
Well, I'm sure if they haven't, Councillor, they will very shortly. All right, Councillor Bello, you had a question?
Question there, related probably along the lines of Councillor Hutton there. It would appear to be even understaffing implications whereby it's suggested to have a community fee made up, where am I? Maybe back to budget implications. Cost of an education officer will be discussed further, but is expected to be self-funded by effectively the savings that would come from deferring the next cell, hypothetically.
That's exactly right.
So what that then says to me is that the savings that are found by the organisation will be utilised to, will not be trickled down to the community, but it'll actually be invested back in the organisation to fund an officer, fund another position.
Yep, that's right. I mean, I guess if we can defer the capital expenditure, then we can defer the borrowing costs for, 3, 4, 5 years, whatever it is, depending on how successful that behavioural change program is. And equally, we've got this looming prospect of the fact that the state government always said that the waste levy prepayment would end. They just didn't say when. In their last election commitment, they obviously said that it won't affect domestic users during this term. But I think we need to be conscious of the fact that there is COVID, there has been unexpected costs, and that could influence when the Queensland government decides to end that prepayment.
And the strategy, I guess, to extend the length of the life field, implement this whole waste strategy, bring about change is, or a component of that is through education. Okay, and I guess I'm trying to understand, is it education or is it information perhaps that we need to share? But and that's what will inform perhaps when I go into the debate, the reasons why I say what I do. But I'm curious to understand from your perspective whether information has been considered, I guess, the key strategy as opposed to education, because they're different things.
Yep.
And information is vastly cheaper to share as opposed to education. So,
and I think sorry, Councillor.
Do you think, I guess, in the event that it wasn't supported because perhaps councillors didn't want to add to that operational cost of it, do you think information could still be improved in a way that the community have better understanding of how to reduce and to follow this strategy?
I think the challenge is that we've got information out there. Councillor mentioned the WasteWise app, which is already out there and tells you exactly what you can do with A to Z of everything you might want to dispose of. And so information is out there, and the people that are keen on protecting the environment already find that information. It's the people that probably don't have such an interest in it. They're very busy, and the education campaign really is about trying to empower some champions to get them to share things with their friends. And I don't think it's just enough just to put the information, make it available on our website. Largely, the information is already available there. And so it is, how do we get out and start to make people think more about it? That's really what's been happening with the Boomerang Alliance. They've been going out and talking to businesses, and that has more effect than just saying you can look up this web link and it'll tell you what you should do.
So one final question, my name is there. So is it perhaps almost then drifting into more compliance? Like an educational person doesn't actually bring about compliance, they just try to educate. But perhaps I'm starting to drift towards more, it's actually compliance, which is what will bring about the change. But I thank you for your answers, and I thank you for what you put forward. So happy if there's any further comment.
Only to say, Councillor, you'll be aware that we've got cameras on the trucks, so if we get a contaminated bin of recycling, then we can actually refuse to pick it up because, you know, we can see the wrong kinds of material in there. You know, and some councils have got similar things on their photo bins as well. So, you know, the camera will say, no, there's a plastic bag in there or whatever, that contaminates the whole load and therefore it's rejected.
Right, thank you. Councillor Friend first, Councillor Watson.
Thank you. So I suppose the question around education would come down to in saying that behavioural change needs education to be able to change that and not just read documents of information. Could you please elaborate on what an educational officer would do, such as targeting the younger generation in schools, etc.? Would you let us know a little bit more about that?
Yeah, absolutely, Councillor. I think, you know, that's it. It's changing young minds before they've been corrupted into our lazy ways, which don't necessarily, you know, reflect the future. And so they can be great agents for change. If you can get the kids, sell the message to them, then they take it home, they sell it to their parents, they sell it to their friends, family, or whatever. And so that's the opportunity I think that presents.
Right. Councillor Watson, question?
Just quickly, it's just when you mentioned about how the truck lifts the rubbish up and it sees it, is there someone watching it on the screen or something, is it?
Yeah, it goes back to, you know, to a digital video recorder, and therefore we can look at anything, but the driver can see it there as well, and that's how he's able to reject that particular load. Also, if the resident then complains that it shouldn't have been rejected, then you know, the video's available, so we can go back and say, well, sorry, that's why it was rejected.
Right. Okay. So, Councillor Friend, I'm assuming you're going to move this one?
I just want on a question, if I may.
We can do that in debate.
Happy to be a question on notice.
Yeah.
I guess based on that technology being implemented now, I would like to know, not at this point, but certainly later on, how many non-compliances have been issued to householders that have been contributing to the percentage of inappropriate material in our household bin. Because based on that technology being in place, I suspect there would be a heck of a lot. I've never received one myself, and I'll put my hand up and say that I'm sure I've put things in there that shouldn't have been in there. That would bring about change if it was actually implemented. But I suspect that there may not be that many. But happy to be corrected, so I look forward to that information being provided. Thank you.
Yes, certainly, Councillor. We can look at that in terms of the recycling bins and come back to him.
Okay, Councillor Friend moving. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Mather, thank you. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to this?
Thank you, of course. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It was a rhetorical question.
This is a 10-year strategy, not of waste, but of advocating for resource recovery. For a number of generations now, humans all over the earth have morphed into a throwaway society. One-use plastics and items that are manufactured not to last, so that consumers will continue to consume. We've been living in a linear economy where we purchase, use and dispose. Most people do not realise that it costs $6 to $8 million to create a new cell in a landfill, causing higher taxation and hurting us all in the hip pocket. This linear economy is having detrimental consequences not only within our Livingstone Shire, but worldwide. Financial and environmental impacts will take every person to rethink how they adjust their focus on avoiding, reusing, recycling and recovering raw materials, with landfill disposal thought of as the last resort. And this is what comes into the education. Giving information is fantastic and we should continue to do that. But taking the time to educate and discuss and supply ideas is so important. This particular strategy works towards this circular economy and will assist us on the path towards a zero waste community. To quote this document, we need to purchase more sustainable products and correctly separate our recyclables from general waste. Look to alternative measures like worm farming and composting and reduce litter in our natural environments. I publicly today appreciate and thank members of the public who have had their say and their input in the surveys. Also, council officers for their passion for change in listening, particularly to our community. I commend this to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Is anyone speaking against? Councillor Bellin?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, and I just say in advance I take no pleasure in speaking against this because by and large I absolutely support the strategy. the intent of this strategy, everything about the strategy I support, and I acknowledge the officer's work in putting this together. It's a fantastic document, it's a fantastic initiative that our community, I'm sure, will be embracing into the future more than perhaps we've done in the past. The reasons that I don't support it, though, is ultimately that this does come at a cost, and there's a cost there that I believe can be mitigated. Education is expensive, and I believe the issue that is trying to be addressed here is not solved through education. It's solved through compliance. If I go out to the landfill and empty my trailer when I go out there now, it's not because better signage or education that makes me separate the stuff within the trailer. It is because the staff are there now, standing over you, and I'm talking about the contractor here, Outlook, they are there. They're not there educating you, they are informing you and saying, don't put that in there, that can't go there, that's got to go there. And in effect, I'm being compliant. They bring about compliance. We don't have compliance that is effective yet at the household bill, at the curbside collection. That's where the compliance is breaking down. It works at the landfill, not through education, but through compliance. These are my observations that I've experienced. So apart from the direction that is going to see an increase in the operational costs for an education officer, I'm very supportive of it. But on that basis, I believe there is a more affordable way to still achieve a great outcome for the community to reduce the waste. I don't believe we need to put an educational officer onto that operational budget in order to achieve that. So I'm thinking of the ratepayers in my decision, but I do support the strategy as a whole and understand that some may be disappointed that I'm not supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Anyone speaking for? Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just very briefly, we can't expect compliance if people don't know what they're doing and why they're doing it. There's got to be education in the first place. How else do we go to school and get to this point in our lives? I'm a great believer in teaching people to do the right thing. If they get off the rails, bring them back and show them what's right. And we'll always have people who do the wrong things, and we've got to be vigilant. We've got to be prepared to take it to the nth degree, to take them on if they continue to do it. We've got to be brave enough to do this. And I've got a few out there now. You really need a good toe up for you know what. But we've got to start with education. And if we can have an officer who's specifically geared for that purpose, it'll take a load off some of our staff now, because from what I can see, our staff in the field, on the ground, on the shovels, on the plants, all of those people, they're working beyond their capacity. They're really trying to make ends meet and I guess use volunteer labour in a lot of cases to help out. So we've got to be reminded that our staff can do so much, but once we have somebody dedicated for certain purposes, then they are performing for us, and if they don't do the job, well, they're out.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone else speaking against? Councillor?
I'm not sure if I'm speaking against, but I'm definitely speaking on the item, so I think that's worthy of at least.
Well, let's go there then. Yeah.
We'll start with it. This strategy has some really admirable goals, and including some of them that, you know, provide opportunities for members of the community to deal with challenges that they feel that perhaps they've been let down by. So the fact that it says one of the actions here is that we are going to engage with ratepayers on the costs of waste vouchers and future funding of the program, and we know that just last week there was a significant conversation of members of the community online debating the fact that did they have 10 this year or was it 12, and where did the ones that went go and why, and what's going to happen to them in the future. So I think the aspiration in some of this space is very positive. The idea that we are going to provide for better use of our circular economy in terms of that recycle, reuse and repurpose, I think should be permeating throughout our entire community. One of the challenges I find, and it's probably philosophical, very similar to Councillor Bello, is that if I was to go and ask the most passionate of our staffs, the one who currently engage with young people, they'll say that what's the part that they really enjoy about their job? And it's that engagement with young people, engagement with community. The minute we remove them from that and give it to a person who's set aside as the education officer to the exclusion of all others, we find ourselves in a scenario where the most passionate, the most influential are one step removed. Now, I believe that council as a whole does need to look at a temporary appointment of an engagement officer, an education officer, and in my mind, and ultimately it's an operational decision, but I'd be doing a 12-month temporary contract, getting someone in saying, let's line up the Australian National Curriculum, look for opportunities where we can align it with what council does, develop the program so that if Pat's the person who works in plants, Pat then is empowered to be able to go talk to students forevermore. We don't need that teacher there, but we've got the skills and the knowledge there to help him do that part of the role that is so wonderful. I also, and that's obviously, you know, a philosophical issue, my other concern is that the minute we set our target and say it's about our young people, what we're doing is saying that 10 years down the track we want to see change. And everything that we're reading and everything that my friends from across the community is telling us is that change can't wait till these kids become adults and have their own property, or change cannot wait till these young people become independent consumers. It has to be around our community now, and the space that where Councillor Bellow's highlighting is that what are we doing to try and make that change now is just vital, because in 10 years' time it might be too late. And for those reasons, I'm quite torn on ultimately the outcome. We've heard this. My final discussion point would be around the budgeting of this. I think that we've got a whole range of actions here. An education officer, we've got an education facility, a centre that it talks about funding, some things that we already do, some things that we've not done yet, some things that are opportunities for us to further incentivise, further subsidise programs, which are all great ways of making behavioural change occur. But I do have some concerns around a lack of budget attached to this to give some gauges. I'd hate to say yes to the community today that this is all the things that we're doing, and then tomorrow go, actually, you know, it was aspirational, but we actually don't have the money for it, or we haven't worked out how we're going to pay for it. And the report doesn't provide enough guidance in that space to give me the confidence to know that we are going to, not only can we afford it, but we are going to follow through with this because we've got the capacity. And that does concern me.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone else speaking for? All right, Councillor Friend, would you like to wrap up? All right, okay. So, Councillor, the floor is yours, Councillor.
I actually think the strategy is a great strategy, Nigel, I really do. I too am concerned about the cost and even the benefits of an education officer. I drove home from the Gold Coast the other day, and you know, it's a long drive, as we all know, it's about 10 hours, and when you're out there on that highway and you're in the middle of nowhere, you really want to be going 120 or 130, there's no cars around. But what prevents you from doing it? For me, it's I know that I feel like I probably could do it safely. As in other countries, they have those big speed limits, but I don't do it because I'm afraid of enforcement. So I sit on the speed limit. And compliance is a really, really important thing. I think that we do need to press home compliance. And when Councillor Bello was speaking, I actually thought that, well, he's actually being educated through compliance when he actually goes to the tip to get rid of his load. And I'm concerned that that education, unless it's done absolutely properly, falls on deaf ears. And that's, you know, that's something we can work on. I'm sure we can. And I'd like this council to be able to do that, but I'm just concerned about the budget. I really am. I just think that there's not enough money there. It hasn't been. I can't see where it's coming from, apart from the extra cell not going ahead. And I'm just not convinced that it's the right way to go. I'll just leave it at that, Mr Mayor.
All right. Anyone else wish to speak before I go to Councillor Friend to wrap up? All right, Councillor Friend, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to the waste officers within Livingstone Shire Council, being all three in the department, 3 waste officers. So we heard from Councillor Bello, who said he actually does agree with the strategy, but he's worried about spending the money on an education officer, and that compliance is how to educate people. Well, compliance goes hand in hand with education. To enforce something, people are more likely to be able to understand where and how their waste goes if they're educated. 3 staff in our waste department are screaming out for an education officer because they don't have the time to visit schools, to be in pop-up market areas, to do all they need to do to educate our community in the change for behavioural issues. So then we have Councillor Hutton, who said that it's a great strategy. And it is a great strategy, and that's what we're adopting today if we would choose to adopt it. It's the strategy. The implementation will come later. It's the strategy that we're looking at today only. And at this time also, it was mentioned that, you know, you're worried about the ratepayers and having to spend more money for an education officer. Well, the ratepayers are actually going to benefit by understanding how they can reuse and how they can separate their waste without someone standing there and telling them they want to be able to have that own ability to do so. And that comes through education. Councillor Eastwood, thank you so much. You said that education would probably fall on deaf ears. I think information can fall on deaf ears, but education delves deeper, as Councillor Hutton would know, being a teacher. So I am definitely saying thank you to the officers for this, and I'm going to back the officers and the staff and our community that want change in this waste sector. And if you want change, this is the only way to go about change, is to adopt a strategy that we currently don't have. We don't have a strategy. So many councils within Queensland have a strategy. Livingstone does not, and we need to adopt a strategy. That's the only way forward. We can stay stagnant, we can stay staid, but that's all we're doing today is adopting a strategy. And I absolutely think it's a wonderful strategy that the officers spent so much time on, and these officers are passionate, more so than us sitting at this table, passionate about waste and the waste sector, making a circular economy, making people understand reusing, recycling, and upcycling even these materials that come to landfill and are just thrown into the pit. So if we want to move forward and delay a second cell, which costs $6 to $8 million, if we want to move forward, we need to adopt this strategy. I just commend it to the table. Well done, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Councillor.
All right, councillors, we're going to close debate on this. We've got Councillor Mather. We've got a mover and a seconder. We've got a mover and Councillor Friend, seconder and Councillor Mather. Go to the vote on this. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried.
You nearly changed my mind then, Councillor. That was close. That was very good wrap up.
Against.
Yeah. And I don't think I really meant what I actually meant very well. You know.
All right, councillors, we're up to 11.6, which is the application for permanent road closure adjacent to 88 Monaco Drive in Zilsey. And we welcome... Yeah, well, Mr. Lau might indulge us. Welcome to the table, Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Council, the background behind this application and the next subsequent one as well is that there was a complaint from a member of the public about certain properties fencing off sections of road reserve and restricting access by the public. And so after officers investigated, so there are strips of road reserve down adjacent to properties, private properties, and those adjacent property owners have more or less claimed the road reserve, fenced it off, and just claimed it as their own land. And so those strips of road reserve were intended for council to carry out maintenance on the stormwater infrastructure. And so through investigation, officers concluded that it'd be mutually beneficial to the property owners and to council if the property owners applied for permanent road closure. And so that's on the condition that they provide and establish an easement for council so we can still carry out maintenance. And so that strip of land would become part of their property, which they've already claimed anyway, but they would own it and they'd maintain it. They'd make sure it's free of any obstructions for stormwater runoff. But with the establishment of the easement, council still can access it to maintain the stormwater infrastructure. And so officers contacted property owners. There's several properties in that area, Zilsey area, and through discussions we suggested this might be a good opportunity for them to apply for a permanent road closure.
So these two are the first of several to come?
Possibly, yes, yes.
Questions? Councillor Mather's light was on first.
Mr Mayor, could we get it on the screen, please, and Tony can sort of step us through, because if this is...
It was on the report, councillor, that's the
Yes,
actual
I-
report there.
Okay, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, so as you can see, there's several. I'll come up to the screen if you like and point it out.
Yes. So is there a road between the private lots? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
so there's this strip of road reserve here. And that, the intention, when this subdivided, the intention was to have that strip of road reserve so council can maintain the stormwater infrastructure, the stormwater pipes. And yeah. There's a different way of thinking these days, but that subdivided. So normally now we just ask for the easement within the property.
Is there the width of a road?
No. So
It's
there's
just,
the
why
road
did
reserve
they just
here
call it an
with
easement?
30 metres or something. That strip is about 4 or 5 metres.
Perhaps if we go to the next slide, you can see the width of it from the photo, councillor. It's not terribly wide.
It was a dog's breakfast, this whole, all the subdivision down there.
So that's it there, councillor.
Still reading a bit.
So they've claimed that.
Yes. So I find that as their own property and officers we concluded that there's no problem with that. That they need to do it properly and establish an easement and close the road.
Yeah, that deserves compliance, Mr Mayor, that one.
Yeah, sorry, councillor, the compliance officers did go out and ask them to remove the fence and remove the, all their boats and separate within that section of the road, so council can go in and carry maintenance. And then that's how the discussions commenced. And that's how we said, yes, technically they need to remove that stuff, but there might be a compromise here, so I think it's good outcome.
Mr Mayor, Tony said something before, that they can have the land. Obviously, they need to purchase the land and amalgamate it with their own block. Is that what the plan is? So therefore, DNR must become involved.
So,
What's the plan, Tony?
yeah, so it's an application to the state government. And so they apply to the state government and with the state, that purchase of the state government, I believe. But part of the application is they require council comments. So council fills in a form C and they submit that to the application to the state government. So whether money is exchanged or not, it's not.
We don't get the money.
No, that's right.
So, Mr Mayor, that means that there'd have to be a file note that goes on the file to show that it's no longer the road reserve. Because if we're doing this sequential up the road, this is going to be...
Well, on our records, councillor Mather, it will be then shown as their private property, but the note can be made that there is a registered easement over that now for maintenance
It would have to
purposes.
show up on the file because I
It
know
will.
in the past as well, with all of the changes that were taking place down there for whatever reasons, it got to the point that nobody really could quite see what had occurred because there was so much inconsistency.
Yeah.
So I
And
think
that's
we've
all
got to be
predicated.
mindful of that.
That's all predicated on state agreeing to this too.
Yes, we'd have to.
Councillor Watson, question?
Question. Too many lights are on. Sorry, through the chair, Tony. Why did they make the complaint first? Were people trying to access this area? Were they trying to get through to the beach? Or because if we close the road, what are they going to do?
To be honest, councillor, I'm not sure, because there is no, it's pretty much a dead end. As you see in the maps, there is no beach or anything. It stops at private property. So it's just a sliver of road reserve. There's nowhere to go. It's a dead end. And so, as to the intentions of the complainant, whether it's they want to possibly, or it could be maybe disputes, I don't know. I'm just guessing here. So.
To be perfectly honest, it's not within the officer's purview to go into that either because
So,
we just have to react to the complaint.
and have we spoken to the residents in that area to ask if, you know, like, because obviously they must be using it for something, as in wanting to use it to get through to somewhere, because there is beach in the distance, that's all.
So, councillor, yeah, the part of the process is the state government, when they receive the application, they do the notifications and the consultation with the residents.
Councillor Friend, question?
Thank you. Yes, my question is both for this agenda item 11.6 and the next one 11.7, as they're very much similar. Council officers, obviously, as we know, have no objection for either one of these to be closed. However, was it ever considered that the residents who fence these properties should actually purchase that area of land from council?
Okay, it's not our land.
It's not council land, it's state government land.
That's right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Question to Tony, Mr. Mayor, please.
Councillor Mather?
What's the balance area? These were road reserves leading to what land? Is it, what's the balance area?
It's on the,
That's right. That's the road reserve. This body of water is actually private property, so they can't enter it anyway. They're entering, unlawfully entering private property. So that's what I mean by there's, and likewise, council has no reason to enter that private property as well, unless we're carrying the maintenance on our infrastructure. And that's the purpose of the issue.
How does,
So people entering that land, there's really nowhere for them to go lawfully.
well, why would we have an easement there with our infrastructure under the ground?
Yeah, that's right. So councillor, the way we approach development these days is we don't ask for a reserve like that. We just ask for easements within private property.
So what services would you have underneath that?
Currently we use a stormwater infrastructure, stormwater pipes, and there's an outlet here. No, sorry. I believe this goes this way. So there's a stormwater pipe network under the ground here. And so this is a really funny situation.
Oh, it's funny, all right,
Two
I
pipes
understand
coming
that.
in and a pipe coming out.
That's why the street floods.
Yes, yes. Water
Yes.
line area.
At least that they.
Yes,
Yeah,
Yes.
this is all reclaimed land.
yes, should never have been developed.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, you can see what's happening there. So anything outside the boundaries of those house lots, it's all private property.
That's right, that's right. Within here, this is all private property. There's the road there, there is off road there.
Who owns,
This is all private property, so.
who owns the water mass?
Councillor Mather, that's probably an inappropriate question at this point because that would breach privacy.
Well, I mean, which property owner, I'm just saying.
Doesn't matter, councillor, we can't state in a public meeting.
Private property, I believe, is the chair.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if it's one of those houses along there, that's what I'm thinking. Well, you can see the fun that must have taken place at the time.
All right, councillors, and we've got a mover in Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to it at all? All right, councillors, so Anyone wish to speak against? Anyone else wish to speak for? Okay, can we wrap up debate on this one then, councillors? Go to the vote. Move it, Councillor Bellows, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. 11.7, very similar.
No.
Well, you happy to just move and second this one, councillor? We just, okay. Move Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Watson. Thank you. Councillor Eastwood, Councillor Watson. Yeah, okay.
No, it was one complaint, I believe, against one property, but officers took it as an opportunity to address this issue for the whole area.
Okay, so in the absence of any debate on this, councillors, I'm assuming there is none, we'll just go to the vote. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much, councillors. Well, this might be a reasonable time to take a break, Mr. CEO. Are you going to squeeze it in?
Squeeze it in.
All right. I'm going to absent myself from the meeting. Okay. Councillor Bello will as well. So you will need to nominate a chairperson for this particular report, councillors, in our absence. Leaving myself, Councillor Eastwood, Councillor Bello. Right. Before I leave, oh, you want to see? Yep. I'd like clarification that prior to the items that I feel that some person should be involved in part of it, we notify them, I'll have back in meeting for that. Can we facilitate that? Otherwise, if I go out there and miss the lot, I'll be
Well, I guess if that is the will of the meeting for the outgoing chair or the incoming chair to determine those things, there's nothing mechanically from preventing that from happening, other than, as I say, the item was considered in its entirety at the last meeting, and all we're really seeking today is affirmation of what happened last month. So we would be considering this in a different manner to which we did, but there's nothing precluding that from happening.
I guess, and why I'm sort of trying to prosecute the argument is, with the knowledge that I have now, I wouldn't have made the same decision back then, and left the entire meeting for the entire report, and the information is that the council could be able to be present for the balance of that report, other than the one-way, two-way. So it would be incumbent on us to be in here if we can. That would be why.
It's simply difficult to anticipate for the singular item where the crossovers might be, I guess, because the report deals with the matters in its entirety, and we won't be, I guess, only speaking about paragraphs 3 and 5 and 9 while you're out of the room, and then all of the other paragraphs when you're not. I just can't anticipate where that discussion might go. So we might move into and out of areas where you are conflicted.
So is it uncertain to put forward the conflicted items first, and then the unconflicted items in the balance?
No, that's exactly what I said 3 minutes ago, that there's nothing mechanically from preventing that from happening. However, I can't assure the balance of the councillors that the subsequent discussion won't move in and out of the areas where you might be conflicted. If that happens, we'll just have to deal with that at the time.
Based on no decisions, once the decision is made to deal with the conflicted matter, i.e. either one-way or two-way, once that decision is made, then the ability to influence that decision is not changing those following elements. That matter gets resolved.
If discussion goes the way we anticipate, yes. If it doesn't, no.
So which ones would we be dealing with?
Well, councillors, I'm feeling uncomfortable being in here at the moment, so I am going to go. You guys can sort out the dynamics around the rest of it yourselves. Give me a call when you're done.
But we can't deal with it until we do this. So, because
So clearly 2A is the matter that is the subject of the conflict, and 2D potentially flows on to that, although they are independent.
And D, because of it works on like, so it's converting one project to another project, so that's making a conscious choice, like it's not the only one to come back and say, would you like to discuss project?
Yes. Arguably B is independent of A though.
Well, that's not,
Once A is determined, B flows from that and doesn't necessarily influence A. D does, yes. And the business case C will be whatever is determined by A. So I would think it's 2A and D that is determined first, and then B and C are consequential to that. Okay.
well, if that can be facilitated, then I would think that would be the best interest of the community.
So we will note the absence of councillors Bello and Eastwood joining the band.
Thank you.
And there was a nomination for Eastwood standing chairman.
I refuse to nominate Councillor Naylor.
That's right. Councillor Naylor, do you accept that nomination? Councillor Hutton has proposed to be a seconder for Councillor Watson seconded. All those in favour? At least 3. Congratulations, Councillor Naylor. We're in your hands.
Well, I'd like to ask a question now, don't you, who's presenting the report? Okay, Tony, you're on.
Thank you, Councillor. So this report is...
Excuse me, I think we need to, Mr. CEO, I think we need to recognise that the 3 officers have left the room. Yes. We need to move that one, Mr. CEO?
No, they chose to leave.
Okay, we need to be recognised. Sorry, Tony, you're right. Right now, Justin? Yeah, thanks, Tony.
Thank you, Councillor. So this report seeks affirmation of a previous report that Council passed a resolution on in September. Reason being is after the meeting, it was brought to officers' attention that there was an error in the report. In the table on page 43, outlining the 3 options of the one-way and the two-way options. Some of those cost estimates in there contain wrong information. The information that was wrong is the table contained the overall cost estimates for the whole strategy rather than what's in the description of that table, which is construction of the pathway from Daniel Park to the lookout. Yeah. And so this report fixes that up. It puts in the correct amounts there.
So this report is the same as the previous one, but this box here with the figures in it, that's different.
That's one part, yes. One part's different. And also it also addresses a number of questions that were asked by a resident, I believe. And so on page 47, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 questions, and it's really a breakdown on the costs, just to clarify what that $600,000 entails, and also just to document some of the information provided by officers at that September meeting. And so officers provided information on approximate maintenance costs, for example. So that's just documented in the report, just for completeness. So that's pretty much it, Council.
Just to get it clear, I mean, I'm probably as confused as some others because of the complexities of this. On page 47, we've got the 600,000 total. That's the money that we've got, 500 from the funding authority and 100 from us.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And this is what you're saying, that that's what it will take to get us to 600.
Yes, that's right, Councillor.
The design 20,000, geotech investigations 50, structural engineering 50, service, car park works adjacent to Daniel Park, 160, prepare subgrade for the pathway as much as possible with the balance of funding. Now, I don't know what that would involve, because
So as you can, sorry, Councillor, I can explain
does that get us the roadway?
No,
It
no.
won't get us the upgrading of
No.
the road itself?
No, because that's
just-
going, the overall cost would be in the order, depending on which option you go, it was option 2, I believe, so $3 million was the total cost of the pathway and the roadworks. So with that initial $600,000, we'll do as much as we can for it, and then the rest will be covering under our own budget.
Our own budget?
Yes.
Okay, so let's get it clear, what sort of a pathway are you contemplating at this point in time? Because we're looking at a
Yes.
walkway, we're looking at a pathway.
Yes.
What are we looking at, and what are the estimate costings on those?
So the current resolution from the September meeting is a concrete shared pathway beside the road and maintaining the two-way traffic.
Yes, two-way traffic's critical.
Yes.
The pathway, how wide is that, and what vehicles will that cover?
So it's 3 metres, I think it's 3 metres now because we've incorporated this on-road cycle lane, we've incorporated that into the shared pathway. So the shared pathway, as you can see on screen, Councillor, it's for pedestrians, people with mobility aids, prams, and for cycling as well.
Do we need a 3-metre pathway?
So
Do we have the room for a 3-metre pathway?
oh yes, Councillor, because we're
Given
building
the
out.
constraints.
Yeah. So because we're building out over the rocks, we can make it as wide as we want.
You're talking about a boardwalk outside the...
No. So we're reclaiming land. We're going to fill it up with, we're going to build a retaining wall and fill it up, pretty much like Statue Bay, how we built up over the rocks and widened the whole road. And then it'll be our standard concrete shed pathway, but 3 metres wide, that's all.
So there's... I'll let other councillors ask questions.
Oh, sorry. Madam Chair, when we're ready, I'm happy to move the recommendation as per the last meeting. So the same as we had last meeting, I'm happy to move that again.
Madam Chair, through you, I have a couple of questions. Tony, the issues of those questions that came from the community was that the disparity between the survey that went out to all of the Cooey Bay residents and that the costings that came to our agenda last meeting were completely different. It didn't actually state that it was the overall strategy. So from memory, I think that the overwhelming response from Cooey Bay was 2 ways and a boardwalk, because that said $1.5 million. However, when it came to our agenda, it said $6.2 million. And of course, so then we thought, well, it's best to have a pathway. And really what I'm asking you is, when you talk about the overall strategy, what do you mean?
Okay, yes, Councillor. So the overall strategy, and there's a diagram there, means all the road, yes, that's one. The road upgrades as well, the construction of roundabouts, and all the extended pathways, which connects down to the Cooey Bay beach, pool, sorry, and also across to Lammermoor Beach. And so it's the whole strategy. The whole Cooey Bay area. Yes.
Thank you. And we also discussed, I believe, in this last meeting in relation to a boardwalk made of timber and a boardwalk made of composite material being much cheaper, being the composite. What could you please refresh my memory, and particularly those of the community that may be watching right now, why a composite material may not work in that area?
I don't believe I believe we said it would work, and it's actually the preferred because there's a lower maintenance cost and operational cost, less cleaning involved. Although the boardwalks are very similar requirements as in construction wise. It's just purchasing the materials might be cheaper for composites, but the main thing is the ongoing maintenance issue, cleaning of it.
Thank you. And from what I can see, that was $50,000 per annum.
Approximately, yes, yeah.
To maintain. So in saying that, if can a person, say with a pram or someone with a mobility aid, somehow would they be able to access a boardwalk as easily as they would a pathway? Not even a shared pathway, just a pathway. Would that be just as accessible to them as a pathway?
Definitely, councillor. So the only difference, I guess, is the boardwalk, because of the type of construction with the slats. There's no problem with. It's not going to prevent people with mobility aids using it. It just might be a little bit noisy. You get the little bumps, etc. But the construction, essentially, is the alignments, vertical alignments, etc., crossboards and everything is essentially exactly the same as the shared pathway. It's only the roughness, the smooth ride.
So in actual fact, the shared pathway that we decided on last time actually will last 80 to 100 years. Is that correct? Whereas the boardwalk may last up 20 or 30 years.
Yeah, they're very rough estimates, I guess, councillor, because it's hard to predict how long concrete lasts. But from an asset management point of view, yes, 80 to 100 years, and that's what we designed to as well. And the other issue with the boardwalk, it's all dependent upon the elements and the usage, I suppose, the wear and tear. And so generally, a good estimate would be around 20 years, I think we said, yeah.
I also remember in the last conversation that it was brought up that recycle stuff does seem to be breaking down a little bit quicker because of our UV. I noticed some of our, the things where they have, you drink out of them, like a, what are they called? Yeah,
bubblers, yeah.
I've noticed a few of them around town that are really faded. They've really lost their colour and they've gone back to sort of a white colour. And I was thinking the same when I was thinking about this pathway, that you'd be replacing them, whereas we use concrete, we're not going to have that problem, are we?
That's right. That's correct. Yes. Yeah. That's right.
And the concrete be done in a pattern so that it comes across as that to maybe get that natural look back or something.
Yeah. So that's always an option, councillor, for any concrete works we do within the Shire. And we had discussions recently about a style guide or a theme for, especially for our concrete works, choosing which colours council would prefer. I believe we had involved the mayor and possibly other councillors. And so that's always an option. Similar to at the foreshore where we did I believe we had patterns and things in the concrete to establish some sort of theme. That's always a possibility, yes.
Through the chair, if I may, Madam Chair. There are members of the Kui Bay community that are really concerned that this may take many, many years to actually finally be constructed according to what our last resolution was, and as opposed to, say, a boardwalk, etc. Could we talk time frames and periods in realistic terms?
Yes. So I had consulted, when we were preparing this report, I consulted the manager of construction and maintenance, and so it all comes down to whether council approves the budget. If we're able to bring that that later project forward and continue construction, the manager of construction and maintenance was confident we can have it constructed as per what we put in the table here. So construction of the boardwalk and the roadworks, if it was a boardwalk, sorry. So 46. So looking at the strategies in those tables on page 44, 45 and 46, depending on which option. So the two-way traffic with a shared path. The rest of the construction would be in the following financial year, 22-23. And Manager of Construction Maintenance was confident we could deliver that if we had the budget, and means shuffling some projects around as well, but it's very possible, yes. Well, that would be the target, yeah.
Tony, just to clarify, the 600,000, prepare, subgrade for the pathway as much as possible with the balance of the funding.
Yes,
That's only the preparation.
that's right,
It's
Councillor.
not the construction.
No, construction, as in, we, depending how much the balance of the funding, we build retaining walls and fill it in and compact it, as much as we can until we run out of money. And then after that, we use our own funds to finish the job.
Okay, that was my next question. What was your plan for the next funds?
So
Is there opportunity? I know the funding authority says no more money, it's all been allocated. So where would you expect, would there be another funding possibility down the track? Perhaps the director
Yes.
might have some answers there.
So I guess
If
if
you
there
wanted
is,
one.
if there is a grant funding opportunity
We'll go
available during that period, we would definitely seek to apply for it. But depending on the direction from council, if you wish for construction straight away and to complete it next financial year,
We'd have to put our money into
23,
it.
that's right, councillor, yeah.
Yes, I understand that. Perhaps when we go back to the construction authority, the funding authority, to let them know we have asked, and thank you very much for your consideration, and we'll be back.
Yes,
Is there a possibility to complete the job? It's just food for thought at this point in time.
yes,
That
most
we
definitely.
could flag to them that it's a major project and we just want to take it slow, but we'll be looking at them so they don't forget us.
Yes, definitely.
Through the chair,
Councillor
if I may.
Friend, yes.
Thank you,
yes.
Madam Chair.
I'm very
Uh,
lenient.
If
because
you,
It's a big topic, this one.
wonderful, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure who to ask this question of, whether it's the Director of Infrastructure, whether it's our engineer, or whether it's the CEO. But if we may go to point 4 of the resolution, D. This decision contemplates no change to traffic management arrangements and road hierarchy for Matthew Flinders Drive. Specifically, what are you saying? I just think I'm looking at all of the other affirms the resolution made on the 21st, but can you just refresh me on that last one? Because to me that says, well, there's no change. I don't quite understand. I'm not an engineer. Thank you.
It's my,
Superfluous?
the item D from the motion from the last meeting was the direct consequence of me seeking some confidence around the fact that in the drawings that had been provided, it talked about a shared zone down the bottom of Matthew Flinders Drive, out the front of the park, etc. And I had suggested, saying that if we're to remain, this is two-way, if we reduce the speed down to 5 kilometres an hour to provide for that shared zone as such, we've basically done the job that we didn't want to do, which is push every other vehicle onto every other road. So item D was there to say that we expect that there'll be no change to the traffic management arrangements and the road hierarchy for Matthew Flinders Drive, saying we don't expect that we're going to be pushing vehicles onto other roads, and to achieve that, obviously, we're not going to reduce the speed in that small segment. So that was me seeking confidence in the outcome that we were seeking.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Hutton. I appreciate it.
Tony, there's one lingering thought that I've always got. We're only going to Matthew Flinders Drive lookout at this point in time, aren't we? Okay. Anything that comes up, it's future funding, council funding.
That's correct, councillor, unless
Okay.
there is opportunities to get external funding.
We just got to be reminded of all those overruns.
Yes, definitely.
What I was asking, the pathway, you're talking 3 metres, 3.5 metres?
That's correct.
3.5. Why do we need to
I
go
believe
to
it's
3.5?
3 metres now?
On the
2.5.
picture it says 3.5.
Oh, okay, 3.5 then, sorry, yes.
3.5. Why do we need to go to 3.5? Because if we go to 2.5, would that be sufficient?
So because we're
Quite big.
we are incorporating the cycle lane. Normally have a 2.5 metre wide shared path, but we have an on road cycle lane as well. But because there's not enough room to have the on road cycle lane,
Why can't they
there
go
is-
on
there
the
is-
road?
then we're trying to incorporate it into the shared path, and so so we don't have to widen it as much. pretty much reason.
Well, I'm just thinking, it would help with our funding. I mean, 3.5 to 2.5 would be quite a lot of money because you've got all that preparation that you've got to have.
Yeah, so because the other issue was, I guess, is because it's state government, partial state and partial federal government funding, I believe, and it's always the advice from TMR, Transport Main Roads, we've always received in previous years was that they prefer a wider parkway. So our normal shared paths that we construct around the Shire, they prefer 3 metres, and we've negotiated down to 2.5 metres. But so they actually prefer the wider pathways.
It's all right if you've got flat ground.
That's right.
But we're on a cliff.
That's right.
It makes a difference.
Yeah.
So you're saying that you negotiated down to 2.5 metres?
That's right.
So
Yes.
that's where we are now?
And so but that's only if that's for normal shared path on its own. But in this instance, when we're incorporating the cycle lane into the shared path, that's why we're proposing a wider shared path.
Mr CEO, if the resolution, if the motion goes through as it is, could we discuss that width of the pathway at a later date? Would that give us room to do that? Because I'm just wondering, because the wider we go, the more expensive it will be, and I don't see any reason why we can't push the bike up there rather than take all the room.
Madam Chair, you raised the same matter at the previous meeting. The response was that we'll get one opportunity to construct this, and we don't want to find ourselves in a situation that we regret not having, because it is on that location that you point out. It's not flat ground. It's going to be a high volume thoroughfare, we would anticipate, when it's improved. So the consensus at the last meeting was, let's build it to the ultimate capacity once and not have to go back in some years' time to try and extend another metre.
Which would, the geotech and all that, it will tell us. I mean, the wider you'll have it, the more traffic you'll have on it, and the bigger the stress on the cliff, on the foundations. That's how I look at it. I just felt it was probably an overkill.
As I say, the same point was prosecuted at the last meeting.
Yes, I know, it's a bug. It's a bug.
Let's build the ultimate from the outset.
Okay. You'll be at the bottom with your... Okay.
Madam Chair, through to Tony. There was talk at the last meeting that we could pay some money from the pool funding that we had. Is that still the case? If we're looking for funding?
I'm not sure. I'd have to seek advice from the CEO.
I wouldn't like to think we'd steal from the pool.
I mean, it's difficult to... there's lots of possibilities about how we end up funding this. It's not really the intent of today's gathering. This is to simply affirm last month's decisions that were taken. I'm happy to re-prosecute a few of those. We'll look at all sorts of funding opportunities for this because it's clearly going to be a high-profile, high-demand project.
Okay, so that's fine. The other thing is at the bottom of this, we say for the two-way traffic shared pathway that is 3 million, but the overall cost is actually 4.9, isn't it? Million over 5 years.
Oh yes, yeah.
45.
Yeah. So the overall strategy, yes, 4.91 was it? Yeah. Over 5 years. Yeah, that's for the master plan, including all the other roadworks and pathways. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct.
We can only go as fast as the money takes us.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Are any of your lights on? Your lights on? Have you finished your question? Councillor Friend, any further questions? Councillor Hutton, any further questions?
No, happy to move.
CEO?
Madam Chair.
No, Madam Chair, I think you've got a proposer for the
Yes, we have a mover.
amended motion.
We have a mover, we have a seconder. Any comments, Michael? You're being... Okay. Would you like to speak to your motion, Councillor Hutton?
No, thank you, but reserve the right.
Okay. Councillor Watson, would you like to speak to your motion as a seconder?
I'm fine, just like to put my hand up.
Is there any speaker against the motion? Well, Councillor Hutton, in that case, you can wind up.
Good outcome, glad we got there.
All right, I'll call the vote. All those in favour? Thank you. That was carried unanimous with 4 members being present.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
That's the way to do it, Andrea. Hey, thanks, Tony. Thank you. Oh, are we going to stay? What are we doing now?
The second part. So now we're going to have to revisit a lot of that again, I imagine, as part of the staging process.
That pathway to bicycle, why isn't it 3 metres wide like the concrete ones?
Which is on the footpath. It's not a shared path, so the extended width footpath is 1.2, 1.5 metres.
Yep, Mr. CEO, what are we doing?
Matt.
Has anybody got our mayor? Where is the chair? The mayor.
Couple of things. So yes, protocol would
Okay.
be that the deputy mayor would resume the chair or assume the chair.
Okay, so does this mean B, C and D?
B and C.
Yes.
So the motion that was just passed was items 2A, item 1, item 2A and item 2D. And as was requested when councillors Bello and Eastwood declared their interests, they wanted to return to the room to be involved in the determination of items 2B and 2C, so they are to be considered now if there is a proposer for that part of the affirmation of last month's resolution.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Can I ask the outcome of the carried unanimously to go one way, two way?
Two way.
Well, I guess it might help.
So do we need any recognition that the two members are back here? Yeah.
Happy to move it, Mr. Chairman, if you're.
I'd be happy to second it, Mr. Chairman.
Just to, firstly, allow for any question that may arise to it. I certainly have a question, without recognising others may as well, so that if anybody else does. It doesn't look like they do.
We've exhausted all the questions, I think.
Great, that's good. So mine probably relates to primarily around, I think it's C there, Mr. CEO, support the preparation of bids to deliver the project in accordance with the associated staging plan. So can I be explained what is the staging plan? Because that would indicate to me that you've got elements that you've agreed upon to deliver, say, project A, whatever that may look like. And then it's going to be staged, and this is seeking support to initiate that. So what is the stage or the plan that has been currently supported by the table? Because there was a number of different options there. You know, retaining walls, boardwalks, two-way with elevated platforms. What is the actual agreed upon stage?
So, Councillor, the agreed upon stage at this stage is maintaining two-way traffic and the construction of a concrete shed pathway. And so it's the table on page 45 of the report.
Is that in the report or in the attachments? Do we know? Or could we maybe get it up on there if that's...
Yep. In the report, page 45.
Page 45.
And so the staging strategy is that table, I guess. It's a total of $4.91 million over 5 years.
Okay, and the end of the project would look like what?
As per the master plan, which is...
That doesn't include Daniel Park itself.
No, that's right.
That's
Not
right.
Daniel
That's
Park.
another-
It's just purely the
roadway
road
from the-
reserve works, as in the road upgrades, extending the pathways down to the Cooley Bay Pool and out to Lammermoor Beach, the walking trail as well. And so it's all the road and pathways works in that master plan.
And how is the pedestrian access around Matthew Flinders being achieved? What design, has that been specified?
So pedestrian access as in...
From Cooley Bay car park up to the lookout?
Yes, so it's a shared path come all the way down, yes.
And the like the actual design of that though, what does that look like?
There is you can see, there is a bit of a sketch there.
Yep.
There's
page?
car park upgrades, and so it was in the master plan, as well as on page 40, you can see a bit of it there. And so there's a bit of car park upgrades to formalise car parking and make it a bit more safe. And there's pathway linkages to the existing concrete pathways that are down there now.
Okay, so the one that, just help me to understand, so has this council already ratified that that is the preferred option?
Yes.
And that'll be done over a staged period of time? Over 5 years? Okay. Okay, so that's...
Subject to this council supporting
The business
two
case.
centres. So the staging is what we're doing there.
Okay, so are we determining a particular design, or are we determining the business case to deliver the project in accordance with the staging plan?
And that's my understanding is the previous, 5 minutes ago, council resolved to support two-way traffic with the concrete footpath. So that's locked in. Now it's this session is to discuss to give us as officers authority to talk to the Queensland Reconstruction Authority about changing the funding.
Yep, that's part A,
That's
part B.
B there, and
Yep.
C, which is the business case for the staging, which is the staging of the rollout of the project, which is a two-way road with a concrete footpath.
And so the table, I guess important, where I'm probably trying to really clarify is that the previous decision to determine which option to utilise was made, won't be made here, that's already been made. Okay.
So what we're doing is voting on whether we give them permission to go ahead with it.
Okay. Okay.
You might say, Councillor Hale.
What's happened, we've told the funding authority that we need to change the scope of works. And, or can we change the scope of works? And even though they haven't said, yes, you can, they look favourably on what we have said. Okay, Tony? So what we need to do is go back to them and say, okay, this is our plan, will you approve that? And hopefully we'll get the tick. Now, once we get the tick, then the officers are already authorised by this resolution to go back and do your business case. Then that comes back to the table. Does that make sense? Am I wrong? Yes. No. Okay. So we've got to get the authority, the funding authority, to give us the tick on the new scope of works first. But the big winner in all this is that you're still retaining your two-way traffic.
Are there any other questions? If not, I'm going to ask other questions. What advice could you provide, Cale, if ultimately the decision around what the design was going to look like seems to have been made previously? What advice could you give me in the event that I wanted to test the table, and would I be within my rights to test the table as to question the legitimacy of that design as opposed to a different design, which I disagree with that design, but is there the scope for me to challenge that decision, or am I precluded because of the conflict that was previously identified over the one-way, two-way, yet a decision has gone beyond that, what I was think was outside the conflict in the first place, that it's occurred when we weren't here?
If I understand the question correctly, irrespective of your point of view on the outcome, but yes, there has been a decision made which stands, which has determined the one-way, two-way determination and whether or not that incorporates a shared pathway, because your colleagues questioned boardwalks versus shared pathways versus if that's the elements that you're talking about challenging. So that was incorporated into the earlier determination. So yeah, there's not really a way of unpacking that now. This is simply, as we determined when you were here earlier, items 2B and 2C. So that crossover thing I was talking about, that was what I was referring to.
So ultimately, the attempt to ensure councillors were, as many councillors as possible could be in the room for the decisions that were that they were responsible to make, it would appear that one of those certainly was undertaken without the councillors that could have been in the room for it. Because there was more than one way to achieve, hypothetically, the two-way option and produce a pathway around Rec Point. Is that reasonable?
Mr. CEO, I think I can clarify something here. Councillor, you're talking about the finer details of, for example, the car parking arrangement. So those sort of finer details, they can be firmed up during the detailed design phase.
Thank you, Tony. Not so much that. The concerns around retaining on the outside of the road, given the extreme steepness of Rec Point, one would have liked to have been involved in the debate to determine that, as opposed to perhaps another one that was put forward, but it would seem that opportunity has been lost by virtue of not being in the room.
Can I speak, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, because it seems that our conflict of interest was really down to one way or two way, because they were the only things that were going to affect us, or could possibly affect us personally. But the type of boardwalk or concrete pathway would have made no difference to us, and would have been absolutely, it wouldn't matter. But obviously we would have, well, I would have definitely would have liked to have been involved in that conversation and even a vote on where that would go. So that's, I guess, well, the problem is we
could have had the same thing with Bang Lake.
Mr. Chairman, if I...
Yes, certainly. I'll just take Councillor Hutton's question, Councillor.
Probably not a question, one of which obviously I don't believe that it was understood as to what you were looking to be participating in, and I don't think it was clearly articulated prior to the departure saying what we want to be here is for the conversation around the design. But as someone who was in the room during the conversation, there is an intrinsic link in the decision, I believe, and from the conversation that we've had around the design choice to the decision around one-way, two-way. And I think that's where your desire to participate would have challenged you. It may not be the case in other circumstances, but in this case where I know that it wasn't just a matter of do we support one-way, two-way, but around the costings of the achievement of that, which related directly to the choice of between doing footpath versus boardwalk versus whatever, that intrinsically is linked to the decision that council has made today. And so I think that, just to inform you that that's the case, that I don't believe that you would have been able to have got an outcome either for or against two-way, one-way without the conversation around the costings of the potential of the design, and that's why the two were dealt with together.
okay, yeah. And I'm happy to accept I don't think I've got any choice but to accept the council's decision.
Okay, we'll go to the recommendation.
Happy to move.
We've got a seconder there. Look, I think Councillor Watson just beat Councillor Mader, so Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak?
Just reserve the right, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Any speakers against the resolution? Back to you, Councillor Hutton.
Good outcome. Glad to see we got there.
Okay. Those in favour? Those against? Thank you, Mr. CEO. Yep, we'll wait for lunch. We need a break for lunch. We do.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I shall be brief, councillors. It is unlike the report. It's a 30-page document full of wonderful material and statistics regarding the activities of the folk within the livability and wellbeing portfolio. Rather than going through word by word, I would also be reluctant to pull out certain areas because that would be to give priority or give special mention to certain parts as opposed to others, and everybody across the board has been working diligently equally, so it would be unfair on those who aren't mentioned. So I guess what the report does show is that there is certainly an increase in the activity within a number of areas, whether it be compliance related or application related or even just through the community centre with requests. That point of view, that's probably not going to plateau anytime this financial year, possibly even into the next financial year. So obviously everybody is very much gainfully employed in their endeavours, doing the best they can for the organisation. I'll leave it at that, Councillor.
Okay. Questions? Councillor Hutton.
Oh, sorry, Mr Mayor, I'm happy to move when it's ready.
All right, just any questions of the officers? Thank you. All right, we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton. Can I get a second? Councillor Friend, thank you. Councillor Hutton, you want to speak to the report?
No, thanks, Mr Mayor.
All right. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Friend, would you like to speak for it?
I'd just like to say thank you to Mr Bacon and all of the officers and departments in which livability actually covers. It's quite intensive, and it's a lot of work. There's a lot of work on the officers too within council, and each and every one of them do their utmost best because they live in our community, they're part of our community, and they just do a really good job and they should be acknowledged. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone else like to speak to the report?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I would endorse the comments made by the former member because looking through this, I was almost exhausted because I'm thinking, you know, if there's any reason why we should all just take a breather sometimes and be appreciated. And I think we should have one of those days where we are appreciated. But I think it's important too that the public has the confidence to contact us for help when they need it. And I think that hand should always be extended to them to make sure that nothing is too big or too small. It won't always happen today, but it can happen if it's possible. So I thank the staff and the public for being patient and trusting of us. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. All right, councillors, any other comments? Councillor Watson.
Just in a former life, I had a bit to do with Jobs Queensland, and I'm just wondering if we were able to give anyone jobs from this.
No, we didn't directly employ anyone through that, but the success rate of employment through the programs that we participate with are very high, and it's not fleeting. Most of those jobs are longer term.
All right.
Thanks. That's great. Thank you.
All right, so can I get a, this is 11.9 we're on? Right, okay, so we've got a mover. Is that right? Yep, okay. Okay, so move Councillor Hutton, second myself. All right, so carried unanimously. All in favour? Thank you. Rightio. I'm losing the plot. 11.10. Well, that's an assumption. 11.10 Livingstone Community Grants Round 1, 21-22 Assessment Outcome. Councillor Hutton.
Mr Mayor, I will alert the table to the fact that while I do not have a prescribed conflict of interest, I am, I believe, the patron of the Keppel Coast Country Music Club, but have no involvement with the executive members or grant applications that they make, so feel I can remain to make the decision on the collective decision today.
Yeah. Councillors, just quickly, any objections to Councillor Hutton remaining in the room? All right. Cool. All right. Over to who's delivering this? Molly. Welcome to the table, Molly.
Good afternoon, everyone. Very pleased to present the report this afternoon for the most recent round of the Livingstone Community Grant Scheme, being round 1, 21-22. And we'd also like to acknowledge Mick Cranny Investments, who contribute $5,000 per round. So Livingstone Shire Council contributes $30,000 per round, and Mick Cranny Investments commits $5,000 per round. So, excuse me. For the most recent round, there were 21 applications, and there were 9 successful, according to the assessment panel. So those successful applicants are the Emu Park Swimming Club for purchase and installation of fencing around their clubhouse, Quarrel Cricket Club, installation of awning on their new clubhouse, Yeppoon Junior Rugby League, purchase and installation of kitchen cabinetry for their canteen, Quarrel School of the Arts, stainless steel benches to be installed in the Quarrel Hall kitchen, Yeppoon Men's Shed, an air compressor and associated electrical equipment, Yeppoon State Primary School Parents and Citizens Association, a Thermomix for their tuck shop, Keppel Coast Country Music Club, purchase of chairs and a pole saw, Yeppoon Swimming Club, the purchase of marquees, Emu Park Historical Society, purchase and installation of a new shade sail, and Bat Care Capricornia for the vaccines for Australian bat lyssavirus for their volunteers. So the officers recommend endorsing the Community Grants Assessment Panel's final evaluations.
Right. Thank you, Molly. Got a mover, Councillor Eastwood, seconder, Councillor Hutton. Thank you. Any discussion on this one, councillors? Councillor Eastwood, do you want to? Yeah, well, hang on. I'm going to ask Councillor Eastwood to speak to it first, then you can ask your question. Councillor Eastwood, you want to speak to the report?
Just briefly, Mr Mayor, as always, you know, there were many applications, and you can only give away so much amount of money, but it's always great to see us helping, and also Mick Cranny Investments to, you know, thank them as well for helping and supporting some worthwhile causes, some great community groups, and yeah, it's just really exciting when you go through all the applicants and just see what's happening in the community and their needs and wants, and they're just very happy to endorse this one, Mr Mayor.
All right, excellent, thank you. Councillor Watson, question?
Not a question, just a statement. I'd just like to thank Molly. It was my first time I've ever done it, and it was so easy to do because of the way she'd set it up. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. Any other comments, councillors? I'm not assuming there's any dissent on this one. All right. We'll close debate. We've got a move at Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 11.11 is the Victory Tennis Club Incorporated request for charges waiver. Molly, over to you on this one too, I believe.
Thank you, Mayor. The Victory Tennis Club has been, well, council records show they've been operating from their site on Bell Park since 2011. It is understood that they've been operating for a much longer time than that, approximately 50 years. However, I couldn't source records relating to the tenure arrangement prior to 2011. This year, Victory Tennis Incorporated requested to renew its tenure arrangement. So they were issued a trustee lease early 2021, which provides it with exclusive use of an area of trust land. Due to it being trust land, the lease and survey plan need to be registered against the title with the Department of Natural Resources, Mines and Energy's Titles Office. The typical process is that council organises the surveyor, registers all the documents as required, pays all fees and subsequently invoices the tenant for the cost less 50% of the surveying fee, which is council's contribution. Any trustee lease issued after 2019 is required to have the survey plan conducted and registered alongside it. So the Victory Tennis Club have asked for a waiver of all fees associated with their most recent lease. The recommendation from officers is that council waives the survey specifically related fees totalling $1,299, recognising that the club did not understand the requirement for a survey and the fact that what the costs associated with the survey being conducted as well as them being registered would be. I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillors, questions?
Mr Mayor, this is just in recognition of all of the inconsistencies that we've been identifying throughout the Shire and bringing people on board as to what is required of them when changes are made. And I guess one by one, you've been picking them up, Molly. It's been a little bit less for some of them because they're organisations where volunteers are producing these results. So I'd support the recommendation.
As a sports portfolio, Mr Mayor.
You want to move that one, councillor? Right. All right. Any other questions of the officer before we go into debate? All right. So moved Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Watson. Thank you. Councillor Eastwood, did you want to speak to the report?
Again, just briefly, Mr Mayor, this club's been running for a long, long time. They're a good club. They've showed their longevity, and in this instant, with this big change, I think we should support the officer's decision to waiver the amount of whatever it was, $1,200 or whatever. It's going to help them survive, which just brings value to our community. Thank you.
All right. Anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Watson?
Just that I remember playing tennis there when I was 10 years of age. That's where I learned. And since getting into council, there's been a few conversations that I've had with the club, and it's just good to see that they're still there.
All right. Thank you. Any other comments, councillors, before we close debate? All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, as I said, with your indulgence, we'll go to 1118, which is the Livingstone Shire Local Disaster Management Plan 2021. Welcome to the table, Mr Mazzafari.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. This is our annual review and annual endorsement of the Livingstone Shire Local Disaster Management Plan. So in our August meeting, 25th of August 2021, the Local Disaster Management Group actually endorsed the latest version of the Local Disaster Management Plan. The plan went through some significant review, and there's some further review to come ahead once we've got the final risk assessment that we're working on at the present moment in time. We also asked the Inspector General of Emergency Management through their framework to do an audit or a review of our plan, and out of those observations that were sent back to the Emergency Management, the Inspector General of Emergency Management, good practice was identified, and I thought it was good to highlight to the council table those good practices. The operational plan, which is quite unique. So we have an operational plan that gives us a little bit of KPIs for the Local Disaster Management Group, all agencies to achieve. And I have attached the 2021 and 2020 plan for your review. If you did have a look at the attachments, you'll notice that the new one, which is the 2021-2022, has an extra shared responsibility, and that shared responsibility is common language. Very interesting in emergency management, lots of agencies use different languages, so we've actually now agreed to have a common methodology with our language, which is pretty important when we're communicating to our community. The bushfire management strategy was also noted as good practice, and of course so was the Recovery Resilient Task Force, which has been ongoing since 2015, Tropical Cyclone Marsha. Community engagement, school visits, open days and Resilient Ricky has also been highlighted down for state, and the engagement we've done with our Rural Fire Brigade through the establishment of the Bushfire Subgroup and the new, let's call it the Area Fire Management Group, which is now a Bushfire Subgroup in regards to it. So councillors, I'll hand over if there's any questions through you, Mr Mayor, and hopefully that council will adopt the Livingstone Shire Local Disaster Management Plan.
All right, thank you, Mr Mazzafari. And councillors, I'm going to flag that I'll move this one. But are there any questions of Mr Mazzafari? All right, so I'm going to move. Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Hutton. All right, and councillors, just very briefly, I'd like to acknowledge the work of not only Mr Mazzafari and his team, but also acknowledge the input of the Local Disaster Management Group, the various agencies involved, and also the Inspector General of Emergency Management's Office in reviewing this, because all of these particular agencies have had a major role and input into this, and obviously no success comes without lots of hard work and input. Can I also acknowledge the Get Ready Day staff from last Sunday, Mr. Mazzafari? That was an extremely successful event, as from where I was standing anyway. I wasn't able to stay for the whole day, but I was there for a few hours, as you know, and I just think that the willingness of our staff and the emergency agencies to give up their time on a weekend is certainly commendable, and I would appreciate, I hope on behalf of Council, you extending our thanks and appreciation. All right. Anyone speaking against this one, councillors? Would anyone else like to speak for? I'll just open the floor on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I attended a disaster day at the Hub in, was it late September? Was it early October? You had some wonderful guest speakers. It was for all the community groups and the emergency services to attend. Your guest speakers came from down south. You'll have to name them. I was desperately looking for their names now. I couldn't find them. And each and every one of them endorsed this plan. They said it was of top quality and high calibre. So congratulations.
Any other comments, councillors? Councillor Mather?
Mr. Mayor, we've had a number of events in relation to disaster management, and it's because of not only the group whose many contributions have contributed towards the plan, but it's also a coordinating effect and pulling everything together to make it work. And as Councillor Friend said, the I guess you'd call it a seminar, conference, excellent. I'd recommend it to anybody, and I think it would be nice to get those speakers, if we had them on tape, for all members to listen to, because it would be a very, very good education on its own. But it's only successful because we've got people who make it a priority in their life and for the benefit of all. And Mr. Mayor, I think this community is very safe, it's very lucky, it's very blessed for having the people that we have looking after it.
Indeed, Councillor. And as for those recordings, Mr. Mazzaroni?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through you, I believe we're talking about the Community Supporting Community Forum, which was held both at the Hub and at Town Hall. So Suzette's done a wonderful job pulling it together. We actually have got the recordings. We've done a video that's going up on YouTube, and we've also got a feedback from the participants, and overwhelmingly one of the most successful forums that was totally different than a normal community forum. It was actually designed for community groups that are supporting the community, and the biggest lesson for them, I believe, was that their role in emergency management was actually magnified and how they could actually fit into the whole structure of the Queensland Disaster Management Arrangement. So we will chase those up, but I have got all those details if the councillors want me to share the names of the speakers. They were from Charles Sturt University.
And Mr. Mayor, it would be good if our staff could see those as well. I mean, those who weren't there. It's all about leadership roles.
Well, that will be a decision for the CEO and the executive director.
Yes, I'm flagging it because
I get that, Councillor.
it applies to everybody. Thank you.
All right. So anyway, congratulations to Mr. Mazzafari and Mr. Bacon, because good teamwork doesn't happen without good leadership. So congratulations, gentlemen, on this one. All right, councillors, we'll go to the vote. We've got a mover and myself, seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mazzafari. And we're down to 11.12, councillors, which is a development application for a development permit for a material change of use for a childcare centre, 28 Park Street, Yeppoon. Erin, you're... Greta, okay. Welcome to the table, Greta. Over to you. There you go, it's hiding.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. This report is in relation to a development application for a childcare centre at 28 Park Street. The proposal is for a 68-place childcare centre with a maximum of 9 staff working at the facility at its highest occupancy. The subject site is located in the medium density residential zone, and the proposed use, being for a childcare centre, is not identified as preferred use within the zone. Despite this, the proposal is unlikely to have a higher impact on sensitive land uses such as the nearby residential uses. Often childcare facilities are located within the residential areas, and the proposed development contributes to a high level of amenity, provides visual interest in respect of the built form and landscaping when viewed from the street, and is proposed to be provided with adequate infrastructure and essential services. Further, the application was subject to public notification and no submissions were received, which can be considered as community acceptance of the proposal. The development application is therefore recommended for approval, subject to reasonable and relevant conditions. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor
Thanks,
Fred.
Greta. Appreciate all the hard work you've put in. I have a couple of questions in relation to the car parking. I see that there's 18 car parks. 16 car parks. There's 9 staff, is that right? And there's going to be approximately 68 children, is that right? So is there any, that's great that there's 16 car parks there, but is there any thought given to widening that service road? Because if there are, hypothetically, if 68 children get dropped off by one vehicle of a peak hour in the morning when everyone's at work, that's a lot of congestion in that service road area, and it's really such a narrow road that, 2 cars cannot kind of pass each other. Well, they can, but not easily, not if there's a high congestion. And the exiting from that service road is a very narrow exit onto already a busy street along Park Street. Was there any consideration to widening that road?
So not to widening, there is conditions that it's left in, left out, so you'll only be able to travel one way up that road, so there won't actually be any vehicles passing one another along that service road. They did provide a traffic impact assessment, which our engineers have looked at and advised it is suitable, and the number of parking is sufficient with what's required in the planning scheme.
So I suppose, and that's great, thank you, and I suppose that we've approved a vet there. So, and there'll be also people dropping off their animals before work for their surgeries or whatever they need to have done, dropping in and out. So did the engineers take into consideration the childcare centre next to the veterinary clinic at the same time?
Hand over to the engineers to address.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess the traffic impact report provided as part of this application generally consider the existing approved land uses across the traffic catchment. So I guess given one way, which is left in and left out, the potential impacts you highlighted, I don't think it's going to impact the existing uses, or it's going to impact the proposed uses as well. So it's considered as part of the traffic impact report. Sure. Thank you.
Councillor Hutton?
Yeah, just the one question. Have we considered all a reasonable condition around delivery? So quite often facilities like this have delivery trucks that are arriving bringing food or other supplies to them, and obviously recognising the congestion that Councillor Friend has highlighted in those peak periods, is it reasonable to have a condition around providing hours in which they can be having delivery trucks there? Only I think it's a fault that we've seen in some of the existing facilities that they don't kind of manage that particularly well, and this being a constricted site, especially the one-way street.
Yeah, it's a reasonable comment. Yeah, we can consider condition.
There isn't a kitchen proposed in this childcare centre, so unlike other childcare centres that do have kitchens and they have their food deliveries, this one does not include a kitchen. So potentially any deliveries that they do have may be quite minor and more rare than other childcare centres.
If I can harp on the same point, what's the fallback position if subsequent to this being constructed and the completion of the veterinary clinic, which isn't too far away, we do find there is a traffic issue there? What's the fallback position?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't. We can, as a traffic engineer, we can consider within the 10-year design horizon what we can expect. So I can't see within that 10-year design horizon anything goes pear shape. So if it happens, then we need to consider at that time what's the mitigation measures at the time. But at this stage, with the existing land uses across with the traffic catchment, they have demonstrated that there is no worsening due to this development.
Well, with absolute respect to your traffic management studies, I'm still sceptical. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, just a further question. Is this a long daycare or a short daycare?
It's 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m.
Okay, so just conscious of the fact that we would all be aware of the challenges that Tamby Road faces, or Tamby Road Braithwaite Street faces at both 3 o'clock in the afternoon, that there's a huge backlog in Quagmire, both at that set of traffic lights going in each direction. Is there anything that we've considered in our traffic framework to try and not exacerbate an already what I would probably say is a growth pain scenario that we see in that segment of Tamby Road?
Yeah, we are aware of the issues with the existing Tamby Road. So that's one of our we have identified a trunk road, which is another link. Once we connected the Condon Drive, probably it'll reduce the potential traffic impact along Tamby Road. So that's the very high level strategic planning framework at this stage.
Sorry, can you just repeat that? So what road are we looking
The Condon Drive, the link between Condon Drive, I guess, Condon Drive, Adelaide Park connection, Condon Drive and yeah.
Yeah.
The one that goes across the rail track.
And just a little bit extra on this, it does go into the slip lane, so any traffic will actually be leaving that road and going into the slip lane rather than...
With that particular road, even now, when you're heading past McDonald's to go towards the roundabout and you want to turn right and go up John Street, you can sit there for a long time. And that could be any time of the day, not just in the traffic times. When everyone's talking about this, even at the moment, when you want to, with the traffic we've got in town at that time of the morning, I'm just wondering, to get in there and then get out again, it could cause major issues and probably accidents, because people are going to get frustrated and want to get out, because it does take you a long time to move around that area there, particularly at the moment. So everyone's right in asking if there's any backup ideas.
Right, well, I don't know that we've necessarily got a solution to it, but it is what it is at this point in time. Yeah. All right, so that's Condon Street. Yeah.
Through the chair, may I ask what this area in Barmy has got to do with Park Street?
Within the Tanby Road.
Okay. So that's going to be extended, Condon?
Yeah, that's the trunk identified.
So how far away would that be?
I'm not sure exact timeline within the LGP. It should be, from memory, it's like 2031. 31, but I'm not sure exact time.
Right. 2031. Thank you, Deb. Thank you.
Or any other questions, councillors, of the officers?
Just to ensure that I understood it correctly, so there was no submissions against?
No submissions.
Right, great,
No
thank you.
submissions at all.
Okay.
Right, any other questions, councillors?
Again, I'm just sorry, through the chair, we have no backup plan to get the traffic in and out? There's nothing else we can do?
Well, I guess
Look, even with our traffic currently in town, the other morning, yesterday morning when we finished, we weren't able to go out to Stanage. I drove back along Tenby Road, and I got to the roundabout there, and I counted 100 cars driving up Tenby Road that were waiting to get onto the roundabout in front of the old Bunnings. There's 100 cars waiting there. What's it going to be like with this when you add another possibly 50 cars in the morning to that part of the road in the morning? That's all. I'm just thinking it's going to be gridlock.
So the drop-off and pick-up times are generally staggered over such a long day, so it won't necessarily be within 1 hour all of the kids are being dropped off and all of the kids are being picked up. Because it is a long centre, 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m, there will be kids going earlier and coming home earlier and getting there later and vice versa. So there will be some staggering of those drop-off times and traffic.
All right. Any other questions, councillors? All right, so I've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Hutton, do you want to speak to the report?
Yeah, I commend these people for taking the opportunity. There is a drastic need for childcare facilities on the Capricorn Coast. Every facility that I'm aware of has a waiting list of at least 20 to 50 children. And of those people who do have care, they can't get enough care hours, which is affecting their capacity to work, which is affecting their family's income, which is ultimately affecting the economic outcome of our community. So by providing this, we allow it. The Tamby Road zone is a zone that we see that transition taking place, that we're going to see it changing from residential to more commercial over time. We see it with the presence of the vet. We see it with proposals elsewhere in that variance. The challenge that council has to face in the long term is the management of that Tamby Road precinct and the traffic flows. Maybe Condon Drive provides some relief in 2031, but I think that there's going to be a more immediate need for us as a council table to consider. It's not ultimately the responsibility of this development to resolve those issues, but it should be a consideration in preparing and making sure that we've got a staggering of arrivals and exits, making sure that we are considering the impact in the vicinity. However, this is greatly needed, the location's right, so I commend it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Anyone speaking against? All right. I'll speak briefly for councillors in the context very similar to Councillor Hutton, but it's also, this particular situation and location does concern me around the traffic or potential traffic issues here, as has been highlighted by Councillor Friend and Councillor, all of us I think for that matter. But, and it's also the reason I've put in my notice of motion later on in this particular meeting around, let's get some strategic planning around roads going forward, because this is the beginning. The growth in the Shire now is only the beginning of the problems we're going to start to face with traffic. Okay. Any other comments, councillors?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not against this. I do agree with Councillor Hutton that the childcare centre is desperately needed within our Shire. Yes, it's a wonderful location for it. The traffic issues are just going to be horrendous, with a thought perhaps to place traffic lights on that exit point to allow that traffic to leave, as they do on Yamba Road near Emmaus and Emmaus College. Otherwise, there will be a bottleneck, and people won't be able to get out at peak hour, and more people will come in to drop off their children, and there will just end up a bottleneck in that small service area. So I'm not against it, but I do think that something like that will have to be put into place before it's up and running, I believe.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone else wish to make a comment before we go to the vote and close debate? All right. Got a mover in Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. So you're voting. You voted for? Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Greta. Thanks, Dev. So 1113 is a development application for childcare centre at 6 Milroy Drive, Marmaree. Erin, this one is yours.
I'll be presenting this one today, Mayor and Councillors.
Thank you. The floor is yours. I beg your pardon.
Thank you. The proposal is for the conversion of an existing structure on the property at the Real Group on Milroy Drive. Site context there. So the proposal is to utilise part of the existing structure as a childcare centre for employees of the Real Group with a maximum capacity of 15 children. And all the existing operations associated with the Real Group will be retained on site. The development was publicly notified, and one submission was received where key concerns were raised in relation to potential for noise and amenity impacts, and these concerns have been addressed in the assessment and as per conditioning in the recommendation. The proposal for a childcare centre in the rural residential zone can be considered a preferred use where it's small in scale and consistent with the built form and appearance of development in the immediate area. In this regard, the scale and built form of the development involving only 15 children and 5 staff and utilising an existing building on the site is appropriate to maintain the amenity of the surrounding area and reasonable and relevant conditions, including hours of operation, capacity of the centre, general environmental duty and landscape buffering have been included. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Aaron. Just very quickly for my own benefit, just to confirm, this is for the staff of the centre only?
That's correct,
Yeah.
and there is a condition that requires that it's only for employees of the on-site operations.
Right, thank you. Councillor Watson, question?
Right, Mr Mayor, through to Aaron. I'm just wondering, you say that it's not really preferred area. If the business changes or sells or something like that, would they still have that condition of having a childcare centre there?
It would only apply where there's a consistent land use, so an on-site operation.
So it wouldn't be as off-right then afterwards?
Yeah, it would, it's, as long as there's some kind of on-site operation. I can jump, I'll have to jump into the condition. I don't think I linked it specifically to the Real Group. It was just on-site operations, so there would have to be some kind of
It'd have to be pretty much the
activity
same business.
occurring, and then they could come in as employees of that activity as well.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Hutton?
So does that mean if council was to purchase that property that we could maintain it for internal staff
Yeah.
of that site only?
Yeah,
As an example, that it had to be the same business running the same structures to make that work?
Yeah, I'm just jumping into the condition, sorry, to make sure. Yeah, it's just limited to children of employees of the operation on the premises. So as long as there's a lawful use of the premises occurring, then the children of those employees can access the centre. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton? Okay. Councillor May, you got a question?
A couple, Mr Mayor, thank you. As the previous speaker asked about will the approval lapse if the business changed hands? And it was said that if it's still in use, but if it's not in use for child minding purposes, where do we stand then? Can we actually stipulate it can only be for child minding purposes? That's what I'm saying. Can we actually, there's no certainty there in the long term.
My understanding from the officer, councillor, was that as long as there is a lawful use of that site, then the childcare centre remains operational.
Correct.
Aaron, am I correct in that? Remains attached to that particular
Yep.
approval. Yeah,
Well, the approval would be a lawful use then, once
That's
it's
right.
approved.
Yeah.
Use approval.
Sorry?
Use approval for the childcare centre are you
Yes.
talking about? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Once it's approved, it's a lawful use, once they use it for that, but if they
But it's
decide-
also, sorry, councillor, it's also attached to whatever business, as long as the business operating out on that site is lawful and approved, Aaron, I'm thinking that would be okay.
But if they have no child minding,
I'd be comfortable in allowing a childcare centre at that capacity, so the 15 children, with, and obviously it's conditioned to be within the building. So in terms of impact on amenity, there is no difference if there's a business operating on the site or not. So it could operate without another land use occurring on the property, I guess. Yeah, something I hadn't thought about.
so.
We would have to amend the condition to remove the last sentence in 10.1, which is,
If I'm understanding correctly, councillor, the question you're actually asking is, once it's approved and enacted, does it have to continue? And if a new business moves in and takes over the premises, is it obliged to continue to have that
Okay.
premises? Or can it just let that sit and not use it to still run its business across the balance of the land? Is that what you're...
If they get approval for a child minding centre today, and this time next year, they say, oh, we're out of here, we don't want this hassle any longer, and somebody else comes in, they want to start using it for other purposes.
Yes.
It's been approved for a child mining centre.
Mhm.
You're saying as long as the zone fits whatever they want to do, it's still lawful.
Yes,
If
so
they come in and
the,
do something
the
else
approval
different,
attaches to
as
the
long
land.
as the use is compatible with the zoning,
Correct.
they can do what they like. That's
Well, you can do as you wish, provided it's in accordance with any approvals for that land or the planning scheme that applies to the land at the time.
that's confused me further. But if it's
Oh,
no child,
you can't.
can we tell them that you must always have child mining?
No, you don't. They don't have to. So they can choose. Even the current business can say we enact it, we're doing it, and then for some reason in 12 months' time, their staff turnover is such that they don't have any people working there with children at that age. They're not obliged to then continue to operate it. They can just let it sit, and they use the building, or they come back to us and say we want to use it for something else, or we'll just let it sit dormant for a moment.
Okay. A couple of other things there. The car parking as well, because they have a capacity of up to 15 children, and they were talking here how many. The site is currently providing the 55 car parking spaces, which is considered appropriate to absorb the 5 car parks for the staff. In other words, the 55 that have already been allocated on a previous approval, that's the condition of that approval. But this one here, there's another 5 staff car parks that need to be extra. But they're saying, oh, that's okay, we'll absorb that with the 55 we've already been given. I didn't think that was sort of fair.
So I don't have the actual conditions of the previous approval on me, but there is a significant amount of car parking available on this site, including overflow car parking. So in our assessment, we were more than comfortable that 5 additional vehicles accessing the site was not going to create a situation that was, inappropriate for the land use there.
I can understand that, but not knowing whether the business is going to grow and you'll be needing those for that, the primary business, are you saying?
If this business was to expand in terms of the actual operations on site, then any additional buildings or structures may well trigger in their own right further applications, and that would be assessed at that time.
Okay. Assuming, of course, they've got some land. The other thing too, I didn't quite get this. Despite the use being for childcare, the existing facade of the dwelling house will be retained for the use of the premises as a childcare centre, and therefore will appear as a preferred land use from any adjoining properties. And over here it says the credits, the credit was $25,000 for the dwelling.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, that's the credit, but the real cost was something like $8,560. What it would have cost, and take away the credit, $25,000, and it says for the dwelling house which will be discontinued.
Yes. So two things that you've raised there. The first thing is in relation to, I think the first thing you were reading out was one of the items from the submitter and their concerns about what the development will look like. And I think our assessment ultimately said, well, it's a house. That structure is an existing dwelling house. It is now used for other operations, so offices and the like for the other business that occurs on the site. And then having the childcare centre operation, the only addition of a structure is what you can see there is that bit of awning, which is the covered outdoor play area. So our assessment was from the surrounds, it will still present like a house. There's rainwater tanks and vegetation and a big yard out the back. For all intents and purposes, it presents as a dwelling house. So we were able to, we believe, address that concern. And then what you've picked up in terms of the infrastructure charges, we actually realised through the assessment of this application, we made an error on the previous application and didn't appropriately apply a credit that was due, and we've applied it in this development now.
Okay, so they still have to pay $8,560?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Someone else might like to ask a question if I can find any others.
Councillor Watson, thank you.
One question, through Brett. The scenario you gave before where they're running the childcare centre, something happens, they decide they don't want to run it anymore, can they bring in, under this understanding of another company to run it for them? and maybe change the way they do it, because we're approving something that's going to be used by staff at this stage, and I'm wondering if something changed and they didn't have staff that needed child mining anymore. I'm just wondering if that would be allowed or not.
Only if they went through a development application to either amend the approval or a separate application as a standalone item, because the condition clearly states that the use is for people, for children of people who are employed on that premises. So my interpretation of that is I work for that company, but I might work remotely. I don't work out of that particular site. I can't have my children go there. It's only those people who are based in there. So I guess for councillors it'd be a bit like if we converted the lunchroom here to a child facility instead of saying for those people employed here, then somebody at Cordingley Street wouldn't be able to have their child there. It'd only be those people who are based in this on this premises.
Through the chair, thank you, Erin. Just on the conclusion, there's just some wording that I'm hoping that you can make clarify for me. The last paragraph, having regard to the above assessment, it is recommended council from a land use perspective consider the proposed development favourably, as there are considered to be relevant matters that favour council exercising its discretion to approve the development despite not achieving compliance. Could you please just clarify what the relevant matters are that favour council?
So they're in relation to the code assessment. So our performance assessment against the applicable codes and the strategic framework. So ordinarily an application would not be assessed against the strategic framework, but because this was not an identified use in this zone, childcare centre, rural residential zone, much like the one Greta had before, there was additional assessment that was undertaken from a performance, so a broader consideration as opposed to a tick and flick code assessment.
Happy to move this, Mr. Chair, if there's any
No
more questions.
See if there's any
One
more
more.
questions.
One more question.
Councillor Mather.
Yeah, thanks to me. I knew there was another one. There was some suggestion about the acoustics and the proximity to the road and the noise. That was in the report as well. My concern is that we don't know whether there is going to be any widening of that road at that location. We don't know what TMR's doing and what it's doing and where it's doing it. But I'm just thinking, if they're worrying about the noise at that particular location, the way the road is now, we don't know whether there are going to be any widenings that could impact.
There was two
Not
considerations.
from the road per se, yeah, that's right.
This application was referred to Main Roads or through the State Assessment and Referral Agency. Transport and Main Roads commented and made conditions on the application. So they have looked at it and have conditioned it accordingly.
But they won't tell us what they're doing, they never do. That's what I'm saying. It might be closer than you think.
Well, I guess the issue though is that it has been reviewed by TMR and has been conditioned.
Can't do any more than that.
No. All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Bellows. Councillor Hunt, wasn't it? I beg your pardon, sorry. You're going to front up to go second, are you, Councillor? Right, okay. All right, so we've got a mover in Councillor Hunt and seconded Councillor Bellow. Councillor Hunt, you want to speak to the report?
Only very briefly that once again we see a private enterprise who is trying to take on the challenge that we face in terms of the need for additional childcare facilities in the Shire. It does also take us back to a bygone era of business providing for its employees on site, and maybe this is the inspiration that council needs to consider its workforce's needs as council's employees become younger and have more families.
There's a can of worms. Excuse me, Councillor, profanity at the table is not acceptable. You said bloody. Oh, I thought you said bloody, Councillor. Yeah. My apologies, all right. Okay, we've got a mover, Councillor Hutton, secondly Councillor Bellow. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. All right, councillors, we're to 11:14. You are going to chair this one, Mr. Councillor. Yeah. 11:14 is a development application for an MCU at 138 Druce's Road. I've declared a conflict of interest on this one, councillors, so I'm going to step out and the deputy will take the chair on his return.
He comes back.
We'll wait for Councillor Bello to come back. You can go ahead? Okay, sure. So good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors, or Mayor is leaving. This is an application for a material change of use for a collection facility at 138 Druces Road at Woodbury. The proposal, this is the site here just on the screen. You can see it's quite a large property there. The proposal is to reuse an existing shed on the property. It's predominantly open and all amenities, food and drinks will be required to be brought onto the site for events. Stage 2 will involve the construction of a small amenities building. The proposal is for 6 weddings per year on weekends and 2 seminars or conferences per month during daytime hours. This is a total of 30 events per year, and it's also proposed to limit guest numbers to 80 adults. The application was subject to public notification earlier this year, and 8 submissions were received. The submissions were in relation to a variety of aspects, including traffic and road impacts, inconsistent land use with the rural zone, noise, impact on property values, evacuation, environmental, and details of the land use is limited. In summary, the submission matters have been assessed and addressed in the report. Officers have suitable justification to support the use on the property due to the limited number of events, and that the function facility seeks to utilise the rural nature of the site as a feature for events for people wanting a rural backdrop. It is recommended for approval subject to reasonable and relevant conditions. Happy to take any questions.
Certainly. Through Mr. CEO, I suppose, through you, to Jenna. So, Jenna, I see that they're going to build a small utilities block in stage 2. When do they propose stage 2 will commence the construction?
Yeah, through the chair, there's no plan to build that at the moment. It's just a future idea in case they do want to build one. It has a condition in the conditions that they have to provide a plan, and it can't be any closer to the road than what the existing shed is. But it will also need building approval and plumbing approval if that does.
Certainly.
Go ahead.
So, yes, so in relation to portaloos, or whatever they may get on their block, I suppose there's no access for all abilities, those perhaps with mobility issues. Are there any toilets supplied for those in wheelchairs or those that have mobility issues? Because certainly there's no reticulated water connected, nor is there any sewage connected either to this block.
So through the chair, through the planning application, there's not an assessment for requiring the portaloos to be all accessible. Sorry, just to pass it. Erin, is there any requirement in terms? I don't believe
Not that I recall,
no?
but I guess because they're private functions, there's probably an understanding by the people, for example, whose wedding it is, about the guests that are attending, and then they could make a determination about appropriate facilities as to if there is all access portaloo options. I'm not aware, but I'd be hopeful that there are. Yeah. So therefore, I would expect that the people that are operating the event, in terms of the actual, would invite their guests appropriately. I was just hopeful that because of the type of events being invitational only, and acknowledge that you know the 80 guests or the 40 guests you're inviting to your wedding or your event, that there's an understanding that you would be providing for them, much different to a sort of standard function in town.
Certainly. And just in relation to overlays on this particular block of land, is there wildlife corridors and or fire hazard overlays, etc.?
So through the chair, where the function facility is located, so the shed is located to one end of the property, there is a bushfire hazard overlay. It is in the potential impact buffer, so it's on the verge of the buffer of the bushfire mapped area. They do have a bushfire management plan in place and processes in place to evacuate. There won't be a function or an event if there is a bushfire in the area, but if something does happen, there is adequate capacity to evacuate via Druces Road, or they do have frontage to Byfield Road if needed. They can cross the property through the cattle paddocks to Byfield Road if needed.
That's an alternative access. There's multiple gates as well on the property that if people can't get out the main gate because of an emergency, there is alternative locations that people can evacuate, and operators do live on the same site as well. There is a dwelling house on the property, so if there was an emergency, they could direct people where the other gates are. You can, being out on site, you can see down where the tracks are on site. It wouldn't be a formal track, but it's just something across their property if needed.
Through the chair, sorry, lots of questions through the chair, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. Talking about waste management plan, do they have any waste management plans in place? Did they have to supply that for this particular MCU?
So through the chair, in terms of waste management, they have a site-based management plan, and then as part of that, it does say that they have sufficient bins. So for recycling of bottles and cans, and one large skip bin, and then portable amenities will be delivered to the site. It's not a specific requirement to have those facilities because it all is managed on site. There's no council facilities to service issues, and it would be that this is provided and is something that's provided to people who are booking there in terms of the vendors and guests and making sure that waste is appropriately.
Very last question, and I promise, and thank you for your patience, how many functions would they have per annum?
So it's 30, a maximum of 30 events per year. So it's been conditioned that it's 6 weddings, so that would be on weekends with no consecutive weekends, and then 2 seminars or conferences per month during the daytime hours.
Sure.
So it's limited to 30 per year.
All right, so that's probably more than every 2 weeks per year. Thank you.
Further questions? Yeah. Through the chair, when we were at the briefing, I asked if the shed actually was council approved because it was told it was just existing shed. No one seemed to have any answers on that.
So the shed will be, through the chair, it will go through a compliance process, whether this application is approved, and it will go through its building permit process as the relevant building class, and if not, it will go through a compliance process.
So it's currently not council approved?
It doesn't have to be council approved. It may be approved by a private certifier, but council has no records that there is an approval for that structure, but the landowner has been advised.
Okay, I just know that with my home, the council at one stage thought my place wasn't approved and they wanted me to remove it. And we're looking at possibly approving a business on a building that's not approved by council, or we don't have any record of it.
We don't assess the structural integrity of the shed. That is through a separate process under the building requirements. Regardless if this did have a building approval for a rural shed, a rural farm shed, it would have to have a reclassification undertaken and a further application anyway. But I understand those things are in train at the moment in terms of the initial classification.
The other thing is when we've just been through Artillery Road situation with the mining and the rock crushing and all that, the people who lived closest to the facility, I guess you call it, were about 250 metres again, and they were complaining about the noise of the rock crushing. I'm not talking about the rock crushing so much, but these people could hear a radio playing 250 metres away. Has there been anything put in place about the loudness of the music and things like that that's going to affect these neighbours? Because they were there first. You know what I mean? Like it's they built there for the peace, and possibly going to have music going until 10 o'clock at night that they've got to put up with on weekends.
So through the chair, the application has been conditioned in terms of the Environmental Protection Act and the noise regulations. There are requirements in terms of meeting decibels, and it has also been noted in their site-based management plan in terms of noise and making sure that activities are, for a wedding, which is only 6 per year, is the only nighttime events that are proposed. So there's only 6 per year that has been allowed under this recommendation. Which then, 10:30 is the time that they have proposed in the new site-based management plan to close. And then they have put in their site-based management plan in terms of, managing noise on site from events that will be occurring.
Through the chair, page 128, just reading through it, and it's natural resource management, no comments or conditions. So usually when we see these come through the table, especially being in this rural type of setting, natural resource management usually even checks any remnant vegetation, any vegetation, wildlife, etc. There's nothing there. Is there a reason why they haven't commented on this development application?
Yes, through the chair, there's actually there's no vegetation proposed to be removed. There's only landscape gardens around the function facility, and it's no clearing to facilitate this land use. The only mapped vegetation, if you can see on the plan that's on the screen, is this large portion here, but that's not proposed to be utilised. It's the little yellow area up here. Sorry, that's a little shaky. So there's no comments that were required from Natural Resources.
Thank you. I have concerns with this one. Yes, I have questions. Is it recognised that it's not compatible with the zone, that it is for recreational purposes, educational purposes, it's not the preferred use? And it does conflict with other uses in the area, even though it's all zone rural. Is it not recognised that the primary use in those areas is residential living? And that's what we're up against. We've got, frame the question. Is it not recognised that it is also, and it's recognised in the conclusion, that it can be utilised for tourism purposes? Yes, is it recognised that it can be used for tourism, for educational and tourism purposes?
Through the chair, through the response to the strategic framework, there is an item in relation to tourism. So it is recognised that this facility can provide tourism opportunities in terms of having seminars or conferences held at the facility. And it is recognised, just to elaborate on some of the items that you mentioned, it is identified in the report that it isn't a preferred use to occur within a rural zone, but a rural zone isn't just for agricultural uses. There's residential uses that occur, so people can live on there. There is cattle that are grazed on the balance of the property. There is the protection of vegetation on this property where they do have an area of mapped locally significant vegetation to the south. So rural isn't just particularly for raising cattle or growing crops. There is a vast variety of uses that can go into the rural zone, and this one is through an application that is in fact accessible. But there has been reasons that we have been able to support this land use in this zone based on, like I said, the being able to utilise the rural nature of the site and the features to have a rural backdrop of an event.
We just need to clarify too that we've got 6 wedding functions a year. That's one every 2 months. We've got a seminar, 2 seminars allowed every month. So in a 2-month period, we've got 5 events. Is that correct? Yes. Yes. I'm looking at it on a monthly basis, a 2-monthly basis. Yep. 2 a month for seminars. Over 2 months, you've got 4 plus a wedding, 5. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Just looking. Somebody else wants to ask one?
We've been talking about traffic all afternoon so far. When you leave Druce's Road to go back onto the highway, it's on a blind corner. Is there anything being done about the way we deal with that? We're at that T intersection? Because it is quite a dangerous. I've had to use that road quite a few times. I've got a friend who lives on the. Well, he used to be a friend. Part of Beck's family. But it's very difficult to get back onto the road, is what I'm trying to say. And if we've got multiple vehicles coming, I'm just wondering if there's been anything put in place on there.
So through the chair, we have condition in terms of the size of bus that is able to access the site that can then adequately come off Byfield Road onto Druce's Road. And then back out again. So we have conditioned that. In terms of the number of vehicles, it is quite a low number that has been looked at. It is 80 guests that has been proposed to access the site. And there is, in the site-based management plan and in the application, it has been proposed that once it gets to a certain number of guests that they do have to use a bus facility. So there is 40 car parking spaces available on site, and then buses to be
But
used.
even the bus is dangerous pulling out into that blind corner. That's what I'm getting at. It's a blind corner there. And everyone's travelling at 100 kilometres an hour, plus more if they're on their way to Five Rocks or whatever it happens to be. And that's where there was a death just only 50 metres from there, and that's why that intersection to the right, when you turn off there, was put in. I remember the day it happened.
In some ways, that's what we best for the debate, in terms of you're putting forward an opinion on the road, that's fine. But it's not so much a question, unless the officers would like to respond and provide any sort of assurance that at least it has been considered. I'd welcome that, otherwise we'll say those to the debate.
Through the chair. There is the existing intersection has some issues. It's an historical issue which council is aware of it, but as part of this assessment of this development application and the intensity of traffic movements, they have demonstrated that the design vehicle, which is a bus, can safely maneuver through the intersection. So that's the base for this our condition and the support from infrastructure point of view.
And let's just, if I may ask a question, school buses don't go up there at this point, or do they?
I'm not aware. I'm not sure. So.
Or alternatively, if the bus chose to go up there because they had an actual one-off event up there, there'd be nothing to preclude the bus from going up there at this point in time.
Just generally, a bus.
Yeah.
There's nothing prohibiting buses going up there. So the application has conditioned the maximum length of bus that we consider safe and suitable to go and service the use. But there's nothing stopping any type of bus currently going up Druce's Road.
The size of bus that you've said is usually driven with an MR licence, which is the standard bus that everyone drives these days. It's not the dual axle one, that's what I'm getting at. So it's pretty standard size bus. All I know is if you're going to come out of that corner, you're not going to get that acceleration if something comes up the road. That's all. It's going to be quite dangerous.
Okay. Sorry there. Thanks you, Mr. CEO. Council made a previous decision to allow the applicant here to basically conduct, I think there was an extra 7 events that had been pre-booked under what was inadvertently turned out to be incorrect information, but a temporary events permit was the mechanism they could use to do what they were doing out there. Is that generally correct?
Yes, that
Yep.
is correct.
So as a result of that, there was some suggestion that additional events had been advertised and carried out beyond what council had clearly articulated we felt was acceptable there. Are officers aware of that, or is there any factual evidence to that, or not?
Through the chair, not that we have been made aware of. So council have provided agreement to allow the existing bookings, but officers aren't aware of additional bookings in terms of Facebook advertising and future bookings, and I think that was brought up in one of the submissions or a couple of the submissions. That's at the risk of the applicant operator if they are taking future bookings without their land use approval. So, yeah.
Okay, if no further questions, we shall get on with proceedings. I think Councillor Hutton indicated you'd be happy to move this. Do we have a seconder, councillors, for this motion? So, calling on a seconder, if there's anyone out there to second it. I'll be prepared to second it in the interest of debate. So, Councillor Hutton, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. In speaking to this item, I think the importance that I place is related to the scale and the reasonable conditions. I don't believe, just as it would appear each of the submitters believe, that this is a site for large-scale constant events, but using it to this degree where for 6 weddings a year, a maximum of 30 events a year, it has been demonstrated by officers that at that scale that we can put in reasonable conditions to match not only the expectations of the community in that space, but also provide another outlet for our community. We know that with the loss of the Capricorn Resort and some other providers for facilities, for weddings and other things, that there has been a deficit in this space. Regardless of compliance or concerns in regards to the individual character, what we see in this provider is someone who's meeting a need, and by going through this process, we've been able to condition a set of reasonable conditions that can be defended, but also seek to protect the amenity of neighbours, and therefore I'm happy to support the limitations that this places upon the provider and hope that we can get an outcome that's good for the community as a whole.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Even though there's been emphasis placed on the right for rural production, I understand there's only up to a dozen animals on the property, which is neither here nor there. They have that right. And when people move into these areas for quiet living, rural lifestyle, and that's what we cut the blocks up for, as usual, is to provide the option for rural living. It's because, for a number of reasons, people want to get their kids out of town for some whatever reason, and they feel that that's the way they like to live, away from the hustle bustle of everything. And then suddenly you get an application, or you get activities that have been going on there unbeknown to council, unapproved by the council, and the council approves it anyway, without an approval, official approval, to continue until we get to this point in time. Now we're going to do it legally. And that's what they've been asked to do. But I understand the bookings are still going on, or they've still been committed. I think there's been a bit of presumptuous understanding there on behalf of the applicant, and unfortunately I fall on the side of the residents.
Excuse me, Councillor Mather. In the absence of evidence, I don't think it's appropriate to state the allegations that they have been presumptive in making additional bookings or advertising. I haven't seen the evidence.
On their own admission.
So I'd ask Councillor Mather that...
I'll withdraw that for the moment, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather.
But on their own information that was provided to us, it's in our books. There is an expectation when you go into live in rural atmosphere, beautiful atmosphere, sunset, as it's been described by the applicant. Nobody's denying that. But that's why people go out there. It's not to have parties and have functions and have buses and have 80 cars or 80 people or 20 cars. You've got traffic coming and going. You've got risks, and the intersection at the corner there, I know that intersection, it's on a bend. There's no attempt to upgrade the road. There's no attempt to upgrade the intersection. There's no attempt to seal the road. You know, people come out into the rural section expecting maintenance from time to time, but there will be the need for more maintenance because you're going to have five functions over 2 months every time. And just looking at the report, and I thank the officers for the report, the applicant obviously has got a good growing business, but it's going to impact on all other residences in that area, and I don't think that was intended. If they've got such a good following, I think they need to reconsider where they're going to have this. Not actually cause harm to your neighbours and put them offside, because it's not a very good feeling, and I've seen it all too often, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anybody wanting to speak for the motion? As I move the motion and have done so on the basis that I think it's healthy to have debate and to actually provide clarity to the community, and especially both the applicant and the objectors for this, that at least they can hear what the council's thought. I would like to speak against it on the grounds that primarily around the basis of amenity. It was clear that the conditions, the officers felt they could condition the application, which they use their professional judgment on measurable elements, I guess, whether that be noise, whether that be dust. Whatever those elements are that can be conditioned, that's the role that the officers are required to play, and they've done that very well. So on those grounds, I'm not critical of that in any way, shape or form. The reasons I'm not supporting it is that basically, and I'll read this out, amenity is the sum of the expectation of the residents as determined by the character of the area, its appearance, the land uses, and the likelihood of a proposed activity causing a nuisance. It would appear that many of the adjacent landholders seem to have good reason to feel that this would be a nuisance to them. Have they come to that conclusion in an unfair manner, in an unreasonable manner? I don't believe so. So on those grounds, I'm respecting the neighbours within that area who live there and would be directly potentially impacted. And through the process that we had, which is a very fair process, where they were able to put their objections in, those objections have been made. Interestingly, another similar function centre to this on Lake Mary Road, council did approve. There were 2 objectors to that, but it was felt that those objections could be mitigated and we approved it. I believe there's something different here that I need to take into account. And the amenity is the main thing that I'm concerned with, so on those grounds I'll be voting against it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm also speaking against it, and for these reasons: utilities, no reticulated water, no sewage, no utilities block, or even a consideration for one before they actually go any further with this. There are different areas and different beautiful, like Henderson Park and all of those type of facilities. They are a little different. They have catered for their people. This Druce's Road is precarious. It's dangerous. It's dust. There's so much dust. The neighbours have complained already about the noise, and some of the submitters against this. And this is public knowledge on our website. Are doctors. They may work shift work. They may not be able to sleep in or actually sleep when they need to. This is going to impact those neighbours, and so I'm against it for those reasons, not to mention the wildlife. Thank you.
Any further speakers? No? Okay, we'll wrap up debate.
Yeah, I'd like to wrap up.
Oh, yep, certainly you shall wrap up debate. Thank you, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Councillors, one of the concerns that I have is that our success in recent times of going against the recommendation of officers where they believe that reasonable conditions can be set is based not on the defensibility of our position, but rather the inability of our competitors to be willing to challenge us or to take us to court to follow through to see if really we should or could be challenged for the decision making that we make in contradiction of officers' recommendation. I would ask that we consider scale, and we think that reasonable conditions can be set, and I think of any of our families who might have 6 times a year where we have parties at our residence across a year where the noise gets turned off at 10:30 because it's conditioned. I know in my neighbourhood I would hear more than 6 times a year parties that go on beyond 10:30, and yet here's a property that for only 6 times a year will be allowed to have 6 weddings, and that they'll be conditioned that noise must stop at 10:30. I think that we see in the rural zone with seasonal pickers and other uses that we could have a limited population of up to 85 people on site during the day for some 3 or 4 uses over a period of 2 months, recognising that there's a wedding in there. That's something that we would expect and could imagine and foresee occurring in other rural blocks for other purposes. Now, whether they're there doing yoga, whether they're there having a business conference, whatever it is, their use that's going to be there is going to be limited in its impact that it has on the people around it. And our officers have said that can be reasonable condition. And the reason we don't have expectations saying that we need to seal the road is because it would be unreasonable to put that burden upon them. if we were willing to accept that these were things that we wanted, we want them to reticulate their water and put in sewage and things, we want them to put in sealed roads, then we would have to be saying to them, well, the scale that you want, here, have a wedding every day of the week, because the expectations we're putting on you is such that the capital outlay would be unreasonable unless we were willing to give you more. But instead of asking for those things that would allow or demand from an economic basis a need for a much higher yield or a much higher use, we've said, hey, 6 weddings, 10:30 p.m, your music has to turn off. Over the course of a year, we've said a maximum of 85 people that can use it up to 4 times or 5 times over a 2-month period, the majority of which has to be during the day, during business hours or relative daylight hours. If our officers can reasonably condition those things, I think that's defensible. Is it defensible for us to, when the time comes, if we decide to contradict the officers on this, are we able to defend why this couldn't be allowed if they were to challenge us, or do we rely on the fact that these people might not have the economic or the financial means to take us on, in which case we've won by default just because we're the bigger party and have more capacity?
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Mr. C. My apologies, Councillor Mather. My apologies. I was thinking that somewhere else.
Because we had such a good shirt on.
That's right, yeah, the similar shirt. No, the reason for the question, although getting the name wrong, in the event that we were to vote, Council was to vote against the offerer's recommendation, it's important that we put forward reasons why.
A refusal motion would follow.
Yep.
With reasons.
Okay. Very good. Okay. On that matter, those in favour of the resolution before us to support this application? Those against? The motion is lost. Now we would need a motion to
Mr Mayor, could I move that, that the matter lay on the table until later in the meeting to determine an alternate motion with reasonable and relevant reasons for a refusal?
We just voted it down, so we can't lay it on the table.
To later in the meeting.
Well, the motion has been lost.
That's right, we have to have another motion.
Yep.
And that's what this is.
And
Whilst councillors were talking, I hurriedly tried to assemble what I thought reflected the...
Yep.
The mood.
That's certainly what we'd like to contemplate. Mr Chair, if you've got something, Mr CEO, if you've got something available there, that would help us to deal with this matter in its entirety. If you could put that up for us.
I need a cup of tea.
Forgive me, Mr Chairman, if I took some liberties, but that was my glean of the debate. It may,
Councillors,
maybe nowhere near the mark.
I think you have a read through that, councillors, and provide feedback. Councillors, Councillor Mather.
Yes, it goes a long way. Is there a chance this compliance?
Sorry, Councillor Mather.
I said, I'm just saying, is there any chance that we can lay it in abeyance for a little while till we can consider the, there are a couple of other things that could contribute as well. I just did. I did. That the matter lay on the table, because we're not finished with it yet, till later in the meeting, to determine an alternate motion, which is that one, with reasonable and relevant reasons for a refusal.
So you believe there's more outside of that?
Yes, I'd like to contemplate that something substantial to go with that.
So would you like to move to proceed with the stay in the vote?
Yes, please, Mr Chairman.
Phil, we've got time to
to complete an alternate motion. Yes, that'll be fine. I just don't like rush motions, that's all. We were wondering whether you would allow us a minute to grab a cup.
Sorry, Councillor?
We were wondering whether you would allow us a minute to grab a cup. Bring it back.
We've got these guys.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You can
All
join
right.
us.
All right, councillors, we're up to 11:15, which is the RADF round one. And we've got Trish. Welcome to the table, Trish. The floor is yours.
Hello, councillors. Thank you. Good afternoon. Today I'm presenting the RADF the latest round of RADF, which, as you all know, is sponsored by the Queensland State Government and Livingstone Shire Council. We received 12 applications and 8 have been successful. For the purpose of the group or this report, the RADF assessment panel is made up of community members and Councillor Rhodes Watson. So they've assessed all the applicants. The successful ones are listed out here, which are namely Kate Lay, the Sandy Crack Reef Festival at Emu Park Paint Gallery, which is, as of course you all know, the new art gallery over there. Capricorn Film Festival, Keppel Sands Community Advancement League are undertaking some placemaking on some poles over there. Yeppoon Little Theatre, Algira Dance Studio and the QCWA from Emu Park. So the total value the panel agreed upon is $42,965, and this report is just to seek approval from the table to approve those requests, please.
Thank you, Trish. Questions, councillors?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Trish. I understand, however, for those watching in our community, why is it that some of the grants recommended didn't quite add up to what was requested and yet others did?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that, or Councillor Watson might like to answer that. Some of the, behind the process for applying for a RADF grant, you do have to provide a budget. There were some budgets where, and you are only entitled to claim certain items, as in, you know, you can't claim materials, or maybe you can't claim accommodation for a facilitator, but you can claim the facilitator. So I'm sure Councillor Watson would agree with me. It was largely mathematically. People had potentially claimed for items that they weren't able to claim for, or some people, you know, there's one there that had asked for quite a high amount. The panel felt that there wasn't enough money or funds, considering we have 2 rounds, so they offered a lower rate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, councillors? Righto. Okay, can I get a mover and a second? Happy to move, Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. Councillor Watson, did you want to speak to the report?
Yeah, why not? I'd just like to say that the amount of applicants was amazing. I didn't realise there was that many people out there looking for this sort of money. and I was impressed that some people are wanting to relaunch their careers using a grant, and also then there's other organisations that were wanting to help kids. It was actually a good thing to be part of, and I look forward to the next one.
Thank
and
you,
I look
Councillor
forward to
Watson.
seeing the completion of these things too, by the way.
All right. So, councillors, I'm assuming there's no dissenting view on this, so we'll just go straight to the vote. We've got a mover in Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Eastwood. And can I get it all in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thanks, Trish. 11:16 is the Livingstone Shire Council priority projects, and the floor is yours, Mr. Bacon. Surely can. 11:17, which is the Putney Beach groin report. We're skipping 11:16 until the manager arrives, councillor. So who's delivering this report? Matt, Ms. Kane.
Mr.
The
Mayor.
floor is yours, Matt.
Councillor Watson's declaring a conflict.
Yes or no, councillor?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. So Matt, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon all. Councillors, the report in front of you is in regard to an approach that councillors had from the Great Keppel Island Hideaway Group, requesting council to assist it in applying for the relevant permits for the development of a groin on Putney Beach. And specifically what they're hoping to do there is to build a groin out on the spit in the hope that it will help in capturing sand to help it accrete on Putney Beach, and also support the function of the groin that's currently on Putney Beach on Great Keppel Island. Now, specifically, what they're asking council to do or to coordinate is the following. So, Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority assessments and pre-lodgement discussions, design drawings, development of a coastal processes assessment report, and pre-lodgement meetings, applications and approvals with other relevant agencies. Now, councillors, in the commentary section there, we have made a few points. I guess the first one to note here is that this is a significant body of work that needs to be undertaken. There is still a number of approvals that will need to be sought as part of this process. And I guess the big point to make here is that with the work that council's been asked to do, it will also likely be the regulator or, for want of a better word, the assessment manager in this. So there's certainly a perceived or even a real conflict of interest there. The other thing one of the other things to note is that council has recently adopted the Our Living Coast strategy, and this is basically their overarching document that does provide direction on the management of our foreshore in Livingstone Shire. And in the recommendations there, really one of the first things that has been recommended before we actually do anything on Great Keppel Island is to actually consider the development of what's called a shoreline erosion management plan, which will provide further detail, further studies on what issues what specific issues we are dealing with there, and what some of the likely mitigation options could be. Now, it could be a groin, it could be other things too, but really we probably need to go through that process before we start considering anything on Putney Beach. Councillors, there's also, I guess, a number of other things happening on Great Keppel Island that would have to be considered, and we'd have to find ways that this activity could be aligned. So we've indicated it's a fair body of work, which will mean resource implications for council, both officer time and also potential costs as well. Now, we did do something similar for the Hideaway Group a few years ago with the initial application for the revetment wall, and that was around 100 hours of an officer's time. And it's likely that this will actually need more time than that because of the level of approvals that will need to be sought. So councillors, really, the recommendation there is that council resolves to decline the request from Great Keppel Island Hideaway to act as the applicant for the development of a groin on Putney Beach, Great Keppel Island.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions of Matt, councillors?
Yes.
Councillor Mather?
I understand the recommendation, Matt. Is there any other body that could undertake this work? I guess if they provided consultants, that would be the way to go. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely, councillor. It's even been suggested too, and I think at the initial meeting it was suggested that maybe Hideaway could approach the state government to see what support they could give them in the application process.
And also the funding to be able to undertake the design and the applications and so forth, would that be money that would be taken from the money that's already been allocated to the rejuvenation of Great Keppel Island?
No, councillor, I can answer that one categorically, councillor, no. No.
Yes, just further on that, councillor, I think it was indicated previously that you'd probably need around the $100,000 mark for that application process. So someone would have to provide the money for that. Yep, absolutely.
All right.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you, Matt. So we need to, you said that council officers have to develop a shoreline erosion plan first. That would be the goal to do so. Where are we up to with something like that on Great Keppel Island?
Sure. We're currently looking at an implementation plan for the Our Living Coast strategy. So at the moment we do have a shoreline erosion management plan in a 5-year plan to be looked at. Now, shoreline erosion management plans are traditionally something that the relevant local government authority would develop, although in some cases private developers have done them. But in terms of what Livingstone is looking at, it's in a 5-year plan at the moment.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor?
Yeah, so previously council had collaborated with the Hideaway to provide, I guess, the support that they are now further requesting. So we've done it in the past?
Yes, we have, and that was, again, mainly related to the development of the revetment wall, and particularly under emergency circumstances. Well,
so potentially the revetment work that's been done, which could be described as basically shoreline hazard reduction, what's the word I'm looking for, erosion control measures, it's virtually reflective of what a shoreline management may identify as being, well, clearly it was identified back then that it was prepared to support that, ultimately to address the impact.
Yeah, but because it was done under emergency circumstances, there were probably things, like a shoreline erosion management plan wasn't done then, and I guess as we've previously indicated, there are a number of fairly complex dynamics and functions going on, and all that would really need to be studied further before you go committing to something else there, given you've already got the revetment wall there. And there's been suggestions of all sorts of things for Putney Beach. I've heard people talk about, and these are fairly well regarded scientists suggesting that you could even do what they've done at the Gold Coast, and you sink a ship out in sea and create an artificial type of groin. But yeah, really before we do this in-depth analysis and modelling, it would probably be remiss of us to really commit to anything before we went through that process.
And how urgent, or does council acknowledge the urgency of the requirement for some intervention to take place, given the vulnerability of the existing sand structure that appears to be unable to perform based on they cannot get the sand coverage on it to protect those bags, so that the urgency is actually potentially there now? Is there an acknowledgement of that?
Councillor, again, it would need, you'd need probably some further investigations to get to that point. Now, depending on who you talk to, some people will say that, okay, that's done the job for the near future, but you may need to look at something longer term. But until we do further investigations, and that's exactly what the Shoreline Erosion Management Plan will do, it's probably a little bit hard to, to make a call on that at the moment, despite what observations might show up from certain people.
Any other questions, Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Matt, is there any possibility that the master planning by the Department of Tourism, Innovation and Sport is currently underway? We're waiting to see really what outcomes they actually put forward. Is there any possibility that it may be opposing the groin? I mean, it's all conjecture. We don't know, but I mean, what do you think? Could there be a possibility that what that particular group comes up with may be opposing as well?
Oh, it's probably hard to comment on that, Councillor, but we have made reference in the report there that, obviously this process would have to align with all the other things that are going on in Great Keppel Island. Basically so we're on the same page, and that, hopefully we can avoid that situation where we do have conflicts with things.
And just one more question, thank you, Mr. Chair. You talked about the enormity of the body of work in this to get the groin up and running, being both the assessor and the applicant. If, say, hypothetically, you were going to do that and council did agree or lost this motion and actually did agree to do so, how many staff are we looking at specifically over a guesstimate of time, and also what projects might then be lost in the process of concentrating on this one thing? It's a big one, I'm sorry.
Again, it's probably hard to give you a specific sort of answer to it. That's something that would have to be looked at if that moment did arise. The last time we had one officer with over 100 hours preparing the information for the application for the revetment wall. Because we're going to have to go through a number of different agencies for approval this time, I could see that would probably be, again, a very rough estimate, perhaps 3 or 4 times that. And yes, you're right, there would be a potential implication that, it would certainly take someone away from, other bodies of work that, maybe a KPI or something that is contained within the corporate or community plan.
All right. Councillors, we finish with the questions now. We'll go to debate on this one. Councillor Bell.
Yeah, one last question. Can we clarify that would this be within the lease of the hideaway? Is it common area that the public broadly benefits from the integrity of that area there, for example, or is it purely for the hideaway's benefit, or is it the broader community that can go there and enjoy the success potentially of this revetment wall actually achieving what it was originally designed to do?
Okay, technically where the revetment wall now is and where the proposed groin is in a tidal area. So it's it is, I guess, below the low water mark technically because of all the erosion that has occurred. Now, in terms of access to it, there probably are still restrictions with safety and things like that. So I'm not sure I'd call it an open community area, because its function is really to perform, it's got a specific function to perform. So it's there to really, perform an engineering function of trapping sand and assisting the revetment wall. So I'm not sure I'd call it a community type of.
Currently, it's open to any person to want to climb on that area, to swim around it, to engage in it, just by first-hand experience of witnessing that, and especially if it was if it was able to achieve its original intent in a way where it was covered with sand, it becomes even more conducive to the entire community being able to use it, I guess is what I'm trying to ascertain, as opposed to just the hideaway patrons, for example. Do we know who can make use of it beyond the hideaway? Is it...
I guess the idea of the revetment wall is not for somebody to be able to use it. The idea of the revetment wall was to stop hideaway disappearing into the ocean. So it wasn't there so that you or I could jump off it into the water or build sandcastles off it or anything like that. It was a purely hard engineering solution to an erosion problem. The fact that people are now lying on them, jumping on them, etc., is a byproduct, but it's certainly not why it's been put there. It's put there solely for the protection of the hideaway infrastructure.
If I can, Mr. Chair, but ultimately, if it was successful in its initial design and it was covered in sand, well then, like any system over there where there's interaction with the public and the beach, like we wouldn't have put signs up to say you can't go on here, or would it have been an out of bounds area, or
that wouldn't have been for us to police anyway.
No.
So yeah, no.
Okay.
Councillor Hutton.
Yes, in accepting the premise of the officer's arguments around that it is beyond the scope and scale of council's capacity to be involved in this, and that ultimately really it's not for us because the coordination really does seem to be at a state government level. Are there any recommendations from officers that we could add to our resolution here today? I that would actually provide a pathway forward to supporting an outcome for this, as opposed to simply rejecting to be part of it.
Yeah, councillor, we do have on the third page there is a paragraph that details, and again, I guess emanating from the original discussion with Hideaway, where it has been suggested that they could approach the state government for this. So there are some words in that paragraph that I don't know whether they sort of are what you're looking for, or...
So with leave of the table, Mr. Mayor, I wonder if we could actually take those words from the third page of this report, which is on page 156, and actually empower the Mayor to advocate for the following reasons: for the state government to take a lead in the coordination and activation of this project as...
Well, before you empower me to do anything, councillor, can we... I'm not sure which words we're talking about.
156.
Yep.
There's
yep.
2 dot points that say these are the reasons why the state government's interests. Why the state government's interests
Yep.
are there, and then it further has a paragraph underneath that actually says that the state government will be required to coordinate. We could put wording to the effects that council is going to approach, or council is going to write to the state government seeking for them to coordinate the approvals and works for these parallel projects. So I just think if we can have a positive as opposed to...
Yep, I agree. All right, so we'll have it 1 or 2 here, I guess, so that 1, council resolves to decline the request from the Great Keppel Island Hideaway, etc. And 2...
due to the varying state government interests, which are those 3 things,
yep.
council write to the state government seeking coordination for these approvals and works on parallel projects.
Right, okay, so I'll just slow that down for you, Justine. Due to
these state government interests.
Due to the following state government interests.
And we've got them 1, 2, 3.
And then underneath 3 then.
You were so successful last time, Mr. Mayor.
That's called patronising the council.
No, you went from no councillors to 7 councillors in order. That's and the state member
yeah. See if I maintain that record.
Yep. Council write to the state government seeking for them to coordinate the approvals and works on these projects.
Through the chair, if I may. With those 3 points, we're here talking about the actual groin and nothing more. That's what the whole point was. Number 3 point, the potential future development of a major marina at Putney Beach. How does that coincide with us talking about being an applicant and also the assessment organisation for a groin? Where does that come into it?
I have my own view on that, but Councillor Hutton may like to comment or part of that.
I can provide some background on that, councillors, that there has been quite a bit of commentary over the years suggesting that the marina that's been approved as part of the overall development of Great Keppel Island, if it were to be built, that would have an influence on the coastal processes and would result in Putney Beach not having the erosion that it currently has.
Yeah, so it would be a reconstitution of Putney Beach,
Which
based
then,
on the Marine Engineering Design Council.
So that would negate the need for the groin.
So how much dredging are we talking?
Are you referring to Putney Beach itself or within the marina?
Within the marina.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think the information we have to hand at this point is that it would be an ongoing, and that was, I suppose, a comment made by Altum when they were in the picture, but they were saying that dredging would be fairly consistent to keep the marina open. And that would obviously be part of what we're asking the state government to consider in terms of the future development of a marina.
And I think that's where they reference to saying that, you know, these are the state government's existing interests, that they're currently coordinating the master planning work. They're currently, you know, they're the proponent who has put into the contracts for people who are lessees to look at a potential for a major marina, not us. So for this groin at Putney Beach to be considered, it really needs to be in coordination with those other two projects. And they're best placed to do that because they have the ownership and lead in that space.
Yeah.
If I could, Mr Chair, I'd probably like to see clarification in relation to the marina's consequence, either positive or negative, against the success of the Putney Beach Wall. The information I've received only recently is that, because my understanding was exactly what the director has said, if a marina gets built, hooray, sandbags could virtually leave, they don't need them there, the swell won't be there. The information I received only yesterday on a phone call was not consistent with that, which surprised me. So I guess I'm hoping to get more information, because that is quite significant in terms of potentially how important this groin is to the success of the Putney Beach revetment wall. What the applicant is saying is if they don't do it, and whether we support them or not financially, that Putney Beach revetment wall will fail. That's where it's going to end up. It's going to fail. That's the information that I've heard out there. Without the groin or without the sand replenishing, they'll just have to keep digging from Fisherman's Beach for the next however long it's there, because the sand just goes straight out with the next tide. So I guess, Mr Chairman, I would really like to get some clarification around how accurate the marina would be to the integrity of the Putney Beach wall. Because it was as simple as that, and I'm not suggesting the marina's going to be built tomorrow, but there's so many sort of angles here that I'm not really convinced I have the information.
Mr Mayor, if I could perhaps second guess Councillor Hutton's, the thrust of Councillor Hutton's amendment to the motion is that the state should work all those things out. Is that the state has a number of interests in this, and the people requesting for this work to be done, who happen to be the tenant of the Queensland Government, it's the Queensland Government that's pulling all the strings on this, and the answers to your questions come from the Queensland Government.
Yeah. And ultimately, I think this is an improved recommendation, Councillor Bello, because, as Councillor Hutton says, I mean, initially the recommendation is that we don't want to be involved in this, but we're also saying now going forward, all right, well, this is now a state government issue, and these are the things that we are recommending they consider as part of what they need to do as owners of the property. Councillor Eastwood, do you have a question?
I was going to make more of a comment, but I think it might be best left to debate.
Debate, yeah, all right. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Hutton, are you going to move this one? All right. I'm happy to second. Sure. Okay. Councillor Eastwood, comment? Yeah, well, yeah, Councillor Hutton has sort of waived his right to first comment on it, so over to you.
Look, I do support the amended motion, Mr Mayor. I do believe that if we go down the path of leading this, that we would it would be fraught with danger. I guess the biggest thing is having the shoreline erosion management plan that we can actually, or that somebody, not us, can actually work from. I personally, when I look at groins, I've actually seen groins up and down the Queensland coast that actually haven't worked and have actually caused more problems than they've actually solved, and hence the Gold Coast, where they do more sand pumping now, and they've got rid of their groins, and they're putting artificial reefs and sand pumping, and so obviously when I think of that, I see that it's just totally fraught with danger. I think somebody needs to take control of this and manage it, not us. Obviously, the hideaway has been a great asset to this council and to GKI, and obviously want to do what we can to help these guys, and I think that's where, when we've added in these the points A, B and C, are going to assist with that. And I say all this, Lord, say all this, guys, notwithstanding the conflict of interest as well, or a potential conflict of interest that we would have if we took hold of this. So, yep, I will support the officer's recommendation and the new amendments to this.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Anyone speaking against?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will. I actually do support the officer's recommendation. Number one, no problem. I even support a master plan planning work currently being led by the Department of Tourism, Innovation and Sport. And I also support us advocating for the current proposal for a groin at Putney Beach. What I cannot support is the wording of major marina of Putney Beach, when I don't know enough about it. How many cubic metres is dredged? What will that have? What impact will that have on turtles who nest there, on wildlife, on the actual beach itself? It's supposition to say offhand that, oh yes, well, it's going to actually build up the beach. We don't know, as Councillor Bello said. And for that reason, and that reason only, I'm against that. If those words were taken out, I'd vote for it. But because those words are left in, I will not.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone else wish to speak for? Anyone wish to speak against?
I wonder if I can just propose. Well, I guess I'm going to propose a foreshadowed motion. I just propose a foreshadowed motion. It's something to the effect that prior to council responding to the hideaway for their request, that council, invite the state government, whether it be through the Department of Tourism and Innovation and Sport, to discuss and try and find a pathway forward prior to responding either yes or no. That would be my foreshadowed motion in the event that this motion was lost, and I won't be supporting this motion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Bello. Right. So in the absence of any further discussion, Councillor Hutton, would you like to sum up?
Yes, I think that the comments made by all councillors are really relevant in that we all recognise that it's not council's role to get into the middle of a process between a leasee and their landowner, nor are we in a position to be able to provide 100 hours of man or woman hours, officer hours, towards this project, while we know that in the background we have spinning a master planning process being led by the state government, while we know in the background spinning is an existing approval that demands infrastructure in terms of a marina is built. These are not propositions of council to suggest that we want these things or don't want these things. These are things that are happening as of today that are on the books, but they're not ours. And it reaffirms why we're not best placed to be the person coordinating and trying to put together these competing approvals as to whether the groin comes first, whether the groin comes last, whether the groin's not necessary at all because point A, B or C gets done and it achieves the outcome that's being designed by the hideaway. My desire in seeing us not just reject the request for us to take the lead, but to see us take a step forward and say, hey, we know that it might not be our place to be the doer in this case, but we are going to be your advocate. We are going to aspire for great things for our island, and we don't want to see this just sit in the muddle that has been the last 10 years of Great Keppel Island in action. By us taking a forward step, a positive step, and contacting the state government and saying, hey, this is a place where you're best placed to be the coordinator of these projects, whether it is to approve them all, not approve them all, that's up for them. But from our perspective, I think we need to give that support to our businesses on the island. We quite often talk about it being the jewel in our crown. The immediacy that was identified a couple of years ago when we took these first works was because we saw an immediate risk of not only damage to the hideaway, but also to the aquifer itself. That immediacy is no longer there, but that doesn't mean we can afford to sit on our laurels and leave a medium-term problem for the long term without any solutions coming forward. So by us being a positive actor in this space, by us taking a step outside of our own corner, but going, we're going to step up, hold hands with the hideaway and any other person on the island to try and make sure that there is coordination of this. I think our council is showing its support for the economic community, but also for the social community of Great Keppel and ensuring that it's not left there for another 10 years.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. On that note, councillors, we'll move to the vote on this one. So I've got a mover, Councillor Hutton, seconder myself. All in favour? Those against? The motion is carried. So back to 1116, councillors, which is the Livingstone Shire Council priority projects. Thank you, Matthew. We'll get Councillor Watson, Mr. CEO. And the floor is yours, Sonia. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. At the June meeting and numerous times over the last year, we've looked at council's priority projects. Council has been given lists of up to 40 projects, which we then took down to 16 council-led projects, that is. And these were actually prioritised by all councillors individually, and the results collated and are presented here for councillors to ratify that these are the council-led projects in order of priority that they have determined as a whole to lead the community forward in advocating for projects when funding opportunities arise. So there's 16 projects listed in the report, and there is also some private-led industry projects that we've recognised as integral catalytic, developments that we would like to see happen within our region that are also listed there for council to support in no particular order in regards to the private-led projects. So we're asking today that councillors please endorse the list that they have gone through and prioritise themselves, and also the private-led projects as they're detailed in this report.
Thank you, Sonia. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sonia, just a couple of things. Number 9 in the priority projects has come across the table again today, as it did last month. Rec Point boardwalk / footpath. It still says boardwalk, so we might need to change that. But my question really is, there also is a footbridge, and I thought that in our discussions that was taken out. It was number O, footbridge. Fisherman's Wharf and Footbridge Connection. I thought that was removed.
That was still prioritised in the list that councils were given, but obviously I'm more than happy if council wants to take that out at this point in time.
And Mr. Mayor, may I make an amendment to the resolution?
What are we taking out? Sorry.
Yes, the amendment would be to take out the words "in order of priority," but leave the rest there. The success of the following Livingstone Shire Council-led projects, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And just take out "in order of priority" because priorities change over time. I'm getting into debate. I'll be quiet.
Yeah. All right. So if I can couch that in a question then to the officer, are these projects listed in accordance to the order of priority set out in that workshop?
Yes, councillor, they are. That's
Right.
why they are in order of priority.
Thank you.
Yes, as prioritised by the council.
As prioritised by the councillors. Thank you. All right. Any other questions, councillors?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, questions? No, not really questions, Mr. Mayor, just concerns.
All right. We'll save it for.
It doesn't seem to be the fact that we're doing these days.
All right. We'll just save it for debate, councillor, if we can. Councillor Hutton, question.
Mr. Mayor, my question is probably an open one to the table in that if there is concern around that our priorities do not reflect our priorities, rather than either try and amend or reword to somehow make it, perhaps it would be worthwhile laying it on the table and re-going through an exercise itself to, and I hesitate to say it, but maybe we need to test the will of the table to, if we don't accept the list as is, do we have to go through a different process? Because
Well, I guess if the words "in order of priority" are of a concern to the councillors, and I'm getting that view, not from you, or from Councillor Mather and Councillor Friend, all right? What's the feeling of the table then if those words "in order of priority" are removed? And I guess if I can add an adjunct question to that, then does that remove then or diminish the value of the list?
I think, Mr. Mayor, in support of the continuation of having those words there, while the order might not be to any one of our individuals choosing, it is a reflection of the collective view of this table in terms of the prioritisation of these works collectively, and it was an order of priority from the highest score to the lowest score. I think if we then said it's not in order of priority, the exercise may in itself have been a redundant exercise, in which case maybe there should have been some other projects that were in the 40 that weren't in the top 16 that are on the list here today, and we could then get into a semantic argument that continues on for another 2 years and 3 months.
Well, indeed, that's right. I mean, these are the priority projects at a particular point in time, and it doesn't matter what particular point in time you choose, councillors, you're never going to agree on amongst yourselves, because everyone's going to have a different view as to what the priority ones are. So I think you just need to resolve that to yourselves, but ultimately, if you want to change the wording on this, we can talk about it.
And Mr. Mayor, number 2 on that one, on page 151, advocate for the success of the following private industry-led projects in no particular order. So, you know, I would hope that would be the case, because there are some there that really are down the list that probably could come up. So it's a little bit inconsistent. One's a priority and the other one's not.
Well, I don't agree that it's inconsistent, Councillor. What we're saying 4.2 is that these are private projects and they're not in a particular order of priority, nor should they be, because it's not our job to advocate for particular private enterprises. What we are saying in 1, though, is that these are the council-led projects that we support, and they are in our list of priority at a particular point in time.
Yes, how long ago was that? I wonder.
It was back it's in the report, Councillor. It's on the.
Mayor, it was in June that we undertook.
It's in the background section, isn't it?
Yeah. So we this was brought to a council meeting in June, and then councillors did ask for further direction and a way to actually rate the projects, which is what we provided. So there was a criteria applied, and then the councillors applied that, and I believe it was probably August that we got the final results back and workshopped them with councillors. And just to add to that, councillors, as you're aware, we are looking at redoing our economic development strategy and investment attraction strategy. So it would be really fantastic if councils, we could be guided by the priorities set by council in regards to the development of those documents.
Question two, Sonia, Mr. Chairman. Is there any reason this needs to be decided today? Or do we have a deadline that we have to provide this to anybody within a certain time?
Not that I'm aware of, councillor, but
Okay.
I guess the other question is then, what are you going to do if you don't resolve it today? I mean, if you lay it on the table and we go back for discussion time and time again, I mean, it's going to go round and round and round.
Well, I was going along the lines of Councillor Hutton, because I think that we do look at things differently from week to week, because things crop up that change our mind about certain things that others become up the ladder.
With respect, though, councillor, that's going to happen every time you sit down.
I know it is, but I think the more we can pull out the weeds, the better we feel about our ultimate decision. Might just be me.
Yeah. And as the officers stated, like, if we undertook this exercise in June, the further away we get from the time that we've undertaken it, then we may as well go back to the start and start over again. And the risk is that we have no projects that we've provided enough time to get officers to be able to do the groundwork for, to put forward for the upcoming federal election, and we're not able to give enough guidance to officers for our future economic development strategy development. It just has a flow-on effect. The longer it takes us to actually get onto the first however many projects, the later it is for us to actually try and achieve any outcomes.
And councillors, without wishing to offend anybody, that's the last thing I want to do, but the fact that you don't agree with the list of the priority list, or what you might have priorities that are higher than the ones that are shown there. I mean, ultimately, it's a good thing that we've got them identified here. And it's a list we can go forward with, but the fact that you don't agree with the priorities, I think, is something you need to resolve within yourselves.
It must be at number O, the footbridge. That was taken out way back. I don't know why it's still here.
It was part of the scoring process and got to being number 16 or whatever it is in this list. Like, so while it might have not been individual councillors' favourite, just as I'm pretty sure there's everyone that's not someone's favourite, it was scored using the same methodology.
And what typically happens, councillors, as you are well aware, when we get funding announcements, we typically get asked for our top 3 or our top 5 priority projects. So that one won't even rate.
But it's there, Mr. Mayor.
Well, it's there, councillor, but I mean, ultimately, if you're looking at the top 5...
It was there because there was a plan at the time, and the plans all changed. It was to commercialise this block of land and connect it to Merv Anderson. I mean, you were probably part of the idea. Billy's.
Yeah, that's where I'm going, councillor, right now. Yeah.
What did you...
Yep.
What did you say, Adam?
If it gets voted down, we'll so be it. Yep.
What's the motion?
Well, it's as presented here by the officers in the report. So, councillors, I'm going to move this for the sake of debate. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Eastwood, thank you. All right, I think I've had my say on this, councillors, so I'll just go to anyone else who might want to speak to it. Councillor Eastwood, did you want to speak to it?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'll let you go for it.
All right. I'll reserve my right to sum up at the end, thank you. Anyone speaking against? All right, well, councillors, we'll just... Councillor Hutton, you going to?
Only very briefly, Mr. Mayor, just to thank councillors for the time and effort, and obviously the officers for helping us go through this process. And while it, no one necessarily likes to know how you make sausages, the fact that we'll take forward a Livingstone list and have been able to provide some guidance from one point at time as to where our priorities lie, it does provide help to the officers, as well as it means that when we go to the federal election, we're not just guessing. We've actually considered, we're allowing officers to think about how do we plan and include in our capital program for these projects when the relevant years come up. It is a really important step, and just as our earlier activity in terms of having a Livingstone voice for the way that we approach LGAQ, by having a Livingstone advocacy list of projects, it allows our organisation and our community to have some ownership. And it may be that in 3 months' time that our community goes, you know what, that list that you had, number 1 is the worst project in the world and we no longer want it there. We can come back and we can look at it and we can take out that project if that's the case. But we start somewhere and we've actually got a footprint to go with. And while the methodology is not perfect, and I can tell you that in the top 5, only 2 of the projects that I really think are the top 5 projects are there, I accept that it's a collective view and it's really hard to debate these individual projects, but by having a clear scoring methodology, we allow our collective vision to rise as opposed to our individual whims and wants.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Hutton. And just in summing up, councillors, I pretty much reflect Councillor Hutton's viewpoint. I don't necessarily agree with the top 5 either, but hallelujah, we have a list. And something to go forward with. And from my point of view, that's a big step forward. So on that vote, councillors, I'm going to call, on that basis, I'm going to call for the vote. So we've got a mover and myself, second Councillor Eastwood, all in favour. Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. We're down to 11:19, Mr. CEO, I believe. We haven't missed any? Barking dogs?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to make this a very short report. It's a minor amendment to the Council's policy in relation to measuring nuisance on barking dogs. The current policy talks about continuous barking, which is very difficult to measure for a 6-minute or 3-minute period in a particular period of time. We're now actually going to do it more effectively by cumulative measurement, and that's as a minor amendment I'll put it to the Council to adopt and move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Batiste. Questions? Councillor?
Yes, Mr. Batiste, could you please give us a further indication on how this all came about, if you don't mind?
This all came about with relation to a compliance matter that Council has been undertaking over the recent months, and there's been logs put in by a complaint in relation to a barking dog. But in relation to it, when Council looked at the logs and looked at the policy, it said continuous. There was nothing in the logs that indicated that there was 6 minutes of continuous barking, but there was 6 minutes of cumulative barking in a particular hour period, so it made it difficult for us then to take further action. So it just highlighted anomalies, so we're correcting anomalies through this process. So, yeah.
All right, thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Batiste? All right. Any questions? All right, so we've got a mover and Councillor Friend, seconder and Councillor Mather. Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to the report?
No, thank you. It's straightforward.
All right, okay. Anyone speaking against? Okay, Councillor Mather, do you want to speak to the report?
I think I'm the culprit behind this, Mr. Mayor.
Well, that's a conversation for another day. All right, so it looks like we're going straight to the vote on this one, councillors. So we've got a mover, Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather, all in favour. Those against? Carried. Thank you, Dave. All right, so now we're on to item 12, councillors, which is the notices of motion. 12.1 is a notice of motion from Councillor Friend in relation to signage in place of tree removal for views. Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to your notice of motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to speak to it, of course, but is there any questions first?
No? Everyone fairly clear on Councillor Friend's intent here?
Mr. Mayor, I will speak to it. Over time, we're losing more and more vegetation cover in the foreshores. Just quietly, one tree at a time. This has a number of negative consequences for our Shire. One, the breakup of habitat is reducing our biodiversity and reducing habitat and corridors for birds and animals that live in this zone. Two, the lack of shade affects turtle nestings who rely on casuarinas and pandanus to shade their nests. Three, we know that the coastal hazard adaptation strategy is important, and it includes vegetation cover is for protecting us from rising sea levels. Protecting existing vegetation is the cheapest of all strategies available. Failing to deal with this problem will cost Council very large sums of money in future revegetation and sandbagging for coastal hazard adaptation strategy protection and remediation. And four, Vegetation provides a buffer both for dunes and adjacent housing, and also council infrastructure during cyclones that actively protect them from the effects of wind and sea. Now, in certain areas, those wishing for a better view from their properties have removed the natural vegetation. It is illegal to remove this vegetation, but our local laws can only charge people if they catch them in the act or if someone is prepared to make a statement. I would like to see council staff given some additional tools to use to actively discourage this behaviour. One option, in which they undertake in many other coastal councils, has been used with success, and it is the erection of signs to indicate a tree has been removed. This offers a real disincentive to people to remove more trees, as the result is less pleasing than the original tree. Not many need to be erected, as they trigger news stories that get the word out more effectively than any education program council may try. This is why it would be beneficial to arrange 3 large signs in readiness for illegal future tree removal. 3 questions have actually been asked of me in relation to this notice of motion, and they are: is it council personnel or councillors who determine where unlawful tree removal has been undertaken? Is there a criteria for which sites trigger the installation of these signs, for example, high profile locations, etc.? And the third question asked of me was, how long do these signs stay up before we recycle them to somewhere else? And I'm going to answer them. My answer to all of these questions is that it will be up to council officers to determine whether tree removal is unlawful, the criteria in which to install the sign, and the length of time the sign should remain. Our council officers will also be attending a conference shortly, and will consider this for a discussion topic in order to set the criteria. As a councillor, I, just like yourselves as elected members, listen to our community members and have the ability to create action. These 3 signs will benefit in the education of the consequences for unlawful activity, protect our environment, and assist our council officers by giving them a tool to stop this unnecessary destruction of our coastline.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Right, so you're moving, Councillor Friend. Is there a seconder? Councillor Watson, thank you. All right, I'm assuming you don't wish to speak to it any further, Councillor Friend. So, and Councillor Mather, sorry.
Just budget.
At this time, no, there is currently no budget, but I'm hoping that it can be placed in a forwarding budget.
I'm happy to donate the signs.
The budget issue will be resolved in the fullness of time. We'll just leave it at that, councillors. Yes, indeed. All right. So we might want to put that amendment there, Councillor Friend, if you're agreeable.
Yes, I'm happy with that.
Council resolves to create 3 large signs in readiness for erection. I think it's a wording here. No. Yeah. Large signs. No, we can do some wordsmithing around that, Mr. CEO.
I would assume that we'll go and get them design and run. That's not the issue. But the further discussions we want to have with Councillor Friend and others is just around that governance of how we do them and when and why and all those things. That'll come later.
All right. So move it, Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Those against? So can I call that vote again? Thank you, because I didn't see some hands go up. So all in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you. 12.2.
Thank you, members.
Councillor Friend.
Members, I don't put anything through without numerous people in the community approaching me about different issues. This next particular notice of motion is in relation to, sorry, I won't be a moment, my computer's just stopped. It's just stopped. I do apologise. Is in relation to council including within the eligibility criteria to make membership of plastic-free CQ a prerequisite for any food vendors at any council-controlled or council-funded events, and 2, any applicants for council's event sponsorship. And I'm happy to speak to that right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Speak to a council, then we'll go for questions after.
Thank you so much. Engagement and Events Unit manage council's event sponsorship program and are proud to support both major and minor events in our region. Council's sponsorship program assists in events across our region that benefit the community, bring tourism and supports the ideals of Livingstone Shire Council. CQ Plastic Free program has been working diligently with Livingstone Shire Council to assist all cafes and retailers in the transition of the one-use plastic ban that was implemented by the Queensland State Government from September the 1st of this year. Their aim is for the inclusion of mobile vendors only. Cairns, Noosa and Rockhampton are just a few councils to have made it a requirement of food vendors who attend events within their shire to be plastic free. By making it a requirement for them to be a member of this program, it will help us all to progress our food vendor precinct in becoming sustainable and consider alternative disposal and waste options. Our community is watching and they're looking to council for leadership in this area of sustainability. Many of our community have approached me after events noting the continuing use of one-use plastics, even after this one-use plastic ban came into effect. How can council assist, promote and support the compliance of the Queensland State Government's one-use plastic ban? By leading with action, by including these changes in its eligibility criteria to make membership of plastic-free CQ a prerequisite for any food vendors at any council-controlled or council-funded events, and 2, any applicants for council events sponsorship. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. One question I had is membership of the plastic-free CQ body free, or does it have a fee?
I believe that it is at a minimal fee.
Okay, all right, thank you. Councillor Watson.
I have a question. We have vendors who come from other areas like Bundaberg and things like that. Is it fair to ask them to join CQ Plastic Free to come here?
Certainly, I'm sure that they would have their own actual area. Say from Bundaberg, they would have their own Boomerang Alliance down there, working with all of the Queensland State Government has lent heavily on Boomerang Alliance all over Queensland to undertake and educate and help them in the transition of the plastic-free ban within Queensland.
What if it's not a requirement down there and they haven't joined them? Can they still come here?
Well, I suppose if they have a look at, we're incorporating the words into the application form. So if they do happen to have the application form, then they can inquire, what is this all about? What can we do? Our officers can certainly help them and let them know that, hey, what's within your area? Put them in touch with Boomerang Alliance.
Of course.
Isn't the law coming into Queensland now anyway that we all have to move over to this?
It has already happened on the 1st of September, but there's a lot of food vendors out there that are still not complying with the law. And I imagine that there's a lot of, there's not enough compliance officers within Queensland, and it's really about making a stand and leading the way for more sustainability within our mobile food vendors.
Any other questions, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was thinking when you were reading it out that to introduce something that's totally contrary to what we're doing now, whatever it is, people need to be given a time limit to be able to change over. And if they've got stock there that they need to use up, they'll say, well, look, I can't go down there, I haven't got the stock, I have to use up what I've got here. So the fact that the state government has already got legislation out, we can't impose legislation that overrides the state. So maybe we need to have a look at what the state's doing and, as you say, compliance and education. Education, there's that word again. Can't have compliance without education. So we need to find out we need to find out what the state government's doing about compliance. I mean, I support it, but I need to be sure that our
Councillor
notice
Mather, you're
doesn't-
going into debate here. Well, is
Yeah,
there
it
a
is,
question here?
it is. I thought we were in debate.
No, we're not.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was just having a free go.
Yeah.
No, I didn't mean to.
Okay. Any other questions, councillors?
Yeah, question if I may, Mr Chair, just to
Councillor Bell.
Councillor Friend there.
Yes.
Just in terms of the plastic free, is that primarily single-use plastics that it's directed at?
It is.
And only single, like.
And only single-use plastics. And so being a part of this this team of CQ Plastic Free or Boomerang Alliance as such, they actually help them transition. They're not going to ask them straight off to throw away what they've got. They will actually kind of say, these are some alternatives, this is what you can use within your price range. You know, they're going to look at, and they're going to work with their own their own people who they buy them off. Wholesalers, sorry, I went blank then, it's been a long day. So they're going to work with their own wholesalers. Yes.
Councillors, I need to apologise. I hadn't really given this much thought, but my wife has a mobile food van as part of her business as well. So I probably need to excuse myself from the voting on this, and I apologise for not having done it beforehand. So, Councillor Bello, over to you on this one.
Yes, thank you, I am, Mr Chair.
Well, Councillor, the motion's there. If you would like to support it, you can, or if you want to propose an amendment or a foreshadowed motion, by all means do it. Otherwise, do you want to withdraw from seconding it or not? Okay, so all we need to know is, are you prepared to support it? The motion at this point, second it? So you're going to second the motion?
I think we'll just find our way through this to see how we can.
Okay, fantastic. So we've got a mover and a seconder. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. So I've already spoken to this motion. However, I do want to just add that this, as it's already been pointed out, this was a plastic ban on one-use plastics from the 1st of September. My intention for these words to be incorporated on any applications would be for council to support what the state government is doing, to actually help under compliance and education with our particular mobile food vans. And this is the whole point. It's within support of what the state government is doing that we are leading. We are leading in the sustainability area. We're leading in the waste area. And this is my whole intention. We are leading.
Any speakers against the motion?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr Chair. I support the intention of the work of Plastic Bag Free CQ and the efforts that they're making in trying to change both behaviour and obviously the environmental outcome they're seeking. However, I do believe that this motion, or if we were to adopt this motion, that the unintended consequences exist there that I think would be negative. And I think if I share them with you too. Firstly, obviously we recognise that Queensland legislation says of the 1st of September that certain actions need to be undertaken. So if this is a compliance issue that the state government already has responsibility for, are we creating additional burden for our organisation to try and enforce something that the state government should be enforcing? It's their laws. Second, I have a concern around the fact that council as an organisation, we're saying that for you to get money from us or for you to participate with us, you have to not only follow a set of values that we aspire for, but we're actually directing you to go to a third party and become a member of that third party before you get money from us. Now, while today it is plastic bag free, and we're not sure what the membership cost of that organisation is, but that's a very slippery slope. So we go, for you to access or for you to be able to participate in our community, it's not that you have to do something for us, but we're telling you have to join you have to become a member of a group that's not council. So we're directing them to join a third party for them to have access to council funds or to participate in council's community. I also am concerned as an event organiser that what we see here is the applicants for council event sponsorship are not the food vendors themselves. So what we're actually doing is placing an additional burden upon people who are already generally community-based people who are trying to run an event. So they've got all sorts of things that they have to do for compliance, and here we are asking for them to have an extra responsibility before they can access our fund, and not just to access our fund, but we're actually asking them, saying, well, you're going to have to go follow up with every one of your food vendors now and make sure that they've gone and joined this other organisation. I just think that there's a burden there that we're placing on event organisers that isn't necessarily fair. Alternatively, should this motion fail, is there still opportunity for us to engage in this space? And I definitely think there is. Could we look at incentivising, saying, hey, if you make your event a plastic bag free event entirely, or if you refuse to accept having plastic toys at your thing, like that's a choice you can make, we're going to offer you either more cash or we're going to make it easier for you to run your markets. That would be an incentive-based approach to achieving the same outcome. And it's up to them whether they decide that they were willing to take on that additional burden to comply with the state legislation, which they should be complying with anyway. But it wouldn't be the event organiser, it would be the individual vendors that have that responsibility. Or if this is something where we believe that we're seeking the value proposition around plastic bag free as opposed to membership of plastic bag free CQ, should we be asking people with their food vendors licence to demonstrate compliance with the Queensland legislation around plastic bag free, as opposed to asking them to demonstrate membership to a third party organisation? These are two ways that we possibly could achieve the outcome, but like I said, I am concerned about us making a values-based judgment saying that for you to work with us, you actually have to join a different group and be a member of that group. I find that quite challenging. That's, you know, next we go. And I say it quite liberally and with no expectation that this would be something we could do, but what's to stop us using that same methodology and saying, well, actually to be involved with council or to have council support of these things, you should really be a member of the church, or you should be a member of a particular football club, because that's the values base that we're putting. If you're not a member of a professional sporting group, then we're not going to be looking at you in these certain endeavours. Or we're going to say to people who are accessing RADA funding, well, we'd like you to be a member of the Arts Members Union, so we know that you're getting your protection by being a member of a union before you can access funding from our organisation. I think that it's a slope that doesn't work for us, and it goes beyond the scope of what we're trying to achieve. And so ultimately, values-based membership to a third party, I can't agree with. The burden we're placing upon organisers as opposed to the individual responsibility of stallholders who, as vendors, are responsible for complying with the Queensland legislation already. And if we wish to support compliance in an alternate way, then there are opportunities for us to incentivise as opposed to creating an additional burden for our workforce. Those would be my reasons why I can't support this notice of motion today.
I've just Googled plastic CQ free, but it's free to join.
So thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I have taken on what Councillor Hutton has said. So can we have an amendment at this stage to take out point 2? Just take out point 2. And to leave it at point 1.
Is there a second for that amendment? Okay. That's the motion now that we're going to build.
And I'm happy to sum up when you're ready.
Well, it's a new motion effectively through the amendment that you've been supporting.
I'm still happy to speak to it, Mr. Chair.
Why we go? Again?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to say what I've already said because it does still all stand, except that Boomerang Alliance, in conjunction with Plastic Free CQ, are supporting the state government. In fact, the state government rely on their services and their assistance all over Queensland. And by doing this, we will align ourselves with nearby coastal councils and nearby councils as well, who feel so strongly to lead the way in this area of sustainability and to make sure that the rubbish that is left behind at any event is not going to end up, plastics aren't going to end up, and plastic straws aren't going to end up in our waterways. And it does break down. Any cardboards that are used cannot be recycled if they're greasy with food on them, but certainly they'll break down a lot easier within the landfill. And so it's about support, it's about leading the way. Thank you.
Any speakers against?
While I appreciate the effort that's been made in removing point 2, when we have the listing and which states that any food vendors at any council-controlled or council-funded events, the question would be as to who we're still placing that burden on, and that we're still saying that a values-based membership to a third party is expected or required by this organisation before we allow you to participate or have access to funding from council. So my prior arguments remain.
Looks like Councillor Mather.
Mr. Chair, the burden has already been placed by the state government.
Speaks against. I'd like to ask a question, if I can, to the mover of the motion. Is it possible that you would consider the intent that you're after is that our food vans are compliant with non-single-use plastic action in the way they conduct their business? But that's the intent of it. Whether they're a member of the Plastic Free Alliance or whether the council has, through their processes, to nominate that, please understand that you are required to not use single-use plastics in order to be eligible for this approval. Is that something that could be facilitated through council's processes when the application is made? That it be stated clearly that as this council supports the state legislation, single-use plastic, please be aware that you will not be able to operate unless you are compliant with that as well. And that being worded in, that's the law. That's the law. So this is potentially above and outside of that.
This is about having pointing the people, the food vendors, mobile food vendors, in the correct area to take them to Plastic Free CQ, Boomerang Alliance, so that they are educated and they understand where they can look to find the alternatives at, within their price range, within their wholesalers. They don't need to change their wholesalers. It's just, what are those wholesalers offering? How can things be switched out? This is what this company does. And to be a member, these food vendors will actually get a lot out of it and be able to have assistance with changing the way they do things. And by supporting it through council, then we can actually help them move on and grow within that sustainability area and support the state government and what their intentions and what they're trying to do. I certainly understand exactly what Councillor Hutton's saying, a third party. You're quite right, the arts, the sports, those that want to deal with council. However, this particular one is as an added benefit for those mobile food vendors. It's not a burden, it's a benefit. Anyway.
Just to go back, any speakers against? Is there up to that point?
I will speak against the motion. only in that, well, I believe that it's already covered by the state legislation, and I just think it puts more and more burden upon council. Absolutely, I am for, and I state categorically that I'm for single-use utensils, and for, it's not, sorry, against being banned, yes. And it's just that time of day. But yeah, I just don't want to put too much burden on council and leave this to the state to legislate and to police.
Okay. Well, on any other speakers for? I don't. Councillor Watson. Thank you.
I just looked at the form to fill in. It's a 5-minute form to fill in. So this third party is 5 minutes, and then they help you move across to the new materials that are used there. I mean, if anything, it helps the business. Anyway, that's why I'm for it.
And Mr Chairman, could I just remind you the status quo is state legislation?
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Yeah. Take into consideration, thank you, Mr CEO, for adding to the complexities of it all. And I don't believe we want to make something bigger out of this than we have to. I am going to support this motion, but one statement I will make as a caveat is that at our recent Pine Fest, for example, we handed out single-use plastic lollies. So I think this council needs to recognise that it's going to need to change the way it does business as well. But I'm not one to want to be a party pooper by any means. But I hope that we understand that if we're going to expect of our vendors to be compliant, well, we better make sure that we're compliant as well. Otherwise, we're going to set ourselves up for some justified criticism. So on that basis, I'm prepared to support the motion.
Thank you, members.
Thank you. This came out of a community consultation meeting at Glenlee. A young mum there made a passionate plea to councillors for the installation of some playground equipment at Paramount Park or Rocky View. And all I've done, councillors, is put forward a recommendation that this be considered as part of the 21-22 or 22-23 budget. I beg your pardon. Should be 22-23. Yeah. You need to change the year. Thank you. Yeah. 22-23. Yeah. Yep. Unless anyone wants to speak or ask questions. Okay. All in favour? I move, sorry. Yeah, you're right, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Seconder, councillor Friend. Yeah. All in favour? Thank you, councillors. Carried unanimously. 12.4, councillors, fairly self-explanatory as well, I hope, in the sense that following that discussion we had this morning around that childcare centre, or this afternoon about the childcare centre in Park Street, my concern going forward is that as we grow, we are going to continue to have growing pains, and one of those will be around traffic and traffic management. And really what I'm after here is we actually come up with a plan, or ask the officers to come up with a plan of what they're thinking might happen in terms of strategic considerations and plans for our road network going forward, because without any disrespect to anybody, I think we've been largely reactive in the past in terms of what we've done with roads and where they are located and how they're built, as opposed to being proactive going forward. So I was just looking for some sort of strategic plan or outline of where we're heading and where we think the growth is going to occur and what the response from council is going to be. Any questions? Happy to entertain that.
Can we, oh sorry, I beat you. Could we possibly, as councillors, provide information of things that we've noticed to this, so that in case things get missed?
I would absolutely hope so.
Thank you.
Now, while I'm dealing with some of those artillery matters, Mr Mayor, I asked for some traffic counts. Dairy Inn Road has 1,800 vehicles a day. That's not bad for a little rural community.
No.
And Artillery Road has 1,160, I think it is. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I know it's out.
All right. You're going into debate, councillor, at the moment. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So just for questions at the moment, councillor. I'll go for a mover and a seconder in a minute. Any other questions, councillors? Well, I'm happy to move, obviously. Second, councillor Watson. Thank you. I have said all I need to say. Councillor Mather, do you want to make some comments? Okay. All right.
Say that some of those roads you'll find that they're low-cost seals.
Yeah, so
the low-cost seals,
yeah,
they're not full construction bitumen, like as they would $1 million a K. Way back in the days when we had gravel, we did some of those low-cost seals. They lasted 15, 20 years, did our service, but wouldn't handle big volumes of traffic in the long term.
Yeah. All right. Any other questions or comments, councillors? In the absence of that, I'll go to the vote on this one. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much for your support, councillors. So I'm out again. All good. And then we'll do urgent business. Okay, so before I go, so that we can wrap up the ordinary or the open meeting, for urgent business, we've got Councillor Mather's alternate motion to deal with as well, Mr CEO. In relation to the number of meetings, councillors, yeah. So we'll deal with that when I get back, Mr CEO. Sure.
The officers seemed reasonably comfortable that the draft motion that I put on again hurriedly put together, but did appear to capture most
Probably the only thing, Mr. CEO, that I would have liked to have been made clear, which I referred to in the definition there, is that likelihood of a proposed activity causing a nuisance. That to me is quite important, especially under definitions of what amenity is. A nuisance can be a whole range of things, but
Chairman, I won't be offended at all if we want to amend something I threw together.
no, not at all. Not at all. I can consider the complete amenity of the surrounding. Projects are inconsistent with the contemplated amenity of the surrounding area, as the potential for nuisance is of particular concern, something along that line.
If you want to propose something, then it's entirely up to you what you
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Were you saying that light nuisance? Were you saying? Sorry, I missed what you said. That's all. Was it to do with light?
No, it was just primarily amenity, and in terms of definitions, if it's likely to cause a nuisance, well, then there's certainly grounds for voting against it on that basis. That is something that's within our purview, I guess, to determine the level of nuisance that it may cause. And so, providing that's captured in there, I'm comfortable with it.
I'm not particularly wed to my wording that I threw together very hurriedly in anticipation that this was going to go the way it did.
Yep.
But the purpose of point 1 is about amenity, and it nominates noise and dust from high and light or other nuisances.
Well, just add the word nuisance is probably where I'm hoping to have it included in there. Councillor Hutton needs to leave, Councillor, so to attend a personal matter. So we wish him well on that. Thanks, Nigel. Contemplated in many of the surrounding rural area, particularly in relation to causing nuisance to the residents.
Mr. Chair, shouldn't we, this is laid on the table, so shouldn't we lift it from the table? When,
Indeed we can, but we're still going to battle away with this when we get to it, so we do that in. Councillor Friend, is
Yep.
procedural motion?
Yep. All those in favour to lift it? Yep. Thank you, councillors. So just focusing on that wording there, as I say, my only contribution to that would be to include the concerns around the nuisance that would potentially affect the amenity of the residents that would be encapsulated in that. Otherwise, I'm very comfortable with it.
Does one capture that adequately, or do you want us to add something to it?
Just or other the proposed activities or in general causing increased nuisance in general to the residents. I mean, to say that it's other nuisance would imply that dust and noise are the primary ones, whereas to me it's on the virtue of, on the basis of nuisance as a whole. Yep. Surrounding rural area. And after perhaps surrounding rural area, proposed activities are inconsistent with the contemplated amenity of the surrounding rural area and concerns around increased nuisance to residents is of a serious concern to council. I'm happy if you leave the balance in, particularly in relation to noise dust.
I can get rid of it. I just don't want to get rid of it until we've all agreed that that's what we changed it to. If you're happy with that.
This is kind of both amenities. Yep, I'm happy if you want to leave it in. Yep. Everybody's quiet at this point in time, so we'll move forward. Nearly there. You've got the rural road network, number 2 there. Probably pick that up. Okay, we'll take the songs as being pretty well ready to move forward.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
So we have we provide justification for voting against the officer's recommendation. You're satisfied with that, Mr. CEO? Yep. Okay, so what's further that's required to done? Is that seconder and a vote? A seconder and a mover? A mover and a seconder? Councillor Friend, Councillor May for second. Councillor May, you second that? So, Councillor Friend, you will move?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. No, thank you.
No one wants to speak against, or is there anyone wanting to speak against? No? Okay, go straight to the vote. Those in favour of the resolution? Those against? Those against? Is abstaining? Yes or no, you abstain, so we take this vote in the negative. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Councillor Mayor, if you've got that motion prepared that you were working on.
What do these girls still have to do?
You've still got 3.
Oh, we've got the.
I'm in an unlucky yo-yo today. Right. Councillor Hutton has left us, sorry. To the 2 first ones.
He was hurried, yes. Something's
Okay, right. All right, so councillor Mather, your motion. Okay. Put my glasses on so I can actually see it. Oh, look, councillor Mather, I just said to the CEO on the way in, I mean, as I said, I'll accept it, but I'm just wondering if you'd consider deferring it. If we're going to do this, councillors, I think we'd probably want a report from the CEO to see how this is going to work, rather. Yeah. You happy to? I've always said that, councillor. You know that. All right. No, we probably, if we can just hold off, I'm happy.
I'd be happy to prepare a bit of a paper and facilitate a discussion with councillors about your preferred meeting structures.
Not saying that, you know, it's a bad idea or anything, councillor. I just think if we're going to discuss it, then we need to have some meat behind it in the way of a report, how it's going to work, etc.
I'll talk to Councillor Mather offline about her.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. That'd be awesome. All right, so councillors, resolution to go into closed session to discuss the confidential reports. Move Councillor Mather. I'll second. All in favour? Thank you. Those against, carried unanimously. All right, we'll turn off live view. Thanks. live stream. Thank you, Jussie. Thank you, members of the community, for sticking with us during the confidential session. We have 3 reports to vote on, councillors. One is 15.1, which is the amendment to the purchase price for Lot 10, number 1 Macadamia Drive at Gateway Business and Industry Park, Hidden Valley. The recommendation is that council accept the offer on Lot 10 Survey Plan 29694 as detailed in the report for Lot 10, as also known as 1 Macadamia Drive, Hidden Valley. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved, Councillor Eastwood, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Bello, thank you. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 15.2, potential sale of land on Freeman Street, Yeppoon. Okay. Can I get a mover and a seconder for this? Moved, Councillor Mather, seconded, Councillor Watson. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. 15.3, the native title determination application from Wackwabara people. Moved, Councillor Friend, thank you. Seconded, Councillor. Moved, Councillor Friend. Seconded, Councillor Watson. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. All right, councillors, I think that concludes our business today. Thank you, Matty. Thank you, Brett, Mr. CEO, and Christy. We'll conclude the meeting. Thank you for your time. See you next month. Thank you.